The Witch's Dream Book and Fortune Teller. By A. H. No. Preface. To sleep, perchance to dream. Hamlet. This introductory page is inserted, not with the purpose of reviewing the contents of the book, a custom, to our mind, more honored in the breach than the observance, but merely to inform those who look within the pages. The seekers after knowledge concerning the laws of oneirology and the bases of fortune-telling, that they will find much to instruct, interest and amuse. While avoiding undue prolixity, the subjects are comprehensively and exhaustively treated, proving it to be more valuable as a book of reference than any other of similar character ever before given to the public. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Dreams and their interpretation. Although much prejudice exists as to the origination of dreams and the various interpretations given them, the fact is incontrovertible that they have, in all ages and among all nations, borne a conspicuous part in shaping destinies. Both sacred and profane history is replete with dreams which have had more or less influence upon the lives of the dreamers. Innumerable are the instances in which have been prefigured in dreams occurrences that have actually taken place, and many dangers have been averted by heeding warnings given during sleep. Of course it would be unwise to place full credence in the prognostications of all dreams, and equally so to totally disregard them. To both the educated and the illiterate, dreams, of whatever nature, point a moral. And those who heedlessly ignore their lessons often experience cause for regret. Appended will be found a succinct compendium of the scientific and philosophic researches of many gifted in the art of divination. Acquaintance. To dream that you fight with them signifies distraction, especially if the person so dreaming be sick. Adversary. To dream that you receive obstruction from him, shows that you will dispatch your business speedily. Adultery. For a person to dream that they have committed it, shows they will meet great contentions and disputes. Almonds. To dream one sees or eats almonds, signifies difficulties and trouble. Alms. To dream that they are begged of you, and you deny to give them, shows want and misery to the dreamer, but to dream you give them freely is a sign of joy and gladness. Anchor. To dream you see one, signifies great assurance and certain joys. Altar. To dream you uncover or discover an altar, betokens joy and gladness. Angel. To dream you see angels is good, but to speak with or call upon them is evil. Anger. To dream that you have been provoked to anger shows that you have powerful enemies. Angling. To dream that you are angling, betokens much affliction and trouble in something which you desire to get. Apes. To dream you have seen or had anything to do with them, signifies malicious, weak, strange and secret enemies, also a malefactor and deceiver. Apparition. To dream you see an apparition, or spirit, clothed in white, signifies deceit and temptation to sin. Adam. To dream you see this father of men, this inhabitant of paradise, who was betrayed by Eve into sin, is a happy omen. If he looks pleasant, be sure you will succeed in whatever you undertake. If he looks displeased and angry, then you must use great caution in all your dealings, for some mischief is intended you, but you will get the better of it. Be careful, if he speaks to you, to mind what he says, and observe it as faithfully as you possibly can. Absence. To dream of any absent friends. Good news of them, or ill, portends. But if at thy bedside they seem, their deaths, perhaps, may solve thy dream. Abuse. To dream that you are abused and insulted, is a certain sign some dispute will happen between you and some person with whom you have business. Therefore after such a dream you should be particularly careful of yourself and be as gentle and mild as possible, that you may not give those with whom you have dealings any advantage over you. Acorns. To dream of acorns do not slight. It promises both strength and might. Ague. To dream you have an ague, denotes that you are in danger of becoming a drunkard and a glutton. To dream your sweetheart has an ague, is a lucky omen. It shows you are beloved, and that you will be happy with the object of your wishes, but never very rich. Apparel. Nothing more demonstrates the events that are about to happen to you, than dreaming of wearing apparel. But almost every color has a different interpretation, and must depend on its being new or old, its fitting you, or being too big or too little. To dream you are dressed in white, is a sure token of success in the first object you undertake, and that you will be successful in love, and that your sweetheart is of good temper and amiable disposition. To dream that you are dressed in green denotes that you are about to take a journey to your advantage, and that your sweetheart prefers you to all other lovers. To dream that you are dressed in black is an unlucky omen. To dream that you are dressed in blue denotes happiness. If you dream you are dressed in scarlet, you are thereby warned of some very heavy calamity. To dream you are dressed in yellow is rather lucky than otherwise. To dream you are dressed in crimson indicates that you will live to a good old age, and be neither very fortunate or unfortunate through life. It denotes a dispute between landlord and tenant, which will be settled amicably to the advantage of the latter. To dream that you are dressed in a variety of colors, denotes a variety of fortunes is about to attend you. To dream you are fashionably dressed and in good company, is very good for the dreamer, he will rise considerably above his present condition. To dream your clothes fit you well and are comfortable to the season of the year, is favorable and denotes success. To dream your clothes do not fit you, and that they are not suitable to the season, denotes death of some friend and a loss by fire. To dream you see another dressed in any of the modes above described, forebodes to the person dreamt of the same fortunes. To dream you are dressed in new clothes, is a very favorable omen, it portends honors and success to your undertakings. Apparitions. To dream you see a ghost, goblin, spectre, and such kind of things, is of a very unfortunate nature. If you are in love, it is a certain sign of your not being beloved in return. Depend upon it someone is about to deceive you and that you are friendly with one who is your most inveterate enemy. Arms. To dream your arms are withered is a certain sign that you will decay in health and fortune. To dream they are growing strong signifies that some unexpected success will attend you. To dream that your right arm is cut off, denotes you will lose some male relation. To dream your left arm is cut off, denotes you will lose some near female relative. For a married woman to dream her arms have grown lusty and strong, denotes that she will have many male children, that her husband will arrive at public honors and will grow rich and make many friends. Apples. To dream of apples betokens long life and success, a boy to a woman with child, faithfulness in your sweetheart and riches by trade. Apricots. To dream of apricots, denotes health and prosperity, a speedy marriage, dutiful children and success in love. Asses. To dream you see jackasses, is a good sign. To dream you are riding on an ass, is the forerunner of some foolish quarrel. To dream that you are driving an ass, denotes that you will fall into some trouble, of which you will get the better. To dream an ass runs after you, denotes that some slander will be raised against you by some foolish persons, who will be themselves the victims of the scandal raised against you. To dream you see an ass fall loaded, is a very good import and shows that you will be the founder of your own fortune. Attorneys. To dream that you are speaking with them, shows hindrance of business and that a man will have little success in his affairs. Armed men. To see them in your dream, is a good sign, and denotes one void of fear. To dream you see an armed man fly is a sign of victory, to see men come in arms against you, signifies sadness. Action. To dream that you are sent of an errand, signifies great loss to the married. To the lover it denotes success in his pursuit, and that he will shortly marry a very amiable and accomplished maiden. For a maiden to dream that she was sent on an errand, denotes that she will shortly marry the object of her affections and be very happy. To the sick it denotes a speedy recovery. Ascend. For one to dream they ascend towards the skies is favorable, particularly so if the clouds appear bright. Air. To dream of the atmosphere has a variety of interpretations, and depends entirely on its appearance. If you dream the sky is clear, of a fine blue, calm and serene, then it is a good omen. To dream that it is streaked with white, denotes that many severe difficulties will befall you, over which you will eventually triumph. To dream that it was full of thick, dark and heavy clouds, is an unfavorable token, disappointments will attend you. To dream that the sky is streaked with red and looks fiery, denotes that in love you will be successful, in business not so. It also forewarns you that sickness and trouble will attend your family. Altar. To dream you are at the altar and receiving the Holy Sacrament is a very unfavorable omen, and denotes many heavy and severe afflictions. Adder. A person that dreams of the asp in the adder, is thereby betokened to have stores of money and rich wives. Assassin. To dream of an assassin is a warning not to be neglected. Shun all pretending friends, lend no money, be ever on your guard, and you may escape destruction, which is planned for your ruin. Ants. To dream of these industrious little insects, hath a variety of interpretations, depending on the manner in which you dream of them. If you see them running about, it denotes that you will be a great loser by some plan that you will undertake for gain. If you dream you see them busily employed laying in their winter stores, it is a good omen, things will prosper with you. If they appear to be devoured by other animals, and otherwise injured and trodden upon, then it is a bad omen. If you dream of these insects when you are sick, you must expect to recover very slowly. Auction. To dream you attend an auction is, on the whole, unfavorable. If you purchase, expect loss of property. If you only attend, you are sure to meet with a heavy deprivation of friends and property. If you pass by one, then you will attain, in a few years, all that you moderately desire. Bear. To dream a bear thy step pursues. A cruel foe some mischief brews. Beggars. To dream of beggars is rather unfavorable, especially to lovers and persons in business. To dream they beg alms of you and that you refuse it, denotes misery, want, and a prison. If you are in love, some scandalous person will ruin you with your sweetheart. To dream that you give them alms, indicates success in business, and that you will obtain, after much difficulty, the object of your affections. Your children will be sickly, and narrowly escape many dangers. Bleeding. To dream you are bleeding, denotes loss of goods and character, and that your sweetheart will not marry you. To dream you see another bleeding, indicates that some person who pretends to be your friend is about to take some great advantage of you. To dream you draw blood of another, denotes that you will recover a lawsuit and be successful in love and business. To dream another draws blood of you, is a certain prognostic that you will be unsuccessful in love and in business, and in everything you undertake. Blind. To dream of being blind is a sure sign that you repose your confidence in some person who is your bitter enemy, it denotes also that your sweetheart is unfaithful and prefers another. In business it denotes that you will lose money, and that your servants lack fidelity. Boat. To dream that you are on the water in a boat, provided you are in company, denotes prosperity and success in your undertakings. If you dream you are in a boat alone, it is a bad omen. To dream the boat oversets, is the most fatal of all omens. Bridge. To dream you are crossing over a bridge is a good omen, it denotes prosperity through life, and success in love. To dream you are passing under a bridge, indicates that you will never be perfectly at ease. If you meet with any obstruction on the bridge it foretells a fit of sickness. Are you a lover, it denotes that your sweetheart will be afflicted with illness. To dream a bridge breaks down with you denotes sudden death. Bread. To dream you see a great quantity of loaves of bread, denotes success in life. To dream you are eating good bread, denotes that you will be shortly married. To dream the bread is musty and bad, denotes the loss of friends and that some near relation will shortly die. Brother. To dream you see your brother, denotes a speedy marriage in your family and that the dreamer will not be long-lived, if you are in love it is a favorable omen. Building. To dream of being amongst buildings, denotes that you will change your present place of residence and that you will make many new friends in life. If you are in love it foretells your sweetheart is about to remove at a distance from you, and that you will be in danger of losing the affections of your lover by a new face. Bulls. To dream you are pursued by a bull, denotes that many injurious reports will be spread on your character. If you dream the bull gores you, or tosses you, then expect shortly to lose your liberty. It denotes that some person in power will do you an injury. Burning. To dream of burning doth imply a sudden danger, ripe and nigh. Of all escapes you then beware. For though fate threatens, it may spare. Butchers. To dream of seeing butchers is in general a very unlucky omen, it always foretells some injury to the dreamer. If you see them cutting up meat, some of your friends will be hanged, and you will experience much misery and poverty. Bed. To dream you go to the bedside of your lover, foretells a speedy marriage. If you dream you go between the sheets, you will have a child within 12 months after marriage, who will become rich and afford you support in your old age. Banquets. To dream of banquets denotes poverty and want. Bat. To dream of bats is very inauspicious. Belly. To dream one's belly is bigger and fuller than ordinary, shows his family and estate will increase. If one dreams his belly is grown lean and shrunk up, he will be joyfully delivered of some bad accident. If any one dreams that his belly is swelled, and yet notwithstanding be empty, he will become poor, though he be rich in the esteem of many people in the world. If any one dreams his belly aches, he will be afflicted in his family and have many cares upon him. Blowing the fire. To dream you are blowing the fire indicates to the lover, that your sweetheart is very angry with you. Barn. To dream of a barn, and that you see it well stored with corn, denotes much good. It foretells to a man that he will marry some rich woman, to a maid, that she will marry a man who will grow very rich by his industry, and be promoted in the state. If you dream you see an empty barn, the reverse will happen. Bathing. To dream of a bath is a very unpropitious omen, expect after it to experience many mishaps and much sorrow. If you are in love, your sweetheart will experience many crosses and losses. But to dream you are bathing yourself in clear water, denotes happiness, prosperity and success in love. If the water is dirty, then it foretells shame and sorrow, and a disappointment in love. Beheading. To dream you see anyone beheaded, is a good omen. If you are in love, you will marry the object of your affections. If you are in prison, you will speedily gain your liberty. Bells. To dream you hear the bells ringing, denotes a speedy marriage and that you will receive some very good news. Bees. To dream they sting you, denotes loss of character, and if you are in love, of your sweetheart. To dream you see them at work, is a very lucky dream, it forebodes great success by your own industry. To dream you see them making their honey under your own roof is the best omen in the world. For the rich to dream of bees, is rather unlucky, but to the poor, they denote comfort, affluence and success. Beard. For a man to dream he has a long beard, denotes good fortune. If he is in trade, he will thrive. If he is in love, he will marry the present object of his affections, who will bring him some money. If he is a farmer, it denotes good crops, and an addition to his farm. If a married woman dreams of a beard, it is unlucky. It foretells the loss of her husband and that she will fall into great distress. If a maid dreams of a beard, it denotes that she will be quickly married and that the fruit of her womb is a boy. For a woman to dream that she has a beard is a very lucky omen, and denotes that she will speedily attain her most sanguine desires. Battle. To dream of battle in the streets, forewarns you against secret enemies who will endeavor to harm you. If you are in love, your sweetheart is false to you. Bacon. To dream of bacon denotes the death of some friend or relation and that enemies will endeavor to do you mischief. In love, it denotes disappointment and discontent. Back. To dream you see your back, betokens some uneasiness, for the back to be broken or hurt, shows you will be scoffed at by your enemies, yet to dream of the backbone, signifies health and success in love, marriage and business. Basin. To dream of a basin, signifies a good maid, and to dream you eat or drink therein, shows you have a love to the servant maid. For a man to see himself in a basin as in a glass, denotes he shall have children by a servant maid. Beech and myrtle trees. signifies wanton women and are good for those who would undertake any such business, to others they are pain and labor. Beans. To dream you are eating beans always signifies trouble and dissension. Beets. To dream of eating beets, signifies freedom from trouble and expedition on business, because they make the body soluble. Burial. To dream of burial passes by. News of the living doth imply. Briars and brambles. If you dream you are passing through places covered with these things, it portends troubles. If they prick you, secret enemies will do you an injury with your friends, and unfavorable tales will make your sweetheart shy of you. If they draw blood of you, expect heavy losses in trade. If you dream you pass through them without injury, then you will at last triumph over all your enemies and become happy. Bells. To dream one hears ringing of bells, if of a sanguine complexion, brings them good news, but to others, it shows alarms, murmurings, disturbances and commotions. Birding. To dream you catch birds, signifies profit and pleasure. Bird's nest. To dream you find one is a good sign. To dream you find one without eggs or birds, shows you will meet with great disappointments. Birth. To dream of one's birth is good for him that is poor. But to him that is rich, this dream signifies that others shall rule over him against his will. Blind man's buff. To dream that one plays blind man's buff, signifies prosperity, joy and pleasure. Blossoming of trees. To dream you see all sorts of trees blossoming, is a sign of joy, comfort and recreation. Brewing and baking. To dream of brewing and baking is the sign of an ill housewife, who lies dreaming in bed, when she should be at work and doing her business. Breast. To dream that you have hairy breasts and the tap pup covered with hair, denotes great gain and profit to men, but to a woman, loss of her husband. If a young married woman dreams that her breasts are full and spurting out milk, it signifies that she is with child and that it will be a perfect birth. If a virgin dreams thus, she is near her marriage. If a woman dreams she has sore breasts, she is threatened with death. Broth. To dream of eating broth is a good sign and signifies profit and gain. Buried alive. For a man to dream he is buried alive, signifies he shall have much wealth. Burned. For a man to dream he is burned, signifies, according to the interpretations of the Persians and Egyptians, that he shall be rich, honored and respected. But if he imagines that he was burned by a fire that did not quite consume him, he will inevitably perish in the end. Basket. For a man to dream of baskets is evil. It denotes decay of business to a merchant, want of employment to a mechanic, and loss of place to a servant. But if a woman dreams she receives a number of baskets it is a good omen, and especially so if well filled. To a maiden it denotes that she will have many new lovers, to a wife, that she will have an increase in her family, and to the widow, that she will soon marry again. Bonnet. For a maiden to dream she gets a new bonnet, gives promise of a new lover, but Mother Shipton says that much depends on the color. If green, he will be deceitful, if blue, he will prove affectionate, if pink, his love will not be lasting. If yellow or white, he will quickly improve marriage, but if a female loses her bonnet, it behooves her to be guarded of her virtue, for she is in danger of being led astray. If it be blown off, she will have something she dearly prizes stolen from her. Buttons. To dream of bright buttons is seldom good, if rusty, it portends misfortune, if covered, sadness. If a man dreams he has lost all the buttons of his clothes, it is a sign he will not live long. Cards. To dream that you are playing at cards is a sure prognostic that you will be in love, and speedily married. If you hold a great many picture cards, your marriage will be the means of making you rich and happy. If your cards are mostly diamonds, the person you marry will be of a sour and disagreeable temper. If they are mostly hearts, your marriage will cement love, and you will be very happy and have many children. If they are mostly clubs, you will get money by your marriage. If they are mostly spades, your marriage will turn out very unhappy and your children will be unfaithful and subject to many hardships. If you are in expectation of a place, you will get it, and if you are in business you will be successful. Cats. To dream of these domestic animals is indicative of much trouble and vexation. It denotes to the lover that your sweetheart is treacherous. If you keep servants, they are unfaithful, and will rob you. To dream you kill a cat, denotes that you discover a thief and prosecute him to conviction. Expect also to lose your own liberty through some pretended friend. Cattle. To dream you see cattle feeding, denotes great prosperity and unexpected success. To a lover it foretells a happy marriage, with many children, and to a man it shows that his wife will receive some unexpected legacy. To dream you are driving cattle denotes that you will become rich by industry. If you are in love it shows that you have many rivals, but that you will distance them all. To dream you see fat cattle also denotes a plentiful year. To dream you see lean and hungry cattle, denotes scarcity and famine. Clock. To dream you hear the clock strike, denotes that you will be speedily married, and that you will be moderately successful in life. To dream you are counting the hours, if in the forenoon, shows much happiness, and that your sweetheart is true to you, but if in the afternoon, that misfortune and danger will attend you, and that your sweetheart is false and loves another. Coach. To dream you are riding in a coach is a very unlucky omen. It foretells poverty and disgrace. If you are in love, your sweetheart will be idle and bad-tempered. If you are in trade, you will become bankrupt, and if you are a farmer, your goods will be seized for rent. It also denotes that the dreamer will shortly be in prison. Coals. To dream of coals is a very unlucky omen. It denotes much affliction and trouble. To dream you see coals burning, if they are very clear and bright, is a good sign. To dream you see the coals extinguished and reduced to cinders, denotes death, either to yourself or some near relation or friend. It also indicates great losses, and forewarns you of beggary in prison. Comets. To dream you see one of these extraordinary ethereal substances, is ominous of war, plague, famine, and death. To the lover it forebodes an entire frustration of his hopes, to the farmer, failure of crops, and to the seaman, storms and shipwrecks. After such a dream change, if possible, your present place of residence. Cook. Dream you're busy with a cook. And for a wedding shortly look. Corn. To dream you see fields of corn, or that you are among unthrashed corn, is a very favorable omen. It denotes success in business. To the lover it announces that you will marry, have many children, and become rich and happy. If you are a sailor, it denotes a lucrative voyage and fine weather, and that you will be near marrying in the next port you touch at. If you dream you are gathering ripe corn, it is the most fortunate dream you can have. Crowns. To dream you see these emblems of royalty, portend success and elevation to dignities either in the church or state. For a maid to dream of a crown, shows she will marry a very industrious man, or one who is rich. Crutches. To dream you are walking on crutches, is a very unfavorable omen. To dream you see another walking on crutches, denotes that these things will happen to some friend. If you are a married man, then that your wife is inconstant. If a married woman, then that the husband is ruining himself with some harlot. Currents. To dream of currents prefigures happiness in life, success in undertakings, constancy in your sweetheart, handsome children to the married, riches to the farmer and tradesman. Church. To dream of church is portentous of evil. If you are in a church during divine service, you will be engaged in a lawsuit, or some other quarrel that will very near ruin you. If you are in love, your sweetheart is unfaithful, and prefers another. If you expect a place, it forebodes disappointment. If you are in trade, you will never thrive in your present situation. Cage. To dream of letting birds out of a cage denotes a speedy marriage. To a person in business it denotes success, and to a farmer it denotes good crops. Cain. To dream of the firstborn son of man, who was Adam's eldest son, is a very unfavorable omen. After such a dream let the dreamer travel into another part of the country and form new connections. Cakes. To dream you are eating cakes, denotes happiness and prosperity. Dream that cakes you knead and make. You thrive and many profits take. Candles. To dream you see candles burning, if they burn clear and bright, that you will be speedily married. To dream that new candles are brought in, denotes that by the interference of friends, all your disputes will be amicably adjusted and that your sweetheart will recover from a fit of sickness. A light that burns both bright and clear denotes some pleasant letter near. But if dull the candle grows, it certain disappointment shows. Cheese. To dream of cheese is not in vain. In trade you will profit gain. Chickens. To dream of a hen and chickens is the forerunner of ill luck. Your sweetheart will betray you and marry another. If you are a farmer, you will have a bad crop and lose many of your poultry. If you are in trade, some sharper will defraud you. If you go to sea, you will lose your goods and narrowly escape shipwreck. Chess. If any one dreams that he plays at chess with an acquaintance, it is a sign that he will fall out with somebody he knows, and if he imagines in his dream he wins, he shall overcome his enemies. And on the contrary, if he dream that he loses, he will be overcome and worsted in the combat. Clouds. To dream of white clouds, signifies prosperity. Clouds mounting high from the earth, denotes voyages, the return of the absent, and revealing of secrets. Clouds red and inflamed, show an ill issue of affairs. To dream of dark and obscure clouds, shows an ill time of anger. Caterpillars. To dream you see caterpillars, signifies ill luck and misfortune by secret enemies. Chains, pearls, precious stones, earrings, and all adornings of the hands and necks of women, are good dreams to the fair sex. To widows and maids they signify marriage, and to those that have husbands and children, purchases and riches, for as women are provided with these deckings, so shall they be stored with husbands, children and goods. Chariot. To dream of driving a chariot drawn by wolves, leopards, dogs, tigers, or such like beasts, is only good to such as have great enemies. To dream to be drawn in a chair by men is good. Cheeks. To dream one hath cheeks plump, fat and of vermilion tincture, is good to all, especially women, but to dream that you are lean, pale, and full of wrinkles, signifies grief and heaviness. Capon. To dream that a capon crows, signifies sadness and trouble. Carrion. To dream of carrion, signifies sadness. Carrots. To dream of carrots, signifies profit and strength to them which are at law for inheritance. For we pluck them out of the ground with our hands, branches, strings and veins. Cart. To dream of being tied to a cart, to draw like an horse or an ox, denotes servitude and pain to everybody. But to dream that you are carried in a cart or coach, the contrary. Coal pit. To dream of being in the bottom of a coal pit, signifies marrying with a widow, for he that marries her shall never sound the depth of her policies. Combing. For any person to dream of combing him or herself, is good, both for man or woman, for it signifies to get out of evil times or affairs. Comfort. To dream you have comforts of any one, betokens to the rich and happy, injury and mishap. But to the poor and afflicted, aid and comfort. Command. To dream you command any one, signifies trouble. To dream you see one command, signifies anger and authority. Complexion. To dream you see an unknown person of a brown complexion, is a sign of glory, honor, success and dispatch of business. If one dreams he sees a woman of a very brown complexion, it signifies a very dangerous disease. If you see a woman unknown in your dream, with long and comely hair, with clear complexion, it is a very good sign. Corns. For a man to dream his flesh is full of corns, shows he will grow rich proportionately to his corns. Crocodile. To dream of a crocodile, signifies pirates or robbers at sea, or wicked periods in any sort like the crocodile. Cross. To dream you see a cross carried along, signifies sadness. Cross purposes. To dream one plays at cross purposes, signifies prosperity, joy, pleasure, health and concord among friends and relations. Crow. To dream you see a crow, signifies expedition of business. To dream you see a crow flying, is ill luck. And if you hear them croaking unpleasantly, the dream is so much the worse. If you dream the crow flies on the head of a child, it will be in great danger of some misfortune. Cypress trees. To dream you see a cypress tree denotes affliction in business. Crowing. To dream you are crowing, or that you hear others crowing, denotes ill luck, especially to lovers. But to dream that you hear pigeons crowing, is good, especially to the newly married, as it denotes happiness. Crawled. To dream that you are crawling on the floor is bad. But to dream that you are crawling on the roof of a house is good, particularly to the lovers, as it is a sure sign they will be married. Children. To dream you see children, denotes success in your undertakings. To dream you see a child born, denotes a speedy marriage and that you will be very happy with your family. To dream you see a child die, imports that you will experience some very heavy misfortune, and that your sweetheart will marry another. To dream you see children dirty and ragged, denotes that some friend will endeavor to prevail upon you to commit an act by which your reputation will be endangered. It also denotes that you will be in prison and experience poverty. For a maiden to dream she is with child, denotes that some man will attempt to rob her of her chastity, and that if she resists she will marry and be very happy. Climbing. To dream that you are climbing up a tree, denotes that you will be successful in life. To dream you are climbing up a very steep hill or place, foretells many difficulties in life, and much sickness. If you reach the top, you will get over all your difficulties and recover from your illness, but if you awake before you have attained the top, you will be disappointed in love and all other projects and die in your next illness. Cherries. To dream of cherries is a disappointment in life, vexation in the married state and slight in love. Cucumbers. To dream of cucumbers, denotes recovery to the sick, and that you will speedily fall in love, or that if you are in love, you will marry the object of your affection. It also denotes moderate success in trade. To the sailor it foretells a pleasant voyage and a sweetheart in a distant climate. Coffin. To dream of one denotes the death of a friend or some near relation. Disease. To dream you have any disease promises prompt and speedy employment. Dragon. To dream you see a dragon signifies riches and gain of great treasure. Dancing. To dream that you are dancing at a ball, wake, or entertainment, foretells that you will shortly receive some joyful news from a long-absent friend, and that you are about to inherit some unexpected legacy. For it foretells success and happiness in love, that your sweetheart is kind. Deer. To dream you see deer in a park, denotes war and famine, to the lover it foretells some unpleasant dispute with his sweetheart. Dice. To dream you are playing at dice or backgammon, denotes much good to the dreamer, in either love, marriage or trade. Dirt. To dream of dirt signifies sickness and dishonor. To dream you fall in the dirt, signifies that you shall be treacherously dealt with. Ditches. To dream of deep ditches, steep mountains, rocks, and other eminences, surely foretells danger and misfortune. Expect thieves to rob your dwelling. That your children will be undutiful and bring you into trouble. If you are in love, it foretells unhappiness if you marry your present sweetheart. If you are in trade, it denotes loss of goods, if not of liberty. Dogs. To dream of these faithful and domestic animals has very different significations, according to the manner in which you see them. If they fawn and fondle upon you, then it is a very lucky omen. If you are in love, your sweetheart will marry you and be very happy. If they are barking and snarling at you, then depend that enemies are secretly endeavoring to destroy your reputation and happiness. If you are in love, be careful of your sweetheart. Drowning. To dream you are drowning, or that you see another drowned or drowning, portends good to the dreamer. To the lover it denotes that your sweetheart is good-tempered and inclined to marry you. Dead. To dream of talking with dead folks is a good, auspicious dream, and signifies a boldness of courage and a very clear conscience. To dream a man is dead that is alive and in health, signifies great trouble and being overthrown at law. Darkness. To dream you are in a very dark place, or that you are in the dark, is a very unfavorable omen. To dream you get out of darkness into light, denotes good to the dreamer. Expect also to hear some glad tidings from a far distant country. Death. To dream of death, denotes that you will either be speedily married yourself, or else assist at a wedding. To dream that you are dead, also denotes a speedy marriage, and that you will be successful in your undertakings. To dream you see another person dead, denotes unkind usage from your friends. Drunkenness. To dream you are drunk, is one of those dreams by which the dreamer is forewarned of that of which at present he knows nothing. It denotes that some person whom yet you do not know, will become a very good friend and promote your welfare. To a woman, it denotes that she will be beloved by an excellent man whom yet she has not seen. And to a man it denotes that he is tenderly beloved by a woman whom he does not at present think of, who will make him extremely happy, and bring him money. Dairy. To dream you are in a dairy busy at work, is a very favorable omen. To the maid it indicates that her lover will be of an industrious turn, and that if she marries, she will have children, and her husband will become rich and rise to honor. To the farmer it denotes that his crops will be abundant, but that he will lose some of his livestock by thieves. Devil. To dream of this enemy to the human race, denotes that many dangers will threaten you, all of which you will overcome. If you are in love, it forebodes that someone is endeavoring to alienate the affection of your sweetheart, but will be unsuccessful. Dolphin. To dream of a dolphin, shows to seafaring men a wind from the place whence you dream he cometh. But to dream you see the dolphin out of water, signifies the death of friends. Drink. To dream you drink cold water, is good, but hot signifies sickness and hindrance of affairs. To dream you drink wine with moderation, is good. To drink oil, signifies poison. To dream you are drinking when you are dry from a stream or fountain, is a sign of sickness. If a man dreams he is drunk with sack, or some sweet, pleasant drink, it is a sign he will be beloved by some lady and grow rich thereby. Dunghill. To dream you stand on a dunghill is a favorable omen. It is a sure forerunner of success in everything undertaken at this time. For a maiden to dream she is on a dunghill, is a sign that she will marry the choice of her affections, who will be a man of some importance. Daisy. It is good to dream of daisies in the spring or summer, but bad in fall or winter. Dandelions. To dream of gathering dandelions is ominous to one. To dream you see a large bed of them denotes that you have many new enemies forming, who will do you much injury in secret. If one in love dreams of dandelions, be sure their sweetheart is playing them false. Eagles. To dream you see an eagle soaring very high in the air, denotes prosperity, riches and honor, to the lover it foretells success in love and a happy marriage. To dream you see an eagle perched on the steeple of a church or on any high eminence, is a very good omen. It denotes that in some arduous undertaking you will be successful and thereby arrive at riches and honor. It also denotes that the dreamer will make his fortune beyond the sea. If a woman with child dreams of an eagle, then it denotes that her offspring will marry well and be very happy. Eggs. To dream you are buying or selling eggs, is a very favorable omen. Whatever you are then about will succeed, whether it be love, trade, or getting a place. To dream that you are eating eggs, denotes that you will shortly have a child and that your affairs will go well. To dream your eggs are broken, denotes loss of goods, quarrels and poverty. If you are in love, it forebodes a separation between you and your sweetheart. Elderberries. To dream of elderberries augurs content and riches, to a maiden they bespeak a speedy marriage, to a married woman, that she will shortly be with child. To the tradesman, success in business, to the farmer, good crops. Elephants. To dream of an elephant is a very fortunate dream, it denotes acquirement of riches. If you are in love, it denotes a speedy marriage with your sweetheart, and many children, chiefly boys, who will distinguish themselves by their learning. Eclipse. To dream you see an eclipse of the moon, denotes that you will lose some female friend, your mother, if she be living. You will experience a great uneasiness on account of a woman. Your sweetheart will prove unfaithful. Poverty will overtake you and misery end your days. To dream you see an eclipse of the sun, denotes that you will lose some male friend, your father, if he be alive. And that you will experience some uneasiness by the means of some troublesome friends. To a woman with child it foretells a son, who will be a great man. Earthquake. To dream of an earthquake warns you that your affairs are about to take a great change. If you see many houses tumble into ruins, then it will be much for the better. Eyes. To dream you lose your eyes, is a very unfortunate omen. It denotes decay of circumstances, loss of friends, death of relations and miscarriage in love. If a woman with child dreams of it, it denotes that the child will be very unhappy and lose its liberty. Execution. To dream of the execution of offenders, shows that you will be suddenly sought after for relief by some that are in great want and extremity. Earthworms. To dream of earthworms, signifies secret enemies that endeavor to ruin and destroy us. Ear. If a man dreams his ears be fair and well-shaped, it shows he shall come to great renown, but if he dreams his ears are ill-favored and deformed, it shows the contrary. This dream is ill to a servant, and those who have a lawsuit, if he be a plaintiff or the defendant, but it is good to an artificer or one that worketh with his hands, for he shall have many that will employ him. To dream that one picks or cleans his ears, betokens that good news shall come forth one side or other. But to dream that the ears have been beaten or chafed, signifies we shall hear ill news. If any one dreams his ear is hurt or split, he will be offended by some one that belongs to him, or by some friend. If he dream that his ear is quite off, he shall be utterly deprived of their friendship. Eve. To dream you see the mother of all men, is a favorable omen. It denotes great happiness to the lover. Eyebrows. To dream the eyebrows are hairy and of a good grace, is good, especially to a woman. But if either men or women dream their eyebrows are more large or comely than they used to be, it is a sign they will succeed in the matrimonial way. Evil spirits. To dream evil spirits obstruct your doing good under a show of devotion, denotes obstruction in your affairs by a hypocrite, and if you dream that you see hideous physiognomies, something vulgar will be revealed to you. Eating. To dream that you are eating, is a very unfavorable omen, it portends disunion in your family, losses in trade, and disappointment in love, storms and shipwrecks by sea. Enemy. To dream you talk to an enemy, is a caution to beware of him. To dream you fight with and are worsted by him, denotes that you will meet with some misfortune which has threatened you for some time. Eels. To dream of eels, signifies to beware of slippery pursuits and uncertain speculations. If the eels escape you, you will be jilted in love, if you hold them, honor and happiness will be in store for you. Elf. To dream of an elf signifies a happy return of one long absent. Presents of value may be expected after this dream, which also signifies marriage, with wealth, position and happiness. Elopement. To dream of a friend's elopement, signifies marriage against the wishes of your friends, and unhappiness. To dream of your own elopement, betokens entering into ruinous speculations in love or business. Epitaph. To read or write an epitaph in your dream, signifies much good to come from a secret friend. To read your own epitaph, signifies marriage with one now an entire stranger, of great wealth and position. Equipage. To dream of possessing one, signifies complete happiness, with the gratification of every wish, however extravagant. Face. To dream your face is swelled shows that you will accumulate wealth. If you are in love, it denotes that your sweetheart will receive an unexpected legacy and marry you. Fall. To dream you fall from any high place, or from a tree, denotes loss of place and goods. If you are in love, it surely indicates that you will never marry the present object of your affections. Feet. To dream you are near a river or fountain and that you wash your feet, signifies molestation and trouble. To dream of one scratching the soles of your feet, signifies loss by flattery. Fan. If a maiden dreams she has been fanned by a man, she will soon make a new conquest, or marry the present object of her affections. For a man to dream he is fanning a person, signifies that he will soon meet with many changes in his affairs. Furniture. To dream of getting new furniture that pleases you, is good. If it seems not to please, the dream is a bad one. To be pleased with furniture, denotes health, happiness and prosperity. To display furniture, denotes trouble, perhaps a death or a funeral. Faction. To dream of being engaged in faction or sedition, denotes wealth by indirect ways. Father-in-law. To dream one sees his father-in-law, either dead or alive, is ill, especially if he dreams that he uses violence or threatening. Fish ponds. To dream of fish ponds, denotes thriving. Flageolet. To dream that you play or hear playing on a flageolet, denotes trouble and contention, and being overthrown at law. Flesh. If anyone dreams he is increased in flesh, he will gain wealth. On the contrary, if he dreams he is grown lean and thin, if he be rich, he will grow poor, or at least conceal his wealth, and he will be in a mean condition. To dream of eating all sorts of meat, whether flesh or fish, signifies either neglect of business, or anger and sickness. Flies. To dream of a swarm of flies, denotes that you have many enemies. It also denotes that your sweetheart is not sincere, and cares but little about you. To dream you kill them is a very good omen. Flute. To dream you play or hear playing on a flute, signifies trouble and contention. Fool. For a man to dream he is a fool, is good for those who would govern and teach children. Folly. For a woman to dream she has become foolish, and is publicly guilty of folly, is a sign she will have a boy, who in time will grow great. If a maid, she will be speedily married, and that to an honest man. Forest. To dream that you are walking in a forest, signifies trouble. Fields. To dream you are in green fields, is a very favorable omen. To dream you are in plowed fields, forebodes some severe disputes that will be brought upon you by some person who has no children. To the lover, it denotes disappointment, to the married, unhappiness and undutiful children. To the tradesman, loss of business and a prison. To dream you are in a meadow covered with flowers, is a very favorable omen. If you are soliciting a place or favor, it portends you will surely obtain it. Figs. To dream of figs, is the forerunner of prosperity and happiness. To the lover, they denote the accomplishment of your wishes. To the tradesman, increase of trade. They are also indicative of legacy. Fighting. To dream you are fighting, denotes to the lover that you will lose the object of your affections through a foolish quarrel. It also forebodes much opposition to your wishes, with loss of character and property. After such a dream, you are urgently recommended to quit your present situation, because such a dream indicates that you will not prosper in it. To the sailor it denotes storm and shipwreck, with disappointment in love. Fire. To dream of this subtle element, denotes health and happiness to the lover, marriage to the object of his affections and many children. It also denotes that you will be very angry with someone on a trifling occasion. To dream you see burning lights descending as it were from heaven, is a very bad sign indeed. It portends some dreadful accident to the dreamer, such as being hanged, losing your head, having your brains dashed out, breaking your legs, getting into prison, or other strange accidents. To the lover, it also denotes the loss of the affections of your sweetheart. To the tradesman, bad success in business. To dream that you are burnt by fire, denotes great danger, and that enemies will injure you. To the sailor, storms and shipwreck. Fishing. To dream you are fishing, is a sure sign of sorrow and trouble. If you catch any fish, you will be successful in love and business. If you catch none, you will never marry your present sweetheart, nor succeed in your present undertakings. If they slip out of your hands after you have caught them, the person you marry will be of a roving disposition, and some pretended friend will deceive you. Filberts. To dream of filberts, forebodes much trouble and anger from friends. To the tradesman, they denote a prison, and decay of trade, to the lover, a complete disappointment, to the married, care and undutiful children. Fingers. To dream you cut your fingers, if they bleed, is a very good omen. You will be successful in love, and your sweetheart will prove kind and true. You will get money from a quarter that you least expect, and be successful in your enterprises. If you dream that they do not bleed, then it denotes damage by a variety of accidents. That lawsuits will attend you, and that you will be unsuccessful in most of your pursuits. In love you will not succeed with your present sweetheart, who prefers another. To dream you lose your fingers, denotes the loss of friends, servants, goods, trade and sweethearts. Feasting. To dream that you are at a feast, denotes that you will meet with many disappointments, particularly in the thing which you are most anxious about. In love it forebodes much uneasiness between sweethearts, and to them which are married it foretells undutiful children, with many heavy losses. Fleas. To dream you are tormented with these little insects is unfavorable. Floods. To dream of a flood, shows that you will meet with great opposition from rich neighbors, and that a rich rival will attempt to alienate the affections of your mistress. To the tradesman it denotes lawsuits, loss of business, and a prison. To the sailor, it denotes much success by sea, but danger on shore. To the farmer, it indicates loss of cattle and a dispute with the landlord. To dream you are drowned in a flood, denotes that you will quit your native land and after many hardships and perils return to it rich and happy. That you will marry a pretty woman and have fine children. Flowers. To dream you are gathering flowers, is a very favorable omen. Expect to thrive in everything you undertake and that you will be successful in love, marry happily and have beautiful children. Should they wilt in your hands, then expect heavy losses in trade, that your sweetheart will die, or, if you are married, that you will lose your husband or wife and also your favorite child. Flying. To dream you are flying, is a very excellent omen. It foretells elevation of fortune. That you will arrive at dignity in the state and be happy. If you are in love, your sweetheart will be true to you, and if you marry, you will have many children, who will all do very well and be very happy. It indicates that you will take a long journey, which will turn out advantageous to you. Forge. To dream of working a smith's forge, denotes a brain full of projects. The blowing with the bellows signifies the getting of a wife and the hammering on the anvil her scolding tongue. Fortune. If any man become poor after he hath been rich, dreams he has the same land and possessions he had before, it signifies that his good fortune will return. Fountain. To dream that you are at a fountain, is a very favorable omen. If the waters are clear, it denotes riches and honors, and in love, it foretells great happiness in the marriage state, and that your sweetheart is of an amiable disposition and true to you. But if the waters appear muddy, then it denotes vexation and trouble, disappointment in business, inconstancy in your sweetheart and misery in the marriage state. Fox. To dream of this crafty animal is the forerunner of much difficulty. If you are in love, your sweetheart will turn out of a sour, disagreeable, ill-natured disposition. If you are in trade, sharpers will endeavor to defraud you and overreach you in bargains. Friend. To dream you see a friend dead, betokens hasty news of a joyful nature. If you are in love, it foretells a speedy marriage with the object of your affections. Frogs. To dream of frogs, is a very favorable omen. To the farmer, it foretells good crops and an increase of his livestock. To the tradesman, it denotes success in business. To the lover, a faithful sweetheart. To the married, an increase of children, who will be very happy. To the sailor, pleasant and prosperous voyages, with a wife in a distant country. Fruits. If you dream of fruits when out of season, or that you are gathering them when green, denotes sickness. If you dream they are rotten, it foretells poverty. To dream of gathering ripe fruit, when there is plenty, betokens happiness and riches, and the speedy receipt of money. If you gather fruit from an old withered tree, it is a sign that you will unexpectedly inherit the effects of some aged person. To dream you have made yourself sick by eating fruit, is a sorrowful omen. Funeral. To dream of a burial, denotes speedy marriage, and that you will hear of the death or imprisonment of some near relation or esteemed friend. It also foretells the acquisition of wealth, and that an estate will fall to you from a distant relation by your mother's side. If you see any particular person attending a funeral, either that person, or some friend of his, will die and leave you something. If there is a hearse with feathers on it, you will marry some rich person yourself, or assist at some relation's wedding, who will marry well and be a friend to you. Fairy. For a maiden to dream she sees a fairy, shows she will soon change her present state by becoming the wife of a good husband. It is good for women under any circumstances to dream of fairies, but it denotes evil to men, and no man should undertake any important matter for several days after, or it will surely end in his being disappointed. Files. To dream of dealing in files, prognosticates activity. To purchase files, shows you will have many applications to attend to business. To sell files, shows you will have others to work for you, yielding profitably. Flambeau. To dream of flambeaux, is a sign of trouble, excitement and distress. To the merchant, losses at sea; to the mechanic, want of employment; to lovers, deceit and treachery. Flag. To dream of raising a flag signifies that your name will be widely known; to dream of seeing a flag floating, signifies good news. Furnace. To dream of seeing a furnace, indicates a quarrel which will cost you dear friends. If you heat the furnace, you will be the only sufferer. Ferry. To dream of crossing a ferry, signifies that indecision in an important matter will make you the laughingstock of your friends. Fortress. If you are confined in a fortress in your dream, your plans in life will suffer from undue influence of others. If you dream of placing others in confinement, look for valuable goods, which will enrich you. Fairs. To dream of going to fairs threatens the person so dreaming with having his pockets picked, or robbed in some other way. Gloves. To dream of receiving a gift of a pair of gloves, signifies an offer of friendship. If the gloves are light, the connection will be pleasant; if dark, it is doubtful. To receive a package of gloves, signifies much good offered to you at one time. To present gloves in a dream, signifies a gift in charity. To dream of old, ragged gloves, signifies disappointment and deceit from your dearest friends. Ghost. To dream of seeing it, signifies a marriage in the family. If you dream it speaks, prepare to die. Gallows. To dream of the gallows is a most fortunate omen. It shows that the dreamer will become rich and arrive at great honors. To the lover, it shows the consummation of his most sanguine wishes, and that by marriage he will become rich and happy, have many children, particularly a son, who will become a great man, and be the founder of his family's honor. Garden. To dream you are walking in a garden, is of a very favorable nature. It portends elevation in fortune and dignity. To the lover, it denotes great success and an advantageous marriage. To the tradesman, it promises increase of business. To the farmer, plentiful crops, and to the sailor, prosperous voyages. Geese. To dream of geese is a forerunner of good; expect to see a long-absent friend. They denote success and riches to the dreamer in the furtherance of his pursuits. In love, they augur speedy marriage and fidelity in your sweetheart. Giants. To dream of seeing giants is ominous of good. Gifts. To dream you have anything given you, is a sign that some good is about to happen to you. It also denotes that a speedy marriage will take place between you and your sweetheart. To dream you have given anything away, is the forerunner of adversity, and in love denotes sickness and inconstancy in your sweetheart or partner. Glass. To dream of glass, marks inconstancy in your sweetheart, and in business of bad success in your undertakings in life. To dream you break glass, shows that your sweetheart will forsake you, and that you will unexpectedly meet with misfortunes and troubles. To dream you receive a glassful of water, is indicative of a speedy marriage and that you will have many children, who will all do well. If the glass appears broken, the death of your sweetheart, or, if married, of your spouse, is predicted. For a woman with child, or a married man whilst his wife is with child, to dream of breaking a glass of wine or water, denotes that the child in the womb will be preserved after much danger, and perhaps the death of the mother. If either of them dream that they spill wine or water, it is indicative that the mother will live but the child will die. Globe. To dream that you are looking at a globe, foretells much good, and that you will become a great traveler. Gold. To dream of gold, is a very good omen. It denotes success in your present undertakings, after experiencing some little difficulties. If you receive gold and bars, you will inherit an estate in a far distant country, and have some trouble in getting possession of it. If you receive eagles or any other gold coin, your affairs will prosper, your sweetheart will be true and marry you. You will have many children and be very happy. If you pay gold, it betokens an increase of friends and business. If you let gold fall, it denotes an attack from thieves. If you are in trade, some swindler will attempt to defraud you. If you pick up gold, it denotes that some quarrel will be settled to your advantage. If you are in prison, it shows you will speedily be released. It also denotes the death of a husband or wife, if you are married. If single, of your sweetheart. Good. To dream that we do good to one, signifies jollity and pleasure, and to dream that others do us good, is profit and gain. Gooseberries. To dream of gooseberries, indicates many children, chiefly sons, and an accomplishment of your present pursuits. To the sailor, they declare dangers in his next voyage. To the maiden, a proving husband, and to the man, a rakish wife. Grapes. To dream of grapes, foretells to the maiden that her husband will be a cheerful companion and a great songster. They denote much happiness in marriage and success in trade. If you are in love, they augur a speedy union between you and your sweetheart. Grave. To dream you see a grave, foretells sickness and disappointment. If you are in love, you will surely never marry your present sweetheart. If you go into the grave, it shows you will experience a loss of property and that false friends will defame you. If you come out of the grave, it denotes success in your undertakings, that you will rise in the world, become rich, and if you are in love, that you will speedily marry your sweetheart. If you take another out of the grave, you will be the means of saving the life of a person who will be a very great friend to you, and receive some unexpected legacy. Grain. To dream you see any kind of grain and that one gathers it, signifies profit and gain. Games. To dream one plays at ball or top, signifies travail and pains, and to gain wealth by contention and injury. To leap, run, or dance, signifies prosperity in affairs, but to dance without music, foretells want of money. Garlic. For a man to dream he eats garlic, signifies he shall discover hidden secrets and meet with some domestic jars. Yet to dream he has it in the house, is good. Gibbet. To dream you see a person hanging on a gibbet, is a sign of damage and great affliction. Girdle. To dream that you are girt with an old girdle, signifies labor and pains. A new girdle signifies honor. Gin. To dream of drinking gin, forebodes short life and many changes will happen very suddenly, which will be chiefly very pleasant, but that they will end with dissatisfaction. Gondola. If a female dreams she is sailing in a gondola, she will speedily marry a person who will make her happy. If a man dream he is in a gondola, in smooth water, it is an excellent dream, but if the water be muddy or troubled, it denotes much strife. Guns. To dream you see people firing off guns or cannon, augurs that the dreamer will experience much adversity. To dream that they are firing at you, shows that you will be exposed to many perilous dangers, such as shipwreck, assassination, or loss of liberty. If you are firing at them yourself, it foretells that you will be involved in a lawsuit that will prove prejudicial to you. Hated. To dream you cut it, signifies that you will have great influence in society. To dream of raking it together, denotes that you will stand at the head of assemblies. Hills. To dream you are traveling over high hills and wading through great difficulties, having lost your way, shows you shall meet with assistance and have good counsel in your difficulties. Hail. To dream you are in a hailstorm, presages great sorrow in life. If you are in love, it forewarns you against marrying your present sweetheart, who will prove a very bad temper and make you miserable. Hair. For a man to dream his hair is long, like a woman's, signifies cowardice and effeminacy, and that the person dreaming will be deceived by a woman. To dream one sees a woman without hair, signifies famine, poverty and sickness. To see a man bald and without hair, signifies the contrary. Hands. If any one dreams that his hands are comelier and stronger than ordinary, he will be employed in some important affairs, which he will bring to a happy issue. If one dreams that his hand is cut off, or that it has grown lean and dry, or hath been burnt, he will grow poor. If a woman dreams thus, she will lose her husband, or her eldest son, or fall into a decay. If any one dreams that he works with his right hand, it is a sign of good fortune to him and his family. If with the left hand, that denotes bad luck. To dream the hand is hairy, signifies trouble and imprisonment. Hanged. To dream of seeing people hanged, or that you are going to be hanged yourself, denotes that you will rise above your present condition by marriage. Hat. To dream your hat is torn or dirty, signifies damage and dishonor. But to dream you have a hat on that pleases you, signifies joy, profit, and good success in business. Hog's bristles. To dream that you have hog's bristles, signifies great and violent dangers. Horns. To dream one hath horns on his head, signifies dominion, grandeur and royalty. To dream you see a man with horns on his head, signifies he is in danger both of the loss of his person and estate. Horses. To dream of horses is a particularly good sign, inasmuch that if any one dreams that he is mounted on a stately horse, full of mettle, nimble and well harnessed, he will have a handsome, noble and rich wife, provided the horse be his own. To dream one sees a horse running, signifies prosperity in the accomplishment of one's desires. To dream of riding on a tired horse, shows one shall fall desperately in love. To dream you see a horse dead, is a sign that stagnation will take place in your business, with some losses, but these may be overcome if the horse be well in flesh and has not died a natural death. Hunger. To dream one is unusually hungry, and that his appetite craves sustenance, shows he will be ingenious, laborious and eager in getting an estate, and will grow rich. Husbandman. To see yourself become a husbandman in your dream, shows you shall meet with great toil, yet after a while become rich. If you dream you are plowing, it denotes success, and, to single persons, speedy marriage. And if the fields be full of flowers, it is a sign of much happiness. Hatred. To dream of hatred or being hated, whether of friends or enemies, is ill. Heaven. To dream of heaven, and that you are there, signifies grandeur and glory. Head. To dream you have a great head, or a head bigger than ordinary, and very highly raised, that signifies dignity, esteem. If a sick person dream thus, it prognosticates both the headache and violent fever. If one dreams his head is cut off by robbers and murderers, that signifies loss of children, relations, estate or wife, and to the wife so dreaming, the loss of her husband. To dream that one cuts off another's head, signifies assurance of effecting business, or revenge upon your enemies. To dream you cut off the head of a pullet, or a green goose, signifies joy and recreation. To dream one hath the head of a lion or wolf or some other cruel beast, it is a good sign to the dreamer. To dream one hath the head of a dog, horse, or ass, or such four-footed beast, is servitude, pain and misery to the dreamer. To dream one hath a bird's head, argues one shall not stay long in his country. If one dreams that he is careful to comb and trim his hair, it is a sign he shall dispose well of his business. To dream you wash your head, signifies deliverance from danger. Hen. To dream that you hear hens cackle, or that you catch them, signifies joy, profit and assurance of the dispatch of business. To dream that you are turned into a hen, signifies disquiet. To dream that you see a hen lay eggs, signifies gain. To see a hen with her chickens, signifies loss or damage. To dream that a hen crows, signifies sadness and trouble. Hornet. To dream of hornets, shows you will have to do with people who will assault and discredit you. House. To dream of building a house is a good omen, in love, that your sweetheart is good-tempered and faithful, and will make you very happy. To dream you see a house on fire, foretells hasty news. If it be your own house that is destroyed, the news will be bad. If your enemy's house, it will be good. Hunting. To dream you are hunting and that the game is killed, shows much trouble through the pretensions of false friends, but that you will discover them and overcome all their machinations. Ice. To dream of ice is a favorable omen. To the lover it shows your sweetheart is of an amiable temper and faithful. To dream you are sliding or skating on the ice, denotes that you will pursue some unprofitable concern and be much worried by your engagements. Invasion. For a maiden to dream of invasion, is a sign that some evil-disposed person will endeavor to lead her astray. To a man in business, it denotes much competition, to a mechanic, loss of his situation. Intrigue. To dream you are connected in an intrigue, is ominous of evil. Infant. If an unmarried woman dreams of an infant, it prognosticates that she will go through some trouble, but for a man to dream of infants, is good. Inn. To dream of being in an inn, is a very unfavorable dream. It denotes poverty and want of success in undertakings. Expect soon to be yourself, or some of your family, committed to prison. If you are sick, it denotes you will never recover. To the tradesman it shows loss of trade and bad servants. Inquest. To dream of being at an inquest, denotes prosperity. To dream that you are the subject on which the inquest is held, prognosticates that you will come into prosperity by the death of some rich person. To dream an inquest is held on the body of a friend is also good to the dreamer. Idiot. If any one dreams he is turned idiot, or mad, and is guilty of public extravagancies, he shall be long-lived, a favorite, and gain pleasure and profit by the people. Image. To dream of an image or statue, signifies children, and the will and affections of the dreamer. Infernal things. If any one dreams that he sees the devil, or any other infernal spirit or representation, it is a very bad dream, bringing along with it to those sick, death, and to the healthy, melancholy, anger and violent sickness. Iron. For one to dream that he is hurt with iron, signifies that he shall receive some damage. To dream that one trades with a stranger in iron, signifies losses and misfortune. Idol. To dream you see persons worshipping at an idol, betokens a change of affairs and much for the better. To dream you worship an idol, is a sign of merriment, such as going to balls, parties or excursions, pleasant journeys and the like. If a sick person has this dream, they will have a speedy recovery. Ignominy. For anyone to dream they suffer ignominy, shows he will be unjustly accused of having done wrong, and that he will, after a little, take a sudden rise in the world. Illumination. It is a certain sign of war when persons dream of seeing a city illuminated. To dream your own house is illuminated, betokens much quarreling among relatives. Injury. To dream you receive an injury, signifies that you have many friends, no enemies. If you dream of inflicting injury, you will both receive and dispense blessings. Ink. If you dream of black ink, you will become involved in some disgraceful scheme. If you dream of red ink, good news awaits you. Jollity. To dream of jollity, feasts and merrymaking, is a good and prosperous dream, and promiseth to the dreamer great preferment. Jessamine. To dream of this beautiful flower, foretells good luck. To lovers, it is a sure sign they will be speedily married. Jeopardy. If you dream that you are in jeopardy, it will be very fortunate for you. If a person so dreaming be in business, it foretells success and great profit. Jubilee. To dream that you are at a jubilee, is a sure sign that you will have a fortune left you by some rich relations. Jockey. If a female dreams she sees a jockey riding at full speed, she will have an offer of marriage made her very unexpectedly. For a man to dream he rides with, or sees a jockey riding at a race, denotes a sudden good turn in his affairs. Jug. For one to dream of drinking out of a jug, is a sure sign of going on a journey. If the jug be large, the journey will be long, if small, the journey will be short. And so, if the liquid drank be pleasant, so will the journey, and if unpleasant, the journey will be full of troubles. Juniper. It is unlucky to dream of the juniper, especially if the person who so dreams be sick. But to dream of gathering juniper berries, if it be in winter, denotes prosperity. Joy. To dream of joy and festivity, is a token of good for such as would marry, or it betokens enjoyment for those fond of society. To the sad and fearful it announces absence of heaviness and fear. Juniper berries. To dream of these, signifies that the person so dreaming will shortly arrive at great honors and become a great person. To the married it foretells the birth of a male child. Jailed. If you dream of seeing others in jail, you will be deprived of your own liberty. If you dream of being imprisoned, you will be elevated to a high station in life and increase your number of friends. Jewels. To dream of possessing jewels, signifies that you are on the road to happiness. Jury. If you dream of being tried by a jury, you will lose your sweetheart, and gain the affections of another on a voyage. If you dream of being acquitted by a jury, you will shortly meet with interesting and romantic adventures. Kill. To dream you kill a man, signifies assuredness of business. To dream you kill your father, is a bad sign. To dream you are killed, denotes loss to him whom you dreamed has killed you. Keys. To dream of keys is favorable to a person in trade, and to a sailor, they denote some gift, and that the dreamer will become rich. To dream of finding a key, denotes an addition to your estate. If you are married, it foretells the birth of a child. If you give another a key, you will be speedily married. In love, keys betoken faithfulness and a good-tempered sweetheart. To dream your keys are gone or lost denotes that you'll be vexed or crossed. Knives. To dream of knives is a very unpropitious omen. It betokens lawsuits, poverty, disgrace, strife and a general failure in your projects. In love, it shows that your sweetheart is of a bad temper, and unfaithful, and that if you marry you will live in enmity and misery. Kissing. For a man to dream of kissing a young maid, and that she vanishes away before he can accomplish his desire, denotes that the next day he shall see great store of good cheer. To dream you kiss a person deceased, signifies long life. Kite. To dream of your seeing a kite, showeth you shall be in danger of thieves and robbers. Ladder. To dream you ascend a ladder, signifies honor. But to dream you descend a ladder, betokens damage. Lamb. To dream that you feed or bring a lamb to the slaughter signifies torment. To dream that you see a lamb, or young kids, signifies extraordinary comfort. Leaping. To dream you are leaping over walls, doors or gates, is a sign that you will encounter many difficulties in your present pursuits, and that your sweetheart will not marry you. Legs. To dream that your legs are scabby or itchy, signifies fruitless perplexity and care. To dream one hath a wooden leg, signifies the alteration of condition, from good to bad, and from bad to worse. Letters. To dream you receive letters, is demonstrative of your being beloved by a person of the opposite sex, who is very much your friend. To dream of writing letters, shows success in enterprises. Leopards. Dreaming of leopards, foretells honor. Lettuce. To dream that one eats salads made of lettuce, and other herbs that may be eaten raw, signifies trouble and difficulty in the management of affairs. Lemons. To dream of lemons denotes contentions in your family and uneasiness on account of children. They announce the death of some relation and disappointment in love. Lion. To dream of seeing this king of beasts, denotes that you will appear before your betters, and that you will be promoted to some lucrative office, accumulate riches, and marry a woman of great spirit. It argues success in trade and prosperity from a voyage by sea. Looking glass. To dream of looking in a glass, denotes children to the married, and to the unmarried it promises a lover speedily. Lechery. To dream of lechery, denotes to the dreamer a spell of sickness. Leapfrog. For a man to dream he plays at leapfrog is bad. For many causes, troubles and vexations will soon overtake him. If a maiden has this dream, it signifies that her lover is inconstant. Leap year. To dream of a leap year is one of the best and most lucky dreams. Everything you undertake about this time will prosper and your efforts will be fourfold successful. It is like good to male and female. Leeward. For a captain or seafaring man to dream his vessel drifts leeward, is ominous of a storm. Land. If a man dreams he hath good lands well enclosed with pleasant pastures, bestowed upon him, he will have a handsome wife. But if the land seems spacious and not enclosed, that denotes pleasure, joy and riches. If he dreams that the said unenclosed lands have fair gardens and fountains, fields, pleasant groves and orchards adjoining thereto, that signifies that he will marry a discreet, chaste and beautiful wife. And that she will bear him handsome children. If he dreams the land is sown with wheat, that signifies money and profit, with care and industry. But if he dreams it is sown with any kind of pulse, that denotes affliction and trouble. Lantern. He that dreams he sees a lantern with a light in it, extinguished, that signifies unto him sadness, sickness and poverty. Laurel. To dream you see a laurel tree is a token of victory and pleasure, and if you be married, it denotes the inheritance of possession by your wife. To dream one sees or smells laurel, if it be a woman, she shall bear children. If a maid, she will be suddenly married. Law. As to matters of law, to dream of places, of pleading, judges, attorneys, and signifies trouble, expense and revealing of secrets. If a sick man dreameth he obtains a suit, he shall come to a better estate. Lizard. To dream that one sees a lizard, signifies ill luck and misfortune by secret enemies. Logs. To dream that one is cleaving a log is a sign that strangers shall come to the party dreaming. Light. To dream you see a great light is a happy presage. It denotes that you will attain great honors and become very rich. In love, it shows a sweetheart of an amiable disposition, that you will marry well, have children and be very happy. Lightning. To dream of lightning without tempest, and falling near, without touching the body, signifies change of place. If a man dreams he saw lightning fall below him, it will hinder his traveling. But if you dream that you are all burned and consumed with lightning, it is death to the dreamer. Lilies. To dream that one sees, holds, smells lilies out of their season, it signifies that the hope of the thing desired will be frustrated. But the same dream of lilies in their season is good. Linen. To dream you are dressed in clean linen, denotes that you will shortly receive some glad tidings. That your sweetheart is faithful, and will marry. If it is dirty, then it denotes poverty, and disappointment in love. Lioness. Dreaming of seeing a lioness is good to the rich or poor. Marriage is also hereby signified. Those that have children upon this dream shall lose them. But if you dream that she destroys you, it is death to the dreamer. For persons at sea to dream of this animal is a sign of storm. Lean. If one dreams he is grown lean and wasted, he will be disturbed and have suits at law, or some other ill business that will occasion the loss of his estate, or else he is in danger of falling sick. Nevertheless, if a woman dreams the tongue grows less, it signifies unto her honors, wisdom, prudence and discretion. Lice. To dream that you are lousy and that you are killing a great number of them, is a very good omen. It denotes great riches to the dreamer. They also portend deliverance from enemies, and that you will overcome much slander and malice. Lips. To dream that one hath red, handsome lips, is a sign that your friends enjoy their health. And to have them dry and chapped, the contrary. Lying. To tell a lie in a dream is not good, except by players and jesters, who practice it, and deceive people. Lake. To dream of a peaceful lake, denotes content. To dream of gazing into a lake, denotes an access of fortune from an unexpected source. To dream of floating on a lake, signifies to glide through life without trouble and with many friends. Legacy. To dream of receiving one, denotes losing whatever you own that is in the hands of another, involving you in litigation, debt, unhappiness and trouble. Laughing. To dream of laughing violently, betokens sorrow and weeping. It also denotes change of circumstances and friends. Love. To dream of being in love, denotes that you are not susceptible. If you dream of another loving you, you will pass through life alone and unsought. Lamp. To dream of a burning lamp, signifies prosperity. To dream of a lamp suddenly extinguished, signifies the death of a near friend. Losses. To dream you lose something on which you set great value, denotes that you will hear of something which will give you great pleasure. If you dream of losing money, you will receive a gift from someone which will astonish and please you. To dream that you have lost some part of your dress, foretells you that there is someone intending to confer some favor on you. Malice. To dream that someone bears you malice, foretells a pleasant prospect in your worldly affairs. And that you will be advanced to some important station either by marriage, if you are not married, or if so, through the influence of friends. Mansion. To dream that you inhabit a mansion, is not good. Expect some calamity happening either to yourself, or some relative, or lover. Maid. To dream you obtain a young maid, signifies joy. To dream you take away a maid by force, signifies sorrow. Markets. To dream of markets filled with goods and folks, is a good dream to those that traffic. But riding to market signifies a short voyage. If in a storm, the voyage will be difficult and the success of your voyage doubtful. If in fair weather, the result will be the contrary. Marriage. To dream you are married, is ominous of death, and very unfavorable to the dreamer. It denotes poverty, a prison, and misfortune. To dream you assist at a wedding, is the forerunner of some pleasing news and great success. To dream of lying with your newly married husband or wife, threatens danger and sudden misfortunes and also that you will lose part of your property. To the sailor, it argues storm and shipwrecks with a narrow escape from death. Milk. To dream you drink milk, is an extraordinary good sign. And to dream you see breasts of milk, signifies profit. To dream you are carrying milk is a good sign, but if you fall and spill it, misfortune will befall you, from which it would be difficult to extricate yourself. Mad. To dream you are mad, and that you are in company with mad people, is very good to the dreamer. It promises long life, riches, happy marriage, success in trade and good children. If you are a farmer, some accident will happen to a part of your livestock, but you will have plentiful crops. If you are in lawsuit, it will determine greatly in your favor. Mice. To dream of mice, denotes prosperity, success in love, and a happy marriage. For a married woman to dream of mice, it is a token that she will be with child shortly and that the fruit of her womb will become very rich and powerful. Midwife. To dream you see a midwife, is a revealing of secrets and signifies hurt. To those who are kept by force, to dream of a midwife, signifies liberty. If a woman that is not with child dreameth often of seeing her, it forebodeth she shall have a fit of sickness, which shall be long and continuous. Martyr. If one dreams he dies for religion, that man will arrive at great honor. It signifies also that his soul will be happy hereafter. Meat. To dream that you see the meat you have eaten, signifies loss and damage. Measles. If any one dreams he hath the measles, it denotes he shall gain profit and wealth, but it shall be with infamy. Mire. To dream you wade in mire and stubble, foretelleth surely toil and trouble. Yet perseverance will not fail. O'er toil and trouble to prevail. Monkeys. To dream of these mischievous creatures, is ominous of evil. They announce deceit in love, unfaithfulness in the married state, undutiful children, malicious enemies, and an attack by thieves. Mountains. To dream you see steep and craggy mountains, presages difficulties in accomplishing your designs. If you ascend them and gain the top, you will be successful in whatever you undertake, become very rich, and arrive at great honors in the state. To a maid, they denote that she will marry a man who will become rich and powerful, and that her children will be people of consequence. Mulberries. To dream of mulberries is of good import. To the maiden, they foretell a speedy and happy marriage. To the lover, constancy and affection in his mistress. They also denote wealth, honors and many children. They are particularly favoring to sailors and farmers. Music. To dream you hear delicious music is a very favorable omen, promising joyful news from a long-absent friend. To married people it denotes sweet-tempered children. In love it shows that your sweetheart is very fond of you, is good-tempered, sincere and constant. Rough and discordant music foretells trouble, vexation and disappointment. Monster. To see a monster in the sea is not good. But out of the sea every fish and great monster is good. Money. To dream of receiving money, is a good omen. In love, it foretells a speedy marriage and many children. If you dream you lose money, it is a proof you will be deceived in love, and be unsuccessful in some favorite pursuit. To dream you are paying money, foretells the birth of a son destined to cut a great figure in life. Moon. To dream of the moon is a very favorable omen, it denotes sudden joy, great success in love, but unfaithfulness in the married state, undutiful children, and malicious enemies. Mother. To dream you see your own mother living, signifies joy. To see your mother dead, signifies misfortune. Melons. To dream of melons, to sick persons is a prognostic of recovery, by reason of their humidity or juicy substance. Monuments. If a sick person dreams of seeing monuments, he or she is dreaming will quickly recover. For the healthy to dream of monuments is a sign of good luck. Misery. Dreaming that you are in great misery on account of some calamity that has befallen either your sweetheart, partner in life, or a relation, denotes that you may expect some important event occurring, which will be deeply interesting to you. Mad dog. To dream that you meet a mad dog denotes that you will be fortunate in any undertaking in which you are engaged, and that success will crown your efforts. Murder. To dream that you see a murder committed, indicates that you will shortly have the pleasure of welcoming one whom you had not expected to see again in this world. Murderer. If any one dreams of being a murderer, be sure you will be slandered and calumniated by one who has been a professed friend and admirer previously. Musician. For one to dream of being a musician, who understands nothing of the art of music, is an indication that the dreamer will have peace and comfort in the domestic state. Nakedness. To dream you see a man naked, signifies fear and terror. To dream you see a woman naked, signifies honor and joy, provided she be fair-skinned and handsome. But if she is crooked, old, wrinkled or otherwise ill-made, and black withal, it signifies shame, repentance, and ill luck. Nightmare. To dream of being ridden by the nightmare is a sign that a woman so dreaming, shall be domineered over by a fool. Night walks. To dream of walking in the night, signifies trouble and melancholy. Nutmegs. To dream of nutmegs is a sign that many changes will overtake you. Navigation. If one dreams that he is sailing in a boat and recreating himself without fear, he will have comfort and success in his affairs, but if the water be tempestuous, it falleth out contrarily. To dream of being in a ship or boat, and in danger of oversetting or shipwreck, it is a sign of danger unless the party be a prisoner or captive, and in that case it denotes liberty and freedom. Night birds. To dream of any kind of night birds, as the owl, bittern and bat, is ominous, and those who have such dreams should undertake no business on the day following. He that travels by sea or land, and sees in his dream any of these birds, will fall into a great tempest or into the hands of thieves. Nightingale. To dream of the nightingale signifieth good work, and principally wedding. Ninepins. To dream of playing at 9 pins is a sign of quarreling. If successful, you will get the better of your adversary, if the reverse, you will be worsted. Night hag. For a woman to dream of a night hag, denotes that she will be much slandered by someone whom she deems her friend. For a man to dream of this nonentity, is a sign that some woman is endeavoring to do him an injury. Neigh. To dream you hear horses neigh, augurs that you will have new and powerful friends, who will do you much service. Negroes. It is not good to dream of Negroes, unless they be singing or dancing, or otherwise making merry. To dream of seeing Negroes in a church is ominous of evil. Nose. To dream one has a fair and great nose is a good to all, for it denotes prosperity in affairs, and acquaintance with rich persons. Nosegays. To dream of gathering and making nosegays is unlucky, showing that our hope shall wither as flowers do in a nosegay. Nut tree. Dreaming that you see nut trees, signifies riches and content gained with labor and pain. Dreaming that you find nuts that have been hid, signifies that you will find treasure. Nails. To dream your nails are growing long is very good, and denotes riches, prosperity and happiness. Great success in love, a good, industrious husband or wife, with dutiful children. It also foretells that you will suddenly receive a sum of money that will be of great use to you. Nectarines. To dream of nectarines is ominous of strife between friends, of riches to the farmer and tradesman, of infidelity to lovers, of children to the married, of bad weather to the sailor, and to the poor they announce plenty and increase of wages. Nuts. To dream you see clusters of them denotes riches and happiness. To the lover, success and a good-tempered sweetheart. If you are gathering them, it is not a good omen, for you will pursue some matter that will not turn out to your advantage. If you crack them, the person who courts you, or to whom you pay your addresses, will treat you with indifference, or be very unfaithful. Needle. For a female to dream she is busy with the needle, indicates that she is about to take a journey either of pleasure or necessity. For one of the male sex to dream he is using the needle, except he is a tailor, forebodes a series of distressing and unpleasant matters are about to harass and perplex him. Olives. To dream you see olives, denotes happiness, and that you will be successful in all your present undertakings. To the lover, they foretell a speedy marriage with the object of your affections. If you are gathering them off the trees, they announce much trouble and vexation through friends and children. To the lover, they show your sweetheart is unfaithful. Onions. To dream of eating onions means much strife in thy domestic scenes, secrets found out or else betrayed, and many falsehoods made and said. Oysters. To dream you are eating oysters, is a very favorable omen. Ocean. To dream you are on the ocean with a woman, is a sign some female friend is deceitful, or that you are deceitful in some friends. It is unlucky to dream you swim, walk on, or catch fish in the season. But it is nevertheless lucky to dream of the ocean to any person about to go on a journey, unless, indeed, it be very tempestuous. Overturned. If a woman dreams she be overturned while riding, it is ominous that she shall be greatly distressed for a short time. For a man to have this dream, denotes that some animal to which he is attached will sicken and perhaps die. Orphans. Whoever dreams of orphans will receive profits or riches by the hand of a stranger. For a man to dream of a female orphan, denotes that his wife will be rich. To dream about orphans in any way is an excellent dream to both sexes. Office. To dream you are turned out of your office, foretells death and loss of property. If you are in love, it foretells want of affection in your sweetheart and misery if you marry the present object of your affection. Oil. Dreaming that you are anointed with oil, is good for women, but for men, denotes shame. Olive trees. Dreaming that you see an olive tree with olives, denotes peace, delight, concord, liberty, dignity, and fruition of your desires. To dream that you beat the olives down, is good for all but servants. Oven. If you dream that you see an oven hot, it signifies change of place. Owl. To dream of this bird at night is a bad omen. It foretells sickness, poverty and imprisonment. It also forewarns you some male friend is perfidious. Oxen. Dreaming of oxen denotes a year of plenty and fruitfulness. But if they appear poor and lean it threatens a year of scarcity and famine. To dream you feed oxen is a good sign, but to see oxen go to water is a bad sign. Old man. For a woman to dream she is courted by an old man, is a sure prognostic that she will receive a sum of money and be successful in her undertakings. For a maid to dream of it, shows that she will marry a rich young fellow, and have many children by him, who will all become rich. Old woman. For a man to dream he is courting an old woman, and that she returns his love, is a very fortunate omen. It prefigures success in worldly concerns, that he will marry a beautiful young woman, have lovely children, and be very happy. Oranges. Dreaming that you see and cut oranges, signifies wounds, grief and vexation, whether they be ripe or not. Organ. Dreaming that you hear the sound of an organ, signifies joy. Orchard. To dream that you are in an orchard, denotes that you will become rich, that you will marry much to your advantage. For a married person to dream of being in an orchard, shows an increase of children, who will become rich and live happy. In love, it denotes affection and constancy in your sweetheart. Offend. To dream that someone has greatly offended you, is an indication that you are going a long journey to someone you greatly esteem. If you dream that you have offended someone you love, it signifies that you are about to be visited by a friend whom you have not seen for a long time. Offer. For a female to dream that she has received an offer of love from one of the male sex, portends troubles and sorrows await her. For one to dream that she has rejected an offer of marriage, betokens that she will be surprised with the news that a near relative is dead and left her a large sum of money. Pain. To dream you are suffering great pain from toothache, headache, rheumatism, or in any part or your body, denotes that you are about to receive some glad tidings from one who has been long absent from you. Passion. To dream that you are very passionate with someone, denotes that you are likely to be afflicted with some dangerous sickness, probably unto death. If you dream that someone is in a passion with you, it betokens some good fortune is about to attend you. Pedestrian. To dream of making a long journey on foot, betokens great hardships, false friends, loss of money, unhappy marriage connections and final retirement from the world. Peddler. To dream of a peddler, signifies that you have a false estimate of your friend's value, and that time will show them to be hypocrites. Physician. That, to dream of a physician, signifies good in many forms. If he is relieving you, you have made a favorable impression where you most desire it. If, as a friend, you meet him in society, look for true, happy love. Pleasure. If you dream you are enjoying great pleasure, you may expect serious disappointment and difficulty in some project that engages your mind. Puzzle. If you dream that you are puzzled with some intricate matter, and cannot unravel the mystery, be sure that someone is about to confer a great favor on you. Plowing. To dream of plowing is good. But if the horse seems to sink into the ground, it portends loss of labor, dearth of corn, and ill harvest weather. Pailed. To dream of milking in a dirty pail, is not a good sign. Paper. To dream of paper is a good omen, but if it appears rumpled, it will give you much pain. Peaches. Dreaming of peaches in season, denotes content, health and pleasure. Pears. Dreaming of pears well baked, denotes great success and expedition in business. Pies. Dreaming of making pies is joy and profit. Pigeons. Dreaming you see pigeons is good. Pine trees. Dreaming that you see a pine tree, denotes idleness and remissness. Pile. Dreaming that you pile anything against the wall, denotes assistance in business. Poverty. To dream of being in poverty, signifies good to some, but cross fortune to those that make commodity of their tongue in fair speech. Prayers. To dream you offer up prayers and supplications to God, signifies happiness. Predecessors. Dreaming of your predecessors, as grandfathers and other ancestors, signifies care. Pit. To dream of falling into a pit, shows that in some way heavy misfortune is about to attend you, that your sweetheart is false, and prefers another. To a sailor, it forebodes some sad disaster at the next port you touch at. To dream you are in a pit, and that you climb out of it, foreshows that you will have many enemies and experience much trouble, but that you will overcome them, marry well, and become rich. To sailors, it denotes that they will experience shipwreck, and be cast on a foreign shore, where they will be hospitably received, and marry rich and handsome wives and live at ease. Plays. To dream you are at play, is the forerunner of good luck. It betokens great happiness in the marriage state, and success in business. To a maid, it shows speedy marriage with a young man, who will be very successful in life, and acquire riches and honors and make her happy. Purse. To dream of finding a purse, is a very favorable omen. It denotes great happiness, and unlooked for prosperity. In love, it is the sure token of a speedy marriage, and of being dearly beloved by the object of your affection. To dream you lose your purse, shows the loss of a friend. In other respects, it denotes that some pleasant adventure is about to happen to you, by which you will be the gainer. To the sailor, it denotes the loss of his sweetheart whilst at sea. Plums. To dream of plums, augurs but little good to the dreamer, they are the forerunners of ill luck, and show loss of goods and reputation. They are indicative of infidelity in lovers and much vexation in the married state. Palm. If one dreams that he sees or smells the palm, it signifies prosperity. If it be a woman that dreams so, she shall bear children. If it be a maid, she will be suddenly married. Partridges. Dreaming of partridges is a sign that a man shall have to do with women that are malicious, ungrateful, and void of conscience. Plague. If any one dreams he hath the plague, it signifies his hidden store will be discovered, and he will run the risk of losing it. Plant. Dreaming that you see a plant come out of your body, is death. To dream of plants quick of growth, as the vine and the peach tree, denotes that the good and evil portended shall quickly happen. But trees that are slow of growing, as the oak, olive, and show that the good or evil that shall happen to us shall be long in coming. Polecat. If a man dreams he has a polecat, he shall have some ill-natured woman. Pond. Dreaming that you see a little pond, signifies the love of a beautiful woman. If a woman have that dream, she shall have her design accomplished. To dream that your pond is dried up, signifies poverty or death. To dream that you are in a boat, upon a pond of clear water, is very good, and signifies joy and success in affairs. Pot herbs. To dream that you see pot herbs, especially such as have a strong smell, signifies a discovery of hidden secrets in domestic concerns. Precipices. Dreaming that you see great precipices, signifies much injury to person and goods. Prisoners. To dream of seeing prisoners executed, is a good dream, signifies a boldness of courage and a very clear conscience. Paths. To dream in path both straight and fair. Your work doth happiness declare. But crooked ways denote much ill. To those who have a headstrong will. Peacock. To dream of seeing this beautiful bird, is a very good omen. It denotes great success in trade. To a man, a very beautiful wife, much riches, and a good place. To a maid, a good and rich husband. To a widow, that she will be courted by one who will tell her very fine tales without being sincere. It also denotes prosperity by sea and a handsome wife in a distant port. Pictures. To dream you are looking at beautiful pictures, foreshows that you will be allured by false appearances into some unprofitable concern, that you will waste your time on some idle project. And that you will always be in pursuit of happiness without attaining it. In love, it denotes great pleasure in the enjoyment of the beloved object. It promises a handsome wife, a good husband, and beautiful children. Pomegranates. To dream of pomegranates, foretells some very unexpected legacy, by which you will be enabled to make a fortune. They denote that your sweetheart is of good temper, sings well, and is very faithful. To the married, they show an increase of riches and children, and great success in trade. Quagmire. To dream one is falling into a quagmire, shows obstructions and difficulty in business. Quails. Dreaming of quails signifies bad news. Quicksilver. To dream of this mineral is a sign of trouble, discontent and unhappiness in the married state. To the lover, it is a sure sign of quarrel, to the sick, a slow recovery. Quarton. To dream of having this complaint is good, particularly to a married person. Quack. To dream that you are under the care of quacks, is unfortunate, and foretells to the person dreaming that he beware of these nuisances in society. Quinces. To dream of quinces, is favorable to the dreamer. If you are in prison, you will be shortly liberated. If you are in trouble, a change will take place that will relieve you from it. If you are sick, you will soon recover. If you are in love, you will marry and become rich and happy. Quilting. To dream you are quilting, foretells to an unmarried female that she will soon be wedded. It is also a good and lucky dream to a man. To be at a quilting party is good. Quiver. For either sex, if unmarried, to dream of a quiver, is prognostic of success in love, but to the married, it is a token of uneasiness to the dreamer. Quoits. If woman dreams she is playing at quoits, it denotes that she will have some disagreeable and laborious undertaking to go through. To a man, it is a sign of quarreling. Quoits were always considered a harbinger of ill luck by the gypsies. Quarreling. To dream you are quarreling, denotes that some unexpected news will reach you, and that your sweetheart is about to be married to another. Radishes. To dream of radishes signifies a discovery of secrets or domestic jars. To lovers they foretell misfortune. Rain. To dream of being in a shower of rain, is particularly favorable to lovers. It denotes constancy, affection and sweet temper. If it be very heavy rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning, then expect to be assailed by thieves. Rats. To dream of seeing rats is a sign of having many enemies. If you are attacked by rats, and get the better, it betokens you will overcome your difficulties. If they should tear you, and make you run away, then expect some heavy misfortune. Riding. To dream you are riding, if it be with a woman, is very fortunate. If you are in trade, business will decay. Ring. To dream of a ring is favorable, if it be on your finger. If you are in love, expect to be speedily united to the person on whom you have placed your affections. To dream your ring falls off your finger, betokens evil, also the death of some near friend. To a woman with child, it shows that the child with which she is pregnant will encounter many difficulties, and be far from being happy. To a maiden, it is a warning to beware of her present lover. Roses. To the married, foretell the loss of their children. To the lover, infidelity in the sweetheart. Reading. To dream you are reading an agreeable book, shows you will be successful in love, and that you will become rich. In trade, it is propitious. Ribs. If one dreams he hath his upper ribs broken or sunk, he will have some dissensions with his wife. If he dreams his lower ribs are broken, he will be afflicted by his female relations and kindred. If one dreams his limbs are grown longer and stronger than ordinary, he will take delight in his wife. Rice. To dream of eating rice, denotes abundance of instruction. Rasp. Dreaming that you see a rasp, is unfortunate to the married. To a virgin, it is a caution for her to beware of her lover. To the lover, it denotes that he will travel by sea. Rub. To dream that you are rubbing anything, denotes to the lover that he will marry a very industrious girl, and be successful in business. Rusk. To dream that you are baking them, is good, but to dream that you see others bake them, is bad. Racing. To dream you are running a race, is a token of good, presages much success in life, and that you will speedily hear some joyful news. In love, it denotes that you will conquer all your rivals, and be happy in the union with the object of your affections. To dream you are riding a race, shows disappointment and anger, bad success in trade and in love. To a married woman, it denotes the loss of her husband's affections, and that her children will be in trouble. Rouse. To dream you rouse a person from sleep, is good. Rainbow. To dream you see a rainbow, denotes great traveling and change of fortune. It also foretells sudden news of a very agreeable nature. It announces that your sweetheart is of good temper and very constant, and that you will be very happy in marriage. Great success in business, through the means of trading with foreign ports. Raspberries. To dream of raspberries, foretells you of success in marriage, fidelity in your sweetheart, and some news from beyond the sea to your advantage. Ravens. To dream you see a raven, is a very unfavorable omen. It denotes mischief and adversity. In love, it shows falsehood. To the married, they forebode much mischief, through the adultery of your conjugal partner. To the sailor, they betoken shipwreck and much distress on a foreign shore. River. To dream you see a flowing river, and that the waters are smooth and clear, presages happiness and success in life. If the water appears disturbed and muddy, or has a yellow tinge, then it denotes that you will acquire considerable riches. Rhinoceros. To dream of this East India animal, denotes success to the man of business, but disappointment in love matters. But to dream they injure you, is unfavorable to the dreamer. If you dream you see one dead, you will soon lose a relative. Rhubarb. If a person dreams that he handles good rhubarb, he will be taken into favor with those he was not on good terms with before, but to dream of the dried turkey rhubarb, denotes sickness. Rabbits. To dream that you are among rabbits, denotes that, if you are a married person, you will have a numerous family of healthy children. For a single person to dream of being among rabbits, indicates a speedy marriage. To dream you are shooting rabbits, foretells sorrow and distress to the dreamer. Ragged. To dream you are in a ragged dress, and that you are suffering from privations, indicates that you will shortly be raised to a higher position in society. Rowing. To dream that you are rowing in a boat, signifies that you will be successful in love and business. Run. For a man to dream that he would run, and yet cannot lift up his feet, shows he hath an earnest desire to accomplish somewhat, which he will find very difficult. When a sick person dreams he runs, it is a good sign. Scorpions. To dream you see scorpions, signifies ill luck and misfortunes. Savior. To dream that you behold the Savior of mankind suffering on the cross, denotes that you will be annoyed by some vile aspersions on your character, but will eventually vindicate yourself successfully. And be honored and respected by all whose opinion you value. Scandal. To dream that you are scandalized by one from whom you expected different treatment, is an indication that you will be the recipient of a legacy from a distant relative from whom you did not expect anything of the kind. Scared. To dream that you are scared by some frightful spectacle, denotes that you will be shortly overjoyed by hearing some pleasing intelligence from one whom you dearly love. Separation. To dream of being separated from one whom you highly esteem and value, betokens much enjoyment to the dreamer from an unexpected source. Sickness. To dream one is sick, signifies idleness and want of work. To dream one comforts the sick, and prescribes them medicine, denotes profit and felicity. Sparrows. To dream you see sparrows jumping about your doorstep, is a sign of good fortune attending any project you may set your mind on accomplishing. Spirit. To dream that you see a spirit before you of a comely aspect, and attired in white, denotes joy and consolation, but if it be deformed and black, it signifies deceit and temptation to sin. Seat. To dream that one has fallen from his seat, and would fain get into it again signifies that whatever office or employment he is in, he shall be displaced from it, and not be able to recover it again. Serpent. To dream you see a serpent turning and winding himself, signifies danger and imprisonment. It denotes also sickness and hatred. To dream you kill a serpent, is a sign that you will overcome your enemies. To dream of beating serpents is very good, and if a serpent approaching near to do you harm, but does it not, it is a sign that some ill woman shall be disappointed in her designs. Strange place. To dream of being in a strange place, denotes a good legacy from a relation while in prison. To the lover, they show inconstancy and want of affection in the object of your love. To the sailor, sickness on the next voyage. Starching. To dream you are starching linen, shows you will be married to an industrious person, and you will be successful in life and save money. It also shows that you are about to receive a letter containing some pleasant news. Squirrel. To dream of a squirrel, shows that enemies are endeavoring to slander your reputation. To the lover, it shows your sweetheart is of a bad temper, and much given to drinking. If you have a lawsuit, it will surely be decided against you. If you are in trade, sharpers will endeavor to defraud you, and you will quarrel with your principal creditor. Sleep. To dream you sleep or slumber, is evil to all, except to those who are in doubt or expectation of some danger, for this delivers them from pain and care. To dream you sleep in a churchyard, is death to the sick and hindrance to others. Sold. To dream of being sold, or set up for sale, is fair to those who wish to change their condition and to those who are in poverty and servitude. But to the rich, and the sick, and those who are placed in honor and authority, it is ill. Soldiers. To see soldiers in your dream, shows troubles, persecution and lawsuits. To the lover, they denote that the object of your affections will be obliged to quit the present place of residence by command of a father, on your account. To the tradesman, they presage loss of goods and quarrels with creditors. To dream they are pursuing you, shows that you will be imprisoned and meet with heavy losses, and be much disliked by your rich neighbors. This is one of those dreams after which the dreamer is advised to change quarters. Spinning. To dream of spinning is good, and shows a person to be diligent and industrious. Son. To dream that a man talks with his son, signifies some damage that will suddenly accrue to him. Statues. To dream of seeing brazen statues moving, signifies riches. But to dream you see great statues moving, like monsters, denotes terror and perils. Stings. To dream of stings, signifies grief and care. To many, they have signified love and injuries by wicked persons. Shipwreck. To dream you suffer shipwreck, the ship being overwhelmed, is dangerous to all, except to those detained by force. To them it signifies liberty. Single combat. To dream of a single combat, signifies lawsuits and marriages. Scratched. To dream of being scratched, betokens to him that is in debt, that he shall acquit himself. To others it foretells hurt. Sisters. To dream you see your deceased brothers and sisters, signifies long life. Shaving. To dream you are being shaved, or that your head has been shaved, is a very unfavorable omen. In love, it denotes treachery and disappointment, and in the married state, infidelity and discord. To the tradesman, it denotes loss of goods and business. To the sailor, an unpleasant and stormy voyage. To the farmer, it prefigures bad crops and diseases amongst his livestock. Sheep. To dream you see a flock of sheep feeding, is a very favorable omen, it denotes success. To dream you see them dispersing, and running away from you, shows that pretended friends are endeavoring to do you an injury, and that your children will meet with persecution and great troubles. In love, such a dream shows your sweetheart to be fickle and little calculated to make you happy. To dream you see sheep shearing, is indicative of loss of property and the affections of the person you love, also of your liberty. To dream you are shearing them yourself, shows that you will gain an advantage over some person who meant to harm you, and that you will get the better of difficulties and marry the object of your affection. Supreme. To dream you have supreme command over any place, is unfortunate, particularly if the person is sick and helpless. Surprise. To dream that you surprise anyone, denotes good luck to the dreamer and great success in trade. Sycamore. To dream you see this tree, denotes jealousy to the married, and to the virgin, she shall shortly be married. Strawberries. To dream of strawberries, denotes to a woman with child a good time and a boy. To a maiden, speedy marriage with a man who will become rich and make her happy. To a youth, they denote that his wife will be sweet-tempered, and bring him many children, all boys. They foretell riches to the tradesman and to the sailor. They are a very fortunate dream to the farmer. Sunday. To dream you see the sun shine, shows acquisition of riches, and enjoyment of honorable posts in the state, also success to the lover. To dream you see the sun rise, promises fidelity in your sweetheart and good news from friends. To dream you see the sun set, shows infidelity in your sweetheart and disgraceful news. To the tradesman, loss of business. To dream you see the sun under a cloud, foretells many hardships and troubles about to befall you, and that you will encounter some great danger. Swallows. To dream of these harbingers of summer is a very favorable omen. They denote success in trade and riches to the dreamer. In love, they denote a speedy marriage with the object of your affections. Swimming. To dream you are swimming, with your head above the water, denotes great success in your undertakings, whether they be in love, trade, sea, or farming. To dream you are swimming with your head under water, shows that you will experience some great trouble and hear some very unpleasant news from a person you thought dead. In trade, it shows loss of business. Shooting. To dream you are out shooting, is very favorable, if you kill much game. To the lover, it shows a mistress kind and good-humored, who will make him an excellent and notable wife. To the tradesman and farmer, success and riches. To the sailor, wealth acquired in a distant country. But if you dream you kill little or no game, then it presages bad luck, and disappointment in love. To dream you are shooting with a bow and arrow, is a very favorable dream, particularly to the lover and tradesman. Silk. To dream you see silk, either in pieces or for sewing, signifies prosperity and success in undertakings. To dream you are clothed in silk, foretells that you will do honors in the state, and become rich, but that you will quarrel with a rich neighbor, who will endeavor to do you mischief. For a married woman to dream of being dressed in a silk gown, shows her husband is fond of a harlot, who will go near to ruin him. If a maiden dreams of it, she will speedily see her lover. Snakes. To dream you see snakes and serpents, shows that you will be imprisoned, and encounter many dangers. If you are in love, your sweetheart will be false. To dream you kill a snake, shows you will overcome difficulties and enemies and be successful in love, trade or farming, but unsuccessful at sea. Swoon. To dream you see a person swoon is unfortunate to the maid. To the married, it is a sign they will become rich and prosperous. To those who are nervous it is bad. Scabs. To dream you are covered with scabs, is the sure forerunner of great success and riches. School. To dream you begin again to go to school, and yet cannot say your lessons right, shows you are about to undertake something you do not understand. Sea. To dream of walking upon the sea, is good to him that would travel. As also to a servant, and to him that would take a wife, or who hath a lawsuit. To a young man, this dream is love of a beautiful young woman. To a woman, it signifies she leads a desolate life. For the sea is like a harlot, because it hath a fair appearance and show, but in the end brings many to evil. To dream you walk in the sea, or on the shore, or catch fish, is a bad dream. Ship. To dream of seeing ships freighted with goods, denotes prosperity. If you dream of seeing ships endangered by a tempest, it signifies fear. Shoes. To dream of losing one's shoes and walking barefooted, signifies pain in the feet and sickness. It also denotes loss of reproaches to those of a sanguine complexion, and more especially if this dream comes to you in the first days of the moon. Silver. If one dreams he gathers up silver, it signifies deceit and loss. To see silver eaten, denotes great advantage, to eat silver, signifies wrath and anger. Spectre. Few dreams are more certain of good luck to the dreamer, than to dream of spectres. It prognosticates business to the merchant, work for the artist and mechanic, and marriage to the maiden. Sepulchre. To dream of a sepulchre is a sign of great good to the dreamer. Singing. If any one dreams he sings, it signifies he will be affected and weep. To dream you hear singing or playing upon instruments, signifies consolation in adversity, recovery of health to those that are sick. To dream you hear birds sing, signifies love, joy and delight. Smallpox. To dream one is full of the smallpox, denotes profit and wealth without infamy. Snow. To dream you see the ground covered with snow is a good omen. Stars. To dream you see stars clear and fair, is good for a traveler, for it shows prosperity and advantage to a voyage or journey, also good news, but, on the contrary, to see them dusky and pale-colored, signifies all sorts of mischief. Seeing the stars vanish and disappear, signifies poverty, vexation and disturbing cares to those that are rich, and death to those that are poor. Splendor. To dream that you are surrounded with great splendor, and living luxuriously, is an indication that you will soon be laid on a bed of affliction and perhaps death. Stealing. To dream that you are accused of stealing something, is an indication that you will have a handsome present given you. Storm. To dream that you are exposed to a violent storm, denotes that a reconciliation is about to take place between you and one with whom you have been at variance. Stockings. For a female to dream that she is darning stockings, denotes that she will be gladdened by hearing of something to her advantage. For a person to dream of having lost his or her stockings, is an indication that trouble and distress will assail the dreamer. Success. To dream that you have been successful in some enterprise in which you have been engaged, denotes that you will hear of some person's death whom you highly esteemed. Swan. To see a swan in your dream, signifies joy, revealing of secrets and health to the dreamer, but if it sings, it foretells death. Sweethearts. If a man dreams of his sweetheart that is absent, and she seems to be more fair than usual, it is a sign she is chaste or constant, but if she looks black or sickly, you may be assured she hath broken her faith and has become altogether inconstant. Swine. In dreams, swine denote lazy persons, who think of nothing but how to prey on other people's goods, they signify also covetous persons. To dream you trade in swine, signifies sickness. To dream you see a sow with a litter of pigs, denotes distress. Talking. To dream that you are talking loudly of some matter or person with whom you are not on the most friendly terms, signifies that troubles are about to visit you. To dream that some person is talking about you, is an indication that you will be gladdened by having a proposal made to you that will be to your interest to agree to. Tandem. To dream that you are driving tandem, denotes that you will be prosperous in business and in the marriage state. Tears. To dream that you are shedding tears from some heavy trouble, denotes that you will be speedily removed to a situation in which you will enjoy much happiness. Tradesmen. To dream you see those you employ at work, signifies that they are honest in their dealings with you. To dream you work yourself, betokens a happy contented life. Thorns. To dream you walk upon thorns, signifies destruction to your enemies. Throat. If any one dreams his throat is cut, he will be injured by some person or other. If he dreams he cuts the throat of another, he will do himself some great injury. Torch. To dream of holding a burning torch in the hand, is a good sign to those that are young, for it signifies they shall enjoy their loves, accomplish their designs, overcome their enemies, and gain honor and good from all persons. To dream you see a torch extinguished or darkened, signifies sadness, sickness and poverty. Torture. To dream that you are undergoing some torture from false accusation, denotes that you will be blessed with much happiness and contentment in your future life. Telescope. For a person to dream of looking through a telescope at some distant object, is an indication that the dreamer will shortly receive a letter from a friend in a far distant country. Thirst. If any one dreams his thirst is quenched, and that he has drank his fill of water, if the water appeared clear and acceptable to him, he will live joyfully and become very wealthy. If the water be troubled, lukewarm, stinking or dirty, he will end his days in affliction. Tamarinds. To dream of tamarinds denotes vexation and uneasiness through a woman, bad success in trade, a rainy season and news from beyond the sea that is disagreeable. In love, it denotes disappointment. Teeth. To dream you lose a tooth, denotes the loss of some friend by death, and that troubles and misfortunes are about to attend you. To dream you cut new teeth, denotes the birth of a child, who will make a great figure in the world. Thunder. To dream of thunder, signifies affliction to the rich, but to the poor repose. Traveling. If one dreams that he is traveling through a wood and that he sticketh in the briars and bushes, it betokens many troubles and hindrances. To travel over high hills and mountains and rocky places, signifies advancement, but with much difficulty obtained. Trees. To dream that you fell trees, signifies loss, to dream you are climbing them, signifies future honor. To see withered trees, deceit, to see trees bear fruit, gain. Tempests. To dream you are in a storm or tempest, shows that you will after many difficulties arrive at great happiness, that you will become rich and marry well. For a lover to dream of being in a tempest, denotes that he will have rivals, over whom, after a great deal of vexation, he will triumph. It also foretells that you will receive some good news from a long-absent friend, who will overcome many difficulties. Thunder and lightning. To dream you hear thunder and see lightning is a very good dream. It denotes success in trade, good crops to the farmer and a speedy and happy marriage to the lover. If you are soliciting a place, you will obtain it, if you have a lawsuit, you will gain it. It also indicates speedy news from a far distant country. Toads. To dream you see these venomous reptiles, argues ill to the dreamer. It shows enemies and disappointment among friends. To the lover, it denotes infidelity in your sweetheart. In trade, loss by swindlers and spoiling of goods. To dream you kill a toad, denotes that you will overcome an enemy and discover a person who is robbing you and in whom you place great confidence. Tombs. To dream of being amongst the tombs denotes a speedy marriage, great success in business and the gaining of a lawsuit, also the birth of children and unexpected news. Trumpet. To dream you hear the sound of a trumpet is a bad omen, and denotes troubles and misfortunes. To the tradesman, it presages loss of business, to the farmer, bad crops, to the lover, insincerity in the object of his affections. Tarts. To dream one makes tarts, signifies joy and delight. Treasure. To dream you find a treasure in the earth, is very ominous. It shows that you will be betrayed by someone whom you make your bosom friend. That your sweetheart is unfaithful and grossly deceives you, and should you not be able to carry it away, then it denotes that you will have some very heavy loss, and that you will be waylaid by robbers, who will ill-treat you. Turnips. To dream of being in a turnip field, or that you see this wholesome vegetable, denotes acquisition of riches, and high employments in the state. To the lover, they augur great fidelity and an exceedingly good temper in your sweetheart, and that if you marry you will be very happy, have fine children and thrive in the world. Turkey. To dream you see a turkey strutting about, is a sign you will overcome your enemies. To dream you see or are amongst a drove of turkeys, betokens success in your undertakings about this time. To dream of dead turkeys denotes that you will encounter trouble that you will soon surmount. Tumbler. To dream you break a tumbler, is prognostic of secrets being discovered that have long remained a mystery. To drink from a clear tumbler, denotes health and activity, to drink from a dirty one, the reverse. Tops. To dream you are spinning tops is ill. Teapots. If a person dream of teapots they will soon form new friendships. Urn. To dream of this vessel has a happy signification, for it foretells the marriage either of yourself, a near relative or a dear companion. Ugly. For a person to dream of being ugly or deformed, indicates that the dreamer will be surprised by hearing from a long-absent friend a communication of a pleasing and gratifying nature. Undertaker. For a single person to dream of seeing an undertaker enter the house, and attend to the mournful obsequies of a funeral, denotes that the dreamer will be married in a short time. For a married person to dream of seeing an undertaker attending to his duties, is an indication that his family will be increased in a short time. Vermin. To dream that you are surrounded and attacked by vermin, some creeping over your body, and others assailing you in various parts of your frame, signifies that you will be gladdened and rejoiced to learn that you have become entitled to the possession of considerable property through the death of a relative. Villainy. To dream that you are exposed to some villainy by one from whom you expected different conduct, denotes that you will be astonished to learn that you have had a fortune left to you by one who was no relation. Virgin. A virgin dreaming that she has lost her virginity, signifies great danger. Vowed. To dream that you have made a vow and broken it, is bad to all. Velvet. To dream you trade with a stranger in velvet and other silks, is a sign of profit and joy. Vote. To dream you are voting is bad, particularly to sick persons. For a newly married woman to dream of voting, is a sure sign her first child will be a boy, who will come to great honors. Vulture. To dream of the vulture is unfortunate to all except sick persons, to whom it foretells a speedy recovery. Victuals. To dream of victuals and that you eat a variety of them, signifies loss. Vines. To dream of vines denotes health and wealth to the dreamer. To dream you are a vine, foretells abundance and fertility. For which we have the example of Astyages, king of the Medes, who dreamed that his daughter brought forth a vine, which was a prognostic of the grandeur, riches, and felicity of Cyrus, who was born of her body after this dream. Vinegar. To dream you drink vinegar, signifies sickness. Violin. to dream one plays or sees another play upon the violin or other musical instrument, signifies good news and concord between man and wife, master and apprentice, brother and sister, and vomit. To dream of vomiting, whether of blood, meat or phlegm, signifies to the poor, profit, to the rich, hurt. Venison. To dream about venison, denotes change in affairs. To dream you eat of it, signifies misfortune. Volcano. To dream about volcanoes forebodes liberty to a person in prison, and peace and happiness to those out of it. Walking. To dream one is walking in the dirt, or among thorns, signifies sickness. To dream one is walking in the water, or some torrent, signifies adversity and grief. War. To dream of war and affairs of war, signifies trouble and danger. Washing. For a man to dream he washes or bathes himself in baths or hot houses, signifies riches, prosperity and health to the sick. But to dream he washes or bathes himself contrary to the common custom, or in his clothes, is evil and betokeneth sickness and great danger. To dream that you were in fountains, ponds or current water, and in fair and clear floods, is good, but not that you swim, for that is a sign of danger and sickness. Washing is a sure sign of removal. Wedding. For a man that is sick to dream that he is wedded to a maid, shows he shall die quickly. If any one dream he is wedded to a deformed woman, it signifies discontent. If to a handsome woman, joy. Wife. If a man dreams he sees his wife married to another, it denotes change of affairs or condition. If a woman dreams she is married to another man, it is the same. Want. For a person to dream that he or she comes to sudden want in temporal things, denotes that an unexpected good fortune awaits them by the death of a wealthy relative or the success of some speculation or business bargain. Water. To dream you are drinking water, denotes great trouble and adversity. In trade, loss of business and being arrested. To the lover, it shows your sweetheart is false, prefers another, and will never marry you. Watermill. To dream of being in a watermill is a favorable omen. To the tradesman it denotes great increase of business, to the farmer, abundant crops, in love, success, a rich sweetheart and a happy marriage. Wasps. To dream that you are stung by wasps, signifies vexation and trouble by envious persons. Weasel. To dream of weasels, shows a man in love with some ill-natured woman, by whom he will be ensnared, or some domestic who will cajole his master by subtlety. Whales. If you dream you are sitting on a whale's back, it is good. As the whale is the greatest of the water animals, so the one so dreaming will become a great person and live in peace many years. Wild boar. The wild boar, in dreams, signifies a furious enemy, well furnished with all things necessary. And thus, if any one dreams he has hunted or taken a wild boar, he will chase or take some enemy that hath the same qualities as the wild boar. Wrist. To dream that your wrists are broken, is very good. It foretells that you will marry your present lover and be very happy. Walls. To dream you are walking on a crazy, old and narrow wall, denotes that you will engage in some very dangerous enterprise that will cause you much trouble and vexation. If you get down without hurting yourself, or the walls falling, then you will succeed. If the wall should fall whilst you are upon it, you will be disappointed. If you are walking between walls and the passage is very narrow and difficult, you will be engaged in some quarrel, or disagreeable affair, from which it will require great circumspection and caution on your part to disengage yourself. But if you get from between them safe, you will settle well in life, marry an agreeable partner, have children and become rich and happy. Weeping. To dream one weeps or grieves, whether it be for a friend departed or any other cause, is joy and mirth. Wheat. To dream you see or are walking in a field of wheat, is a very favorable omen, and denotes great prosperity and riches. In love, it argues a completion of your most sanguine wishes and foretells much happiness, with fine children, when you marry. If you have a lawsuit, you will gain it and you will be successful in all your undertakings. Wood. To dream you are cutting or chopping wood, clearly shows that you will be happy in your family, and become rich and respectable in life. To dream you are carrying wood upon your back, shows that you will rise to affluence by your industry, but that your partner will be of a bad temper and your children undutiful. If you dream you are walking or sitting alone in an extensive wood by a running stream, it denotes that you will quickly fall in love, and also that you will be often married. To dream that you are walking or sitting there with a worthy object of your affections, betokens your speedy union, which will prove so felicitous that you will be called the happy couple. Wool. To dream you are buying or selling wool, denotes prosperity and great affluence, by means or industry and trade. To the lover, it is a favorable omen. Your sweetheart is thereby shown to be of an amiable disposition, very constant and deeply in love with you. Will. Dreaming of making your will signifies that you will live a long time in uninterrupted happiness and joy. For a woman with child to dream that she has made her will, is unfortunate, as it denotes an unfortunate trial of labor. Wren. To dream of this little bird is good, as the wren is noted for its innocence. The person so dreaming is certain of having a noble friend. But to dream you kill it, is bad. Walnuts. To dream of walnuts, portends difficulties and misfortunes in life. If you have children, your eldest son will marry a woman who will make him very unhappy. In love, it foretells infidelity and disappointment. To the seaman, storms and shipwreck. To the tradesman, loss of goods and reputation through a confidential servant. Well. If a young man dreams that he draws water out of a well, it signifies a speedy marriage to a fair maid, who will bring him a portion. If the water be troubled, he will be disturbed by her, and suddenly fall sick. If he seems to give to others clear well water to drink, it denotes that he will enrich them. But if the water be troubled, he will afflict them. If he dreams that he sees a person fall into a well, it signifies that the person dreamed of shall die quickly. Wounds. To dream you are wounded, is a very favorable omen, especially if it be with a sword. To the lover, it denotes success in your amours, and with an agreeable partner, who will be faithful and affectionate. To the tradesman, profit, and to the farmer, increase in his cattle and plentiful crops. To the sailor, a profitable voyage, with success in love. Wager. To dream you have laid a wager on some matter in dispute, or on some event that has to come off, denotes that you are in danger of being subjected to a serious accident. And that through the interposition and courage of a friend you are permitted to escape with only a slight injury. Wages. For a working man to dream that he has had his wages reduced, signifies that he is about to be removed to a more lucrative situation. To dream that he has had his wages advanced, denotes that he will shortly be without employment. Waves. To dream that you are on the seashore, and surrounded by the waves, is an indication that you will be shortly placed in very difficult and distressing circumstances, out of which it will require all your energy and perseverance to escape. Waltzing. To dream you are waltzing with some agreeable partner, is an indication that you will be subjected to some unpleasant treatment from one from whom you expected nothing but kindness. Widow. For a newly married woman to dream that she is a widow, signifies that she will be blessed with comfort and happiness in domestic life and be the mother of dutiful and obedient children. Wig. For one who has no lack of hair to dream that he wears a wig, signifies that he will be compelled to stand before a judge in a court of law either as a criminal or as a witness. Witchcraft. For a person to dream that he has been to visit a supposed fortune-teller, denotes that misfortune shall befall him, unpleasantness in his family, treachery in his place of business and deception in those he supposed his best friends. Worms. To dream that you see a great number of worms in your path, is an indication that the death of either yourself or of someone dear to you may shortly be expected. For a young woman to dream that she has trod upon a worm that was crawling in her path, signifies that the engagement between her and her lover will be in danger of being broken off through the machinations of a jealous rival. But eventually a reconciliation will be accomplished. Wreath. For a young woman to dream that her head is adorned with the bridal wreath, is an indication that death will shortly visit either herself or someone dear to her. Wreck. To dream that you are witnessing the wreck of some vessel at a short distance from the seashore, is an indication that one in whom you reposed great confidence will deceive you. Writing. Dreaming of writing ever means nerve. 'Twill grant or deny, will give or refuse. Yew tree. To dream of a yew tree, is an indication of the funeral of a very aged person, by whose death the dreamer will derive some benefit or protecting hand among the relations of the deceased person. Yeast. If a young housewife dreams that she is kneading bread with yeast, she may conclude that she will be the mother of a large family of children. Zodiac. To dream of the 12 signs of the zodiac, shows to a man that he will be a great traveler, and sail once around the world. To a woman, that she will wed a foreigner who is deeply skilled in astronomy. Physiognomy. The principles of philosophy demonstrate that the human features are a reflex of the mental and physical workings of the system, as it is from time to time operated upon by surrounding circumstances. And they therefore act an important part in depicting the lights and shades of temperament and disposition. So, also, the color and nature of the hair are indicative of character. In the pages immediately following will be found fully presented prognostics to be drawn from the latter, as also from the forehead, eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, chin, and the whole assemblage of features. The gentleman whose hair is very black and smooth, hanging far over his shoulders, and in large quantity, is mild, but resolute, cool until greatly provoked, not much inclined to excesses, constant in his attachments. Not liable to many misfortunes. A lady with the same kind of hair is moderate in her desires of every kind, addicted to reflection, not violent in love, but steady in her attachments. If the hair is very black, short and curling, the gentleman will be very much given to liquor, somewhat quarrelsome and of unsettled temper, desirous of riches, but will often be disappointed in his wishes therein. A gentleman with dark brown, long and smooth hair, is generally of a robust constitution. Obstinate in his temper, eager in his pursuits, a lover of the fair sex, fond of variety in his ordinary pursuits, exceedingly curious, and of a flexible disposition. He will live long, unless guilty of early intemperance. A lady with the same kind of hair will be nearly the same as the gentleman, but more steady in her conduct and attachments, especially in love. She will be of a good constitution, have many children, enjoy good health and a reasonable share of happiness. If the hair is short and bushy it will make very little alteration in the gentleman or lady, but that the gentleman will be more forward to strike when provoked and the lady will be more of a scold. A gentleman with light brown, long, smooth hair, is of a peaceable, even, and rather generous temper, will prevent mischief if in his power, but when very much provoked will strike furiously. But is afterwards sorry for his passion and soon appeased, strongly attached to the company of ladies and will protect them from insult. Upon the whole, he is in general of an amiable character, affable and kind. A lady with the same kind of hair is tender-hearted, but hasty in temper, neither obstinate nor haughty, her inclination to love never unreasonable, her constitution will be good, but she will be seldom very fortunate. A gentleman with fair hair will be of a weak constitution, his mind given much to reflection, especially on religious matters. He will be assiduous in his occupation, but not given to rambling, very moderate in his amorous wishes. But he will not live to an old age. A lady with this colored hair is on the contrary of a good constitution, never to be diverted from her purpose. Passionate in love affairs, never easy unless in company, and delights in hearing herself praised, especially for beauty, delights in dancing and strong exercises and commonly lives to a great age. A gentleman with long red hair is cunning, artful and deceitful, he is much addicted to traffic of some kind, restless in his disposition, constantly roving and desirous of enjoying the pleasures of love. He is covetous of getting money and spends it foolishly, he is indefatigable and no obstacle will induce him to forsake his enterprise until he has seen the issue of it. He is inclined to timidity, but by reflection may correct it and pass for a man of courage. A lady with the same kind of hair, is glib of tongue, talkative and vain, her temper is impatient and fiery and will not submit to contradiction. She has a constant flow of spirits and is much given to the pleasures of love. However delicate her person may seem, her constitution is generally vigorous, but she seldom lives to see old age, for obvious reasons. Her promises are seldom to be depended upon, because the next object that engrosses her attention makes her forgetful of everything that preceded it, and she will always resent any disappointment she may meet with. If the hair falls off at the fore part of the head, the person will be easily led, though otherwise rational, and will often be duped when he thinks he is acting right. He will likewise frequently meet with disappointments in money matters, which will either hurt his credit, or force him to shorten his expenses. If the hair falls off behind, he will be obstinate, peevish, passionate and fond of commanding others, though he has no right, and will grow angry if his advice is not followed. However preposterous, he will be fond of hearing and telling old stories and tales of ghosts and fairies, but will be a good domestic man and provide for his family to the utmost of his power. If the hair forms an arch around the forehead, without being much indented at the temples, both the lady and the gentleman will be innocent, credulous, moderate in all their desires, and though not ardent in their pursuits, will still be persevering. They will be modest, good-natured, prosperous and happy. If the hair is indented at the temples, the person will be affable, steady, good-natured, prudent and attentive to business, of a good constitution and long-lived. If the hair descends low upon the forehead, the person will be selfish and designing, of a surly disposition, unsociable and given to drinking. He will be addicted to avarice and his mind will be always intent upon the means of carrying on his schemes. The forehead that is large, round and smooth, announces the lady or gentleman to be frank, open, generous and free, good-natured and a safe companion, of a good understanding and scorns to be guilty of any mean action. Faithful to his promises, just in his dealings, steadfast in his engagements and sincere in his affections, he will enjoy a moderate state of health. If the forehead is flat in the middle, the gentleman or lady will be found to be vainglorious and but little disposed to generosity, very tenacious of his honor, but brave. He will be fond of prying into the secrets of others, though not with the intention of betraying them. He will be fond of reading newspapers, history, novels, and plays, ardent, and very cautious of his own reputation. If there be a hollow across the forehead, in the middle, with a ridge as of flesh, above, and another below, the gentleman will be a good scholar, and the lady a great manufacturer, or attentive to whatever occupation she may be engaged in. They will be warm in argument or debate, they will be firm and steady in any point they fix their minds upon and by their perseverance will generally carry their object, yet they will meet with many crosses, but will bear them with patience. If the forehead juts out immediately at and over the eyebrows, running flat up to the hair, the gentleman or lady will be sullen, proud, insolent, imperious and treacherous. They will be impatient when contradicted, apt to give great abuse, and to strike if they think they can do it with advantage. They will also impose upon any person, never forgive any injury and by their misconduct make themselves many enemies. If the temples are hollow, with the bones advancing towards the forehead on either side, so that the space between must be necessarily flat, with a small channel or indentation rising from the upper part of the nose to the hair. The gentleman or lady will be of a daring and intrepid temper, introducing themselves into matters where they have no business, desirous of passing for wits, and of a subtle and enterprising nature. Greedy of praise, quick in quarrel, and of a wandering disposition, very lewd, and full of resentment when they feel their pride hurt. In short, they delight in mischief, riots, and if the eyebrows are very hairy, and that hair long and curled, with several of the hairs starting out, the gentleman or lady is of a gloomy disposition, litigious and quarrelsome, although a coward. Greedy after the affairs of this world, perpetually brooding over some melancholy subject and not an agreeable companion. He will be diffident, penurious, and weak in his understanding, never addicted to any kind of learning. He will pretend much friendship, but will make his affected passion subservient to his pecuniary designs, and given to drinking, and if a gentleman or lady has long eyebrows, with some long hairs, they will be of a fickle disposition, weak-minded, credulous and vain, always seeking after novelties and neglecting their own business. They will be talkative, pert, and disagreeable in company, very fond of contradiction, and will not bear disappointment patiently, and also much addicted to drinking, and if the eyebrows are thick and even, that is, without any or few starting hairs, the lady or gentleman will be of an agreeable temper, sound understanding and tolerable wit. Moderately addicted to pleasure, fearful of giving offense, but intrepid and persevering in support of right, charitable and generous, sincere in their professions of love and friendship and enjoy a good constitution. If the eyebrow is small, thin of hair, and even, the lady or gentleman will be weak-minded, timorous, superficial and not to be depended on. They will be desirous of knowledge, but will not have patience and assiduity to give it the necessary attention. They will be desirous of praise for worthy actions, but will not have the spirit or perseverance to perform them in that degree of excellence that is requisite to attract the notice of wise men. They will be of a delicate constitution. If the eyebrow is thick of hair towards the nose and goes off suddenly very thin, ending in a point, the lady or gentleman will be surly, capricious, jealous, fretful and easily provoked to rage. In their love they will be intemperate. The eye that is large, full, prominent and clear, denotes a lady or gentleman to be of an ingenious and candid disposition, void of deceit and of an even, agreeable and affable disposition. Modest and bashful in love, though by no means an enemy to its gratification, firm, though not obstinate, of a good understanding, of an agreeable but not brilliant wit, but clear and just in argument. Inclined to extravagance and easily imposed upon. The eye that is small, but advanced in the head, shows the lady or gentleman to be of a quick wit, sound constitution, lively genius, agreeable company and conversation, good morals, but rather inclined to jealousy. Attentive to business, fond of frequently changing his place, punctual in fulfilling his engagements, warm in love, prosperous in his undertakings and generally fortunate in most things. The lady or gentleman whose eyes are sunk in the head is of a jealous, distrustful, malicious and envious nature, deceitful in their words and actions, never to be depended upon. Cunning in overreaching others, vainglorious and associates with lewd and bad company. The gentleman or lady who squints, or have their eyes turned awry, will be of a penurious disposition, but punctual in their dealings. A black eye is lively, brisk and penetrating, and proves the person who possesses it to be of a sprightly wit, lively conversation, not easily imposed upon, of a sound understanding, but if taken on the weak side, may be led astray for a while. A hazel eye shows the person to be of a subtle, piercing and frolicsome turn, rather inclined to be arch, and sometimes mischievous, but good-natured at the bottom. He will be strongly inclined to love and not over-delicate in the means of gratifying that propensity. A blue eye shows the person to be of a meek and gentle temper, affable and good-natured, credulous and incapable of violent attachment. Over-modest, cool and undisturbed by turbulent passions, of a strong memory, in constitution neither robust nor delicate, subject to no violent impression from the vicissitudes of life, whether good or bad. A grey eye denotes the person to be of weak intellect, devoid of wit, but a plain, plodding, downright drudge, that will act as he is spirited by others. He will be slow in learning anything that requires attention. He, however, will be just to the best of his understanding. A wall eye denotes the person to be of a hasty, passionate and ungovernable temper, subject to sudden and violent anger. Haughty to his equals and superiors, but mild and affable to his inferiors. A red, or as it is vulgarly called, a saucer eye, denotes the person to be selfish, deceitful and proud. Furious in anger, fertile in the invention of plots and indefatigable in his resolution to bring them to bear. A nose that comes even on the ridge, flat on the sides, with little or no hollow between the eyes, declares the man to be sulky, insolent, disdainful, treacherous and self-sufficient. If it has a point descending over the nostrils, he is avaricious and unfeeling, vainglorious and ignorant, peevish, jealous, quick in resentment, yet a coward at the bottom. A nose that rises with a sudden bulge a little below the eyes, and then falls again into a kind of hollow below, is petulant and noisy, void of science and of a very light understanding. The nose that is small, slender and peaked, shows the person to be of a fearful disposition, jealous, fretful and insidious, ever suspicious of those about him. catching at every word that he can interpret to his own advantage to ground his dispute upon, and also very curious to know what is said and done. The nose that is small, tapering round in the nostrils and cocked up, shows the person to be ingenious, smart, of a quick apprehension, giddy and seldom looking into consequences, but generous, agreeable, so as to carefully avoid giving offense, but resolute in doing himself justice when he receives an injury. The lips that are thick, soft and long, announce the person to be of weak intellect, credulous and slightly peevish, but by a little soothing easily brought back to a good humor. He is much addicted to the pleasures of love, and scarcely moderate in his enjoyment of them, yet he is upright in his conduct and of a timorous temper. If the under lip is much thicker than the upper, and more prominent, the person is of a weak understanding, but artful, knavish and given to chicanery to the full extent of his ability. The lips that are moderately plump and even, declare the person to be good-humored, humane, sensible, judicious and just, neither giddy nor torpid, but pursuing in every particular a just medium. The lips that are thin, show the person to be of a quick and lively imagination, ardent in the pursuit of knowledge, indefatigable in labor, not too much attached to money, eager in the pursuit of love, more brave than otherwise and tolerably happy in life. The lips that are thin and sunk inwards, denote the person to be of a subtle and persevering disposition, everlasting in hatred and never sparing any pains to compass his revenge, in love or friendship much more moderate and uncertain. The chin that is round, with a hollow between it and the lip, shows the person to be of a good-humored disposition, kind and honest, he is sincere in his friendship and ardent in his love, his understanding is good and his genius capacious. If he has a dimple it makes him better. The chin that comes down flat from the edge of the lips and ends in a kind of a chisel form, shows the person to be silly, credulous, ill-tempered and greedy of unmerited honors. Captious, wavering and unsteady, he will affect great modesty in the presence of others, though he will not scruple to do the vilest actions when he thinks himself secure from discovery. The chin that is pointed upwards shows the person to be much given to contrivances. However fair he may speak to you, you can never depend on his friendship, as his purpose is only to make you subservient to his own designs. In love his generosity will be of the same stamp. Of the face in general, the person whose features are strong, coarse and unpleasant to the eye, is of a selfish, brutal, rough and unsocial disposition. Greedy of money, harsh in expressions, but will sometimes fawn with a bad grace to gain his ends. The face that is plump, round and ruddy, denotes the person to be of an agreeable temper, a safe companion, hearty, jovial, fond of company, of sound principles and a clear understanding, faithful in love, and the face that is thin, smooth and even, with well-proportioned features, shows the person to be of a good disposition, but penetrative and active, somewhat inclined to suspicion, yet of an agreeable conversation. Assiduous in the pursuits of love and strongly addicted to the delights of love. A face whose cheekbones jut out with thin jaws, is of a restless and thinking disposition, fretful, and a face that is pale by nature, denotes a timorous disposition, but greatly desirous of carnal pleasures. A face that is unequally red, whether streaked or appearing in spots, shows the person to be weak both in body and mind, yielding easily to affliction and sickness. A face blotched shows the person to be addicted to drinking and vice, though frequently possessing the art to conceal the inclination therefore. The head that is large and round shows that the person has a tolerable understanding, but not near so good as he imagines. The head that is small and round, or if the face comes tapering, shows the person of an acute, penetrating disposition, much given to bantering humor, but of great sensibility. The head that is flat on either side, and deep from the face to the back, shows the person to be of a good understanding, deep penetration, great memory and of an agreeable temper, of slow belief and not easily imposed upon. Big and broad ears signify a simple man, of no understanding, sluggish, slothful and of an ill memory. Small ears denote a good understanding, but very small ears signify nothing but mischief and malice. Those that have them well proportioned, and neither too small nor too large, are persons of good understanding, wise, discreet, honest, shamefaced and courageous. Those that have them somewhat long and thin, are bold, impudent, unlearned, gluttons and very proud and scornful. A thin, soft beard denotes a person lustful and effeminate, of a tender body, fearful, delicate and inconstant. A red beard denotes first, a placid forehead, and the person is courteous and friendly, but not without some craft, is a very great flatterer, very soon angry and affects consequence. A dark beard is good, but the possessor is usually of a melancholy disposition, yet it denotes a person to be ingenious, sincere, thoughtful, constant, cordial, bold and fit to make a warrior. A pale beard denotes a phlegmatic person, who is temperate enough and tolerably prudent. He that hath a decent beard, handsome and thick of hair, is good-natured and reasonable in all things. Those who have little or no beard, but a small moustache, are of an ill humor, but very luxurious. Chiromancy, or palmistry. The practical part of chiromancy is that which gathers probable predictions from lines, the places of the planets in the hand, and from the notes and characters everywhere posted and marked out in the hands and fingers. These lines and their planetary relevancy are thus defined. 1. Cardiaca, or the line of life. 2. Hepatica, or the love's line, also called the natural mean. 3. Cephalica, or the line of the head and brain. 4. Thoralis, or the table line. 5. Restricta, or the dragon's tail. 6. Via Solis, or the sun's way. 7. Via Lactea, or the Milky Way. 8. Via Saturnia, or Saturn's way. 9. Cingulum Veneris, or the girdle of Venus. 10. Via Martis, or the way of Mars. 11. Mons Veneris, or the mound of Venus. 12. Cavia Martis, or the cave of Mars. 13. Mons Jovis, or Jupiter's mount. 14. Mons Saturn, or Saturn's mount. 15. Mons Solis, or the sun's mount. 16. Locus Luna, or the moon's place. 17. Mons Mercurii, or the mount of Mercury. 18. Mensa, or the table containing the part of fortune. 19. Pollex, or the thumb. 20. Index, or the forefinger. 21. Medius, or the middle finger. 22. Annularis, or the ring finger. 23. Auricularis, or the little finger. The question often arises as to whether judgment should be given by the right hand or the left. It is certain that in one hand the lines and other signatures are very often more manifest, and are thus more plain to be seen than the other, as well in the hands of gentlemen as ladies. That hand is the proper one, in both sexes, which shows and exhibits the lines thereof most clearly, and abounds with a series of characters and signs, yet so as that the other, whose lines are more obscure, may pay its contribution. If in both hands they consent, and appear to be fair and comely, they declare a constancy of fortune and health. The cause of diversity is that he who is born in the daytime, and has a masculine planet, the Sun, Saturn, Jupiter and Mars, lord of his geniture, bears the more remarkable signs in his right hand. Especially when the sign ascending is also masculine. The contrary happens to those born at night, as often as a feminine planet predominates. If both hands agree, it must be that in a diurnal nativity the feminine planets rule, or that there falls out a mixture of masculine and feminine. So in the nights by the contrary reason. Of the line of life. This is called cardiaca, or the heart line. This being broad, of a lively color, and decently drawn in its bounds, without intersections and points, shows the party long-lived and subject to few diseases. If slender, short and dissected with obverse little lines, and deformed either by a pale or black color, it presages weakness of the body, sickness and a short life. If orderly joined to the natural mean, and beautified in the angle with parallels, or a little across, it argues good wit, or an evenness of nature. If the same have branches in the upper parts thereof, extending themselves towards the natural mean, it signifies riches and honor. If these branches be extended towards the restricta, it threatens poverty, deceits, and unfaithfulness of servants. If in this line there be found some confused lines, like hairs, be assured of diseases, and they happen in the first age. When they appear below, if towards the cavea, in the middle, if towards the padica, in the declining age. If this line be anywhere broken, it threatens extreme danger of life in that part of the age which the pace of the breach shows. For you may find out the dangerous or diseased years of your age. This line being divided into 70 parts, you must begin your number and account from the lower part thereof, near the restricta, for the number falling where the branch is determines the year. If the character of the sun, as commonly it is made by astrologers, be ever found in this line, it presages the loss of an eye, but, if two such characters, the loss of both eyes. A line descending from the vital, beneath the congress of it and the hepatica, to the tuberculum of Saturn, shows an envious man, who rejoices at another's calamity, the sight of others concurring. This also frequently shows a most perilous saturnine disease in that wherein it touches the vital, and it is much worse if it cut the same. But such a line passing from the vital to the annular, to the ring finger, promises honors to ensue, from or by the means of some famous lady. The vital lines being thicker than ordinary at the end under the forefinger, denotes a laborious old age. A line passing through the vitals to the cavea of Mars, foretells of wounds and fevers, and also of misfortunes in journeys. 2. Of the hepatica, or natural mean. This line being straight, continued, and not dissected by obverse little lines, denotes a healthful body. If it be short or broken, and reach not beyond the concave of the hand, it shows diseases and shortness of life. By how much more the same is produced, by so much longer the life may be warranted. If cut at the end thereof by a small intervening line, it threatens poverty in old age. If in the upper part it be distant from the vital by a great space, it shows distemperatures of the heart, as palpitations, syncope, and this also shows prodigality, especially if the table be broad. If tortuous, that is, if it wind and turn several ways, unequal, of a different color and dissected, it argues an evil constitution of the liver, and thence diseases, proceeding from the weakness thereof. Covetousness also, and a depravity both of nature and wit, especially if it be under the region of the middle finger, and near the cardiaca, thereby making a short or narrow triangle. If decently drawn and well colored, it is a sign of a cheerful and ingenious disposition. If it has a sister, it promises inheritances. If continued with some little hard knots, it denotes manslaughters, either perpetrated, or to be committed, according to the number of these said knots. If therein a cross be found under the region of the middle finger, it announces death to be at hand. If it terminates with a fork towards the ferient, it is a sign of depraved wit, of hypocrisy, and of evil manners. When it tends to the mensa, it is a token of a slanderous tongue and of envy. When it projects a remarkable cleft through the vital to the mons veneris, and the sister of Mars, especially if the same be of a ruddy color, it warns you to beware of thieves, and also intimates fraud and deceit of enemies. This cleft likewise insinuates a most vehement heat of the liver, proceeding from the rays of Mars, so that the life becomes in danger, seeing that the line of life is dissected. This line having some branch, yet such a one as nevertheless seems to be continued, shows that the manner of life will be, or is already changed, and this in a declining age if the breach be under the ring finger. But, if under the middle finger, in strength of years. 3. Of the cephalica. This is called the line of the head and brain, which, if, arising from its place in a due proportion, it connects the lines of the liver and heart in a triangular form, have a lively color, and no intersection falling out between. Declares a man of admirable prudence, and one of no vulgar wit and fortune. By how much more decent the triangle is, so much the better shall the temperature, wit and courage be, but if it be obtuse, it argues an evil-disposed nature, and a man that is rude, if no triangle, far worse. The superior being a right angle, or not very acute, foretells the best temperature of the heart, but when it is too acute, especially if it touch the line of life, upon the region of the middle finger, it argues covetousness. The left angle, if it be made upon the natural mean in the ferient, and be a right angle, confirms the goodness of intellect. But when the cephalica projects unequal clefts to the mons luni, thereby making unusual characters, in the gentleman it denotes weakness of the brain, and dangerous sea voyages. But in the lady's hand it shows frequent sorrows of mind, and difficulties in child-bearing. Equal lines, thus projected, presage the contrary in both sexes, viz., in gentlemen, a good composure of the brain, and fortunate voyages by sea. In ladies, cheerfulness and felicity in child-bearing. This one thing is peculiar to the cephalica: if it project a cleft or a manifest star, upwards to the cavia martis, it signifies boldness, and but if it let fall the same downwards, thefts, and the cephalica, jointed to the dragon's tail by a remarkable concourse, promises a prudent and a joyful age. The same drawn upwards in the shape of a fork, towards the part of fortune, signifies subtlety in managing affairs, and also craftiness either to do good or evil. If in this said fork a mark appears resembling the part of fortune, as it is noticed by astrologers, that gives an assurance of riches and honor to succeed by ingenuity and art. 4. Of the thoro line. This is also called the line of fortune. It is termed likewise the mensa, because it makes up the table of the hand. Which said line, when it is long enough, and without incisures, argues a due strength in the principal members of man, and also constancy. The contrary if it be short, crooked, cut or parted. If it terminate under the mount of Saturn, it shows a vain fellow. If projecting small branches to the mount of Jupiter, it promises honors. If there it be naked and simple, it is a sign of poverty and want. If cutting the mouth of Jupiter, cruelty of mind and disposition, with excessive wrath. If it projects a branch between the fore and middle finger in a gentleman, it threatens a wound in his head, in a lady, danger in child-bearing. 3 lines ascending upwards from this line, viz. 1 to the space between the middle and forefinger, a second to the space between the middle and ring finger, and a third to the space between the ring and the little finger, argues a contentious person in many respects. A little line only thus drawn to the interval or space between the middle finger and the ring finger, sorrow or labor. If annexed to the natural mean, so that it makes an acute angle, it brings sorrow and labor. If the natural mean be wanting, and the thoral annexed to the vital, it threatens decollation or a deadly wound. If no mensa at all, it shows a man malevolent, contentious, faithless, inconstant and of base condition. Confused little lines in the mensa, denote sickness, if under Mercury, in the former part of the age, under the Sun in the prime thereof, under the middle finger, in old age. When in this line there are certain points observed, they argue strength of the genitals and burning lust. V. Of the cauda draconis, or the restricta, and the lines arising therefrom. If this be double or treble, and drawn by a right and continued track, it promises a good composure of the body. That line which is nearest the hand continued, and of a good color, assures great riches. But if the same line be cut in the middle, crooked and very pale, it announces debility of body and want of all things. A cross or star upon the restricta, foreshadows tranquility of life in old age. If there be a star, simple or double, or any lines near the tuberculum of the thumb, in ladies, they denote misfortune or infamy. A line running from the restricta through the mons veneris, presages adversities, either by the means of some kindred or a wife. A line extending from the restricta to the mons luni, denotes adversities and private enemies. If it be crooked, it doubles the evil, and betokens perpetual servitude. Such a line also being clear and straight, and reaching as far as the region of the moon, foretells many journeys by sea and land. If it extend to the tuberculum of the forefinger, it informs the gentleman that he shall live in a foreign country in great estimation. If to the hepatica, it argues honest behavior, and prolongs life. If to the mons solis, be it simple or double, it argues exceeding goodness, and enables to govern or rule in great affairs. By the same reason, if it pass to the mons mercurii, it betokens the gentleman is of a sufficient capacity for any employment. But if it reach not the mons mercurii, but is broken about the middle and end beneath the mons mercurii, that makes out a prating fellow, and If directly ascending to the Mons Saturni, it signifies a good position of Saturn in the geniture, whose decree shall shortly follow, but, if crookedly towards the Restricta and the Hepatica especially, it shows man laborious, and 6. Of the Via Solis, or the sun's way. This being whole, equally drawn and well colored, promises the favor of great men in great honor, but, if dissected and unequal, the contrary, and exposes to divers impediments, and envy in attaining the same. 7. Of the Via Lactea, or the Milky Way. This well-proportioned and continued, presages that journeys will be fortunate both by sea and land, as ready wit and the favor of the ladies, Venus assenting, and of a composed and graceful speech. But if it be distorted, it argues infelicity and lies, but whole and ascending to the little finger, it is a sign of happiness. 8. Of the Saturnia, or line of Saturn. This being wholly and fully protracted to the middle finger, is an argument both of profound cogitations and likewise of fortunate events in counsels and actions. Combust or deficient, an evil sign, portending many misfortunes, unless other positions favor it. Bending backwards in the cavia of the hand, towards the ferient, in the form of a semicircle, threatens imprisonment. A line drawn from the vital, through the hepatica, to the tuberculum of Saturn, if it touched the Saturnia, the same. 9. Of the cingulum veneris, or the girdle of Venus. If this line have a sister, it argues intemperance and lust in both sexes, and baseness in the gratification of lewd desires, and if dissected and carefully examined, it shows losses and infamy by reason of this vice. X. Of the Via Martis, the way or line of Mars, or the vital sister. This line, as often as it appears, augments and strengthens the things signified by the cardiaca, but particularly it promises good success in war, provided it be clear and read. Some observations concerning lines. The quantity of lines must be wisely observed, that is, the length and depth, so likewise their quality, that is, their complexion and shape, whether they are crooked or straight. Next their action, which is to touch or cut other lines. Their passion to be touched or cut of others, and lastly, their place and position. We must know that the lines are sometimes prolonged until certain years of our age, otherwise shortened. Now they wax pale, then they become plain and strong, and as it were luxuriate with a kind of redness, and this as well in the principal as less principal lines. Again, as touching the less principal, and such as are found in the tubercula of the planets, it is most certain that some do at one time quite vanish, and that at another time others arise of a different shape and complexion. The cause of which is supposed to be no other than the various progressions of the alphabetical places in their nativities, that is, fortunate and unfortunate to the influence whereof man himself is wonderfully subject. The signs of his hands are presented at different times with different faces. Such a virtue, such a love resideth in the imagination of the greater world towards the lesser. And, therefore, the most studious in chiromancy cannot attain the knowledge of particulars by one inspection only, made to a certain year of the person's age, things that worthily merit our observations, yet known or approved of by a few. Of the planets. The planets also administer not a little judgment from their respective places, for if they are happy and benevolent, good things are portended, but being unhappy and froward, judge the contrary. Here we must also note that these planets are termed benevolent, in whose tubercula and places the accustomed lines are found equal, their characters fair and proportionable, as a cross, stars, 3 or 4 parallel lines, ladders, little branches. A quadrangular, the character of Jupiter. But the froward and unfortunate are those planets whose tubercula and places are deformed with troubled lines and uncouth figures, as a lame and interrupted semicircle gridiron's the character of Saturn. This is to be duly observed in the lines of the hand. Now, as touching the planets, let us proceed according to the general rules of art. 11. Of Venus. Venus shining well and happily, that is, when in her tuberculum, she presents a clear star, or furrows that are red and transversely parallel, and so often as her tuberculum is much elevated, make such men to be merry, cheerful and luxurious. Yet amorous, comely and libidinous, very honest and just, with whom an uninterrupted tie of friendship once made is permanent. She renders the body somewhat tall, the eyes pleasant and sparkling with the splendor of beauty, full of allurement and temptation, the hair thick and curling. She instills a spotless and noble mind, yet oftentimes gives men that are full of boasting and inconsistency. She inclines the mind to music, and, sometimes according to the strength of the geniture, she produces priests, apothecaries, and but being unfortunate, she causes lasciviousness, incontinency and boasting, and if you find a cross also, near the first joint of the thumb, it denotes an adulterer, or such a person on whom a misfortune has happened in some luxurious matter. If the place of Venus be in tilde, it points out an effeminate, rude and sorrowful person, foolishly and ridiculously addicted to be merry in jesting. 12. Mars. Mars is fortunate, so often as his sister appears red, clear and decently drawn, and when either star or cross is found in his cavea. Thus, therefore, he denotes such as are bold and full of courage, stout, warlike, contentious, strong and lusty. Imperious, the hair for the most part yellow, the eyes from black waxing red and terrible. If Jupiter participate, he possesses the gall, the reins, the back, the liver, and if with Venus, those parts of the body under her dominion. But if he be froward and unfortunate, he describes men to be litigious, violent, deceitful, passionate, and 13. Jupiter. Jupiter is happy or fortunate when in his region he exhibits signs that are auspicious, that is, if there be a star or double cross, parallel lines, or a line decently drawn from the vital to his tuberculum, and for thus he signifies men that are noble, honest, benevolent, affable, honorable, merry, just, equitable, beautiful, formidable and happy, such as have comely eyes, thick hairs and a grave gesture. Likewise such as are bashful, and likewise such as will keep their promises, and these men are preferred to great dignities, and solicited by many great men, and do highly favor and esteem their wives, sons, honest and good men. In men, Jupiter rules the liver, blood, ribs, lungs and gristles. But, if he is unfortunate, he oftentimes throws a man headlong from a great estate to great calamities. If there be half a gridiron in his tuberculum, it betokens losses, especially by means of the more potent sort of women. Otherwise thus constituted, he causes grief of the heart, cramps, inflammations of the lungs and other diseases proceeding from wind. If a line transversely cut his tuberculum, and afterwards tend to the place of Saturn, making those little hairs, it threatens apoplexy. But, if you find a cross especially, or a clear and red star in his tuberculum, he gives splendid honors, confers riches and public rewards from great personages or princes. 14. Saturn. Saturn is happily placed when we find his line wholly running to his region, but less happy when he presents some inauspicious characters. Unhappily, if he shows confused and unfortunate signs, he governs the spleen, bones and bladder. When he is fortunate he makes men silent, provident, of good and profound counsels, such as think and study much and are somewhat sorrowful, men that are puffed up with an ambitious spirit, and whose aim is honors. And these are slender of body, somewhat tall, pale and feeble, their hair blackish, eyes hollow, they are fortunate in tilling of ground, and in metals of all sorts, yet more careless of their wives, and less addicted to the pleasures of love. Foolishly laughing and jesting, also tenacious and worldly minded, unjust, and but, if Saturn be unfortunate or froward, he makes men sorrowful, laborious, sordid, humble, covetous, liars, malicious, envious, and encumbered with perpetual griefs and anxieties. A gross line running from the interval of the middle and forefinger to the mensa, and breaking or interrupting it, denotes diseases or wounds in the lower part of the body. 15. Soul. If the sun fortunately rules, he makes men faithful, ingenious, honored, high-minded, wise, humane, religious, just, moderate, aged, and such as always manage their affairs honestly. He gives a body well composed, and adorns it with yellow hair. He governs the heart, midriff, nerves, and but, if unfortunate, he gives men that are proud and highly elated, manifesting their access to dignities by unjust means, boasters and immodest. He brings fluxes of rheum upon the eyes, and thereby hurts both them and the mouth, trembling of the heart, syncope, and 16. Luna. The moon happy and fortunate, makes men famous, honest and honorable and of a large body. Yet well proportioned, pleasant also, and sometimes voyages by sea and walking by the sides of rivers, but, if any way dissenting in the other, unconstant both in life and action, yet tending for the most part to the best. She rules the brain, stomach and belly, but if unfortunate she portends a various and inconstant kind of line, weakness, and increase of griefs and anxieties, she thus causes paralysis, and a commotion of the members, oftentimes an epilepsy and canker, spots in the body, severe colic, and whatever else proceeds from abundance of cold and moisture. And more especially when the lines found in the tuberculum of the moon do appear very pale. If there be fair and comely signatures near the ferient, they denote happiness to the man in his journeys and messages, and in foreign countries. To the woman, felicity and fertility in bearing of children, ominous signs do show the contrary. 17. Mercury. Mercury, happy and fortunate, makes men ingenious, desirous of science, and seeking diligently after secrets, such as are apt for any thing, orators, poets, philosophers, astrologicians, fortune-tellers, eloquent, variable, mathematicians. And men addicted to merchandise, and he governs the tongue and memory. 18. The mensa, or part of fortune. This space being great and broad, and the figure decent, declares a liberal man, magnanimous and of long life. But if small and narrow, it indicates a slender fortune and fearfulness. A cross or star within it, clear and well proportioned, especially under the region of the ring finger, betokens honors and dignities to ensue from, or by means of great and noble personages. If the character of Jupiter, it then promises great ecclesiastical dignities, and the same star or cross tripled, portends good fortune. But if it be cut by confused little lines, the good fortune is thereby diverted, and anxieties and labors threatened in defending his honors, especially if they are under the region of the ring finger. A cross or star in the uppermost part of the mensa, is a sign of fortunate journeys. The mensa sharpened by the concourse of the thoral and cardiac lines, points out deceit and danger of life. If no mensa be shown in the hand, it shows obscurity both of life and fortune. Good and equal lines in this space do declare the fortune to be good, but if evil and decomposed they quite overthrow it. A little circle shows perfection of wit, and the obtaining of science, the others assenting thereunto. 19. The pollex, or thumb. Overthwart lines, that are clear and long underneath the nail and joint of the thumb, confer riches and honor. A line passing from the upper joint of the thumb to the cardiaca, threatens a violent death or danger by means of some married lady. Lines much dispersed in the lower joint of the thumb, describe men that are contentious, and such as rejoice in scolding, and a line surrounding the thumb, in the middle joint, portends the man shall be hanged. Equal furrows drawn under the lower joint thereof, argue riches and possessions. If the first or second joint want incisures, it shows drowsiness and idleness. XX. The index, or forefinger. Many lines in the uppermost joint, and they proceeding overthwartly, denote inheritances, by running so in the middle joint, an envious and evil-disposed person. Right lines running between these joints, declare, in the ladies, a numerous issue. In gentlemen, bitterness of tongue. If they are in the first joint, near unto Jupiter's mouth, they manifest a jovial disposition, that is, they point to the man whom Jupiter favored well in his nativity. That who hath a star in the same place, may certainly be pronounced unchaste and lascivious. 21. Medius, or the middle finger. This finger presenting little gridirons in the joints thereof, plainly declares an unhappy and melancholy wit, but if equal lines, it manifests fortune by metals, and a star there presages a violent death by drowning, and if a gross line be extended from the root thereof, upwards, through the whole finger into the end of the last joint, it argues folly in madness. 22. Annularis, or the ring finger. A line arising from mons solis, and ascending by a right track through the joints thereof, it shows a noble frame. Equal lines in the first joint demonstrate honors and riches, overthwart lines, the enmity of great men. Howbeit, if these lines be intersected, it is better, because they argue impediments. 23. Auricularis, or little finger. From the joint thereof, as from the mouth itself, are judgments and decrees passed concerning merchandise, favors, and a star in its first joint near the tuberculum, argues ingenuity and eloquence. Other obtuse signs the contrary, but when there appear unfortunate signs in the first and second joints, they mark out a thief and a very deceitful person. If adverse lines in the last joint, perpetual inconstancy. Some there are who predict the number of wives from the little lines in the mons mercurii at the outermost part of the hand, and have often observed them come at the truth. If the end of this finger reach not so far as to touch the last joint of the ring finger, it signifies a wife most imperious in all things, the truth thereof is often proved. Considerations on the mounts and fingers. As the mounts being adorned with good figures and characters indicate a good and happy issue, so likewise being vitiated with confused lines, they threaten the contrary, and this as well on the fingers as mounts. Except they are restrained by the confederacy of other lines which are of themselves good and fortunate. There are likewise the 12 signs of the zodiac upon the fingers. The signification of the lines proceeding from the mounts of the different planets upon the fingers, show their effect chiefly when the sun, or their principal significator, as lord of the ascendant, is in these signs, ruling the parts where they terminate, as a line passing from the mount of Saturn to the first point of the middle finger would give improvement when the sun was in Pisces, if to the second, in Aquarius. Observe also that the first joint near the mount of the finger must be attributed to the first part of the age, the second to the prime of life, and the last unto old age. Lastly, the structure of the hand itself is really admirable in respect to the proportion it bears to the face, and certain parts thereof, which is this. The whole hand is of equal length with the face. The greater joint of the forefinger, which adjoins upon the tuberculum of Jupiter, equals the height of the forehead. The other two, to the extremity of the nail, are just the length of the nose, viz. From the intercilia, or place between the eyebrows, to the tip of the nostrils. The first and greater joint of the middle finger is just as long as it is between the bottom of the chin and the top of the underlip. But the third joint of the same finger is of equal length with the distance that is between the mouth and the lower part of the nostrils. The largest joint of the thumb gives the width of the mouth. The distance between the bottom of the chin and the top of the lower lip, the same. The lesser joint of the thumb is equal to the distance between the top of the lower lip and the lower part of the nostrils. The nails obtain just the half of their respective uppermost joints, which they call omikios. Of the nails of the fingers. Broad nails show the person to be bashful and fearful, but of a gentle nature. When there is a certain white mark at the extremity of them, it shows that the person has more honesty than subtlety, and that his worldly substance will be impaired through negligence. White nails and long, denote much sickness and infirmity, especially fevers, and are an indication of strength, and deceit in women. If upon the white anything appears at the extremity that is pale, it denotes short life by sudden death, and the person to be given to melancholy. When there appear a sudden mixed redness of divers colors at the beginning of the nail, it shows the person to be choleric, and very quarrelsome. When the extremity is black, it is a sign of husbandry. Narrow nails denote the person to be inclined to mischief and to do injury to his neighbor. Long nails show the person to be good-natured, but mistrustful, and loves reconciliation rather than differences. Oblique nails signify deceit and want of courage. Little and round nails denote obstinate anger and hatred. If they be crooked at the extremity, they show pride and fierceness. Round nails show a choleric person, yet soon reconciled and a lover of secret sciences. Fleshy nails denote the person to be mild in temper, idle and lazy. Pale and black nails show the person to be very deceitful to his neighbor, and subject to many diseases. Red and marked nails signify a choleric and martial nature, given to cruelty, and as many little marks as there are, they speak of so many evil desires. Celestial Palmistry. The moon exercises an influence over the children of men, which varies with her monthly age, in like manner as that of the sun is varied according to his progress through the signs of the zodiac. Her term is completed in 30 days and recurs 12 times annually. The probable fate of each individual through life is to be gathered from the aspect of the day on which he was born. And the issue of any particular event or undertaking from the day of its occurrence or transaction or commencement, counting in both cases from the new moon, as is shown in the following calendar. She has power over dreams and visions, and exercises it more particularly on certain days. A child born within 24 hours after the new moon will be fortunate and live to a good old age. Whatever is dreamed on that day will be pleasing to the dreamer. The second day is very lucky for discovering things lost, or hidden treasure. The child born on this day will thrive. The child born on the third day will be fortunate through persons in power, and whatever is dreamed will prove true. The fourth day is evil, persons falling sick on this day rarely recover. The fifth day is favorable to begin a good work and dreams will be tolerably successful. The child born on this day will be vain and deceitful. The child born on the sixth day will not live long, and his dreams will not immediately come to pass. On the seventh day do not tell your dreams, for much depends on concealing them. If sickness befalls you on this day you will soon recover. The child born on this day will live long, but have many troubles. On the eighth day whatever is dreamed will come to pass, whatever business a person undertakes on this day will prosper. The ninth day differs very little from the former. The child born on this day will arrive at great riches and honor. The 10th day is likely to be fatal to those who fall sick, but the child born on this day will live long and be a great traveler. The child that is born on the 11th day will be much devoted to religion, and of an engaging form and manners. On the 12th day dreams are rather fortunate and the child born then shall live long. On the 13th day the dreams will prove true in a very short time. If you ask a favor of anyone on the 14th day, it will be granted. The sickness that befalls a person on the 15th day is likely to prove mortal. The child that is born on the 16th day will be of very ungraceful manners and unfortunate. It is nevertheless a good day for buying and selling merchandise. The child born on the 17th day will be very foolish. It is a very unfortunate day to transact any kind of business or contract marriage. The child born on the 18th day will be valiant, but will suffer considerable hardships. If a female, she will be chaste and industrious and live respected to a great age. The 19th day is dangerous, the child born during it will be very ill-disposed and malicious. On the 20th day the dreams are true, but the child born during it will be dishonest. The child born on the 21st day will grow up healthy and strong, but selfishly inclined and of low habits. The child born on the 22nd day will be fortunate, he or she will be of cheerful countenance, religious, and much beloved. The child that is born on the 23rd day will be of an ungovernable temper, will forsake his friends and wander about in a foreign country, unhappy through life. The child born on the 24th day will achieve many heroic actions and be much admired for his extraordinary abilities. The child born on the 25th day will be very wicked. He will meet with many dangers and will probably come to an ill end. On the 26th day the dreams are certain, the child then born will be rich and greatly esteemed. The 27th day is very favorable for dreams, and the child then born will be of a sweet and amiable disposition. The child born on the 28th day will be the delight of his parents, but will not live to a great age. The child born on the 29th day will experience many hardships, though in the end they may turn out happily. It is good to marry on this day, and business begun on this day will be prosperous. And, finally, the child that is born on the 30th day will be fortunate and happy and well skilled in arts and sciences. Children born any day of the week. Sunday. The child shall be of long life and obtain riches. Monday. Weak and of an effeminate temper, which seldom brings a man to honor. Tuesday. Worse, though he may, with extraordinary vigilance, conquer the inordinate desires to which he will be subject. Still he will be in danger of dying by violence, if he has not great procreation. Wednesday. He shall be given to the study of learning and shall profit thereby. Thursday. He shall arrive at great honor and dignity. Friday. He shall be of a strong constitution, yet perhaps remarkably lecherous. Saturday. Is another bad day, but, notwithstanding, the child may come to good, though it be seldom. But most children born on this day are of a heavy, dull and very dogged disposition. Sickness, lucky and unlucky days. Whoever, in the first day of any month, falls sick, or is attacked with any infirmity, the third day ensuing is to be feared, which, if he pass, he shall escape. Those falling ill on the second day of any month, though they be long confined, yet shall recover. Any illness commencing on the third day will certainly terminate favorably. Those falling sick on the fourth day will probably linger until the 28th, which, if they pass, may possibly recover. Those taken ill on the fifth day may become very low, but will recover. Persons falling sick on the sixth day may recover, if they pass the fifth day of the ensuing month, but they will stand a poor chance of recovery. The seventh is a lucky day, and one falling sick on this day may recover, even though having to endure great suffering. The eighth day is an unfortunate one, and those falling ill on it will not be likely to survive. Illness commencing on the ninth day will not usually prove fatal, though sometimes so. On the 10th day, the contrary. The 11th day is remarkably fortunate for those falling sick, they will recover speedily. It is a bad omen to be taken sick on the 12th of any month, for unless you recover within 2 or 3 days, you will most certainly die within the year. Those falling sick on the 13th day, if they pass 5 days, they will quite likely recover. The 14th is a lucky day, and those taken sick on it will recover in 48 hours. On the contrary, those falling ill on the 15th day may experience long and lingering illness, which will probably prove fatal. Those taken on the 16th day, may escape, after some weeks of illness. Persons falling ill on the 17th day are almost sure to die within 3 weeks. The 18th is a lucky day and those falling sick on that day will undoubtedly recover. The 19th, the same, though the sickness may last much longer. The 20th is an uncertain day, and sickness commencing on this day frequently terminates fatally, if it continue more than 5 days. The 21st day perils one's life for 10 days, that time past, you will recover. Those falling sick on the 22nd, will die within 48 hours, or after that time will certainly recover. Those taken sick on the 23rd will stand a chance of lingering illness, which will probably terminate favorably. The 24th is another unlucky day, and those falling ill on that day, though they be partially restored, will probably die within 3 months. On the contrary, the 25th is a very favorable day, and those falling sick will get well speedily. The 26th portends a protracted illness, which will terminate favorably. The 27th threatens death, though the chances of recovery are fair. Those falling ill on the 28th, menace death. Persons who are taken sick on the 29th day will have a very protracted illness and recover slowly. The 30th and 31st are uncertain days, and persons falling sick on either of these days, it cannot be known whether they will recover or not. Astrological Miscellany. Days of the month. Fortunate. In January, 6 days, the 1st, 2d, 15th, 26th, 27th and 28th. In February, 4 days, the 11th, 21st, 25th and 26th. In March, 2 days, the 10th and 24th. In April, 5 days, the 6th, 15th, 16th, 20th and 28th. In May, 3 days, the 3d, 18th and 31st. In June, 5 days, the 10th, 11th, 15th, 22d and 25th. In July, 3 days, the 9th, 15th and 28th. In August, 6 days, the 6th, 7th, 10th, 11th, 19th and 25th. In September, 5 days, the 4th, 8th, 17th, 18th and 23d. In October, 5 days, the 3d, 7th, 16th, 21st and 22d. In November, 3 days, the 5th, 14th and 20th. In December, 6 days, the 15th, 19th, 20th, 22d, 23d and 25th. 2. Unfortunate. In January, 7 days, the 3d, 4th, 6th, 13th, 14th, 20th and 21st. In February, 7 days, the 3d, 7th, 9th, 12th, 16th, 17th and 23d. In March, 8 days, the 1st, 2d, 5th, 8th, 12th, 16th, 28th and 29th. In April, 2 days, the 24th and 25th. In May, 5 days, the 17th, 20th, 27th, 29th and 30th. In June, 8 days, the 1st, 5th, 6th, 9th, 12th, 16th, 18th and 24th. In July, 4 days, the 3d, 10th, 17th and 18th. In August, 2 days, the 15th and 20th. In September, 2 days, the 9th and 16th. In October, 6 days, the 4th, 9th, 11th, 17th, 27th and 31st. In November, 4 days, the 3d, 9th, 10th and 21st. In December, 2 days, the 14th and 21st. Important advice. To females. It has often been observed, and experience has shown the observation to be a true one, that some event of importance is sure to happen to a woman in her 31st year, whether it prove for her good or it be some great evil or temptation. Therefore we advise her to be circumspect in all her actions. If she is a maiden or widow, it is probable she will marry this year. If a wife, that she will lose her children or husband. She will either receive riches or travel into a foreign land. At all events, some circumstance or other will take place during this remarkable year of her life, that will have great effect on her future fortunes and existence. To males. The like is applicable to men in their 42nd year, of which there are so many instances that there is not a doubt of its truth. Observe always to take a lease for an odd number of years, an even number is not prosperous. The 3 first days of the moon are the best for signing papers, and the first 5 days, as well as the 24th, for any fresh undertaking. Moles. Their situation and the indication they give of a person's disposition and future lot in life. Though moles are, in their substance, nothing else than excrescences, or ebullitions which proceed from the state of the blood whilst the fetus is confined in the womb, yet they are not given in vain. As they are generally characteristic of the disposition and temper of those that bear them. And it is also proved by daily experience that from the shape, situation and other circumstances, they bear a strong analogy to the events which are to happen to a person in future life. Herein are given the common prognostications by moles found in all the various parts of the body, according to the doctrine of the ancients. The larger the mole, the greater the prosperity or adversity of the person. The smaller the mole, the less will be his good or evil fate. If the mole is round, it indicates good; if angular, it gives a mixture of good and evil; if oblong, a moderate share of fortunate events. The deeper the color, the more favor or disgrace; the lighter, the less of either. If it is very hairy, much misfortune may be expected, but if few long hairs grow upon it, it denotes that your undertakings will be prosperous. A mole that stands on the right side of the forehead, or right temple, signifies that the person will arrive at sudden wealth and honor, according to their birth and situation in life, which must always be attended to with due consideration. A mole on the right eyebrow announces speedy marriage, and that the person to whom you will be married will possess many amiable qualities and a good fortune. A mole on the left of either of these 3 places announces unexpected disappointment in your most sanguine wishes. A mole on the outside corner of either eye denotes the person to be of a sober, steady and sedate disposition, but will be liable to a violent death. A mole on either cheek signifies that the person shall never rise above mediocrity in point of fortune, though at the same time he will never fall into real poverty. A mole on the nose shows that the person will have good success in most of his or her undertakings. A mole on the lip, either upper or lower, proves the person to be fond of delicate things and much given to the pleasures of love, in which he or she will most commonly be successful. A mole on the chin foreshows the person will be attended with prosperity and be highly esteemed. A mole on the side of the neck shows that the person will narrowly escape suffocation, but will afterward rise to great consideration by an unexpected legacy or inheritance. A mole on the throat denotes that the person shall become rich by marriage. A mole on the right breast declares the person to be exposed to a sudden reverse from comfort to distress, by unavoidable accidents. Most of his children will be girls. A mole on the left breast signifies success in undertakings and an amorous disposition. A mole on the bosom portends mediocrity of health and fortune. A mole under the left breast, over the heart, foreshadows that the man will be of a warm disposition, unsettled in mind, fond of rambling and light in his conduct. In a lady, it shows sincerity in love, quick conception and easy travail in childbirth. A mole on the right side, over any part of the ribs, denotes the person to be pusillanimous, and slow in understanding anything that may be attended with difficulty. A mole on the belly, denotes the person to be addicted to sloth and gluttony, selfish in almost all articles and seldom inclined to be nice or careful in point of dress. A mole on either hip shows that the person will have many children and such of them as survive will be healthful, lusty, and patient in all hardships. A mole on the right thigh shows that the person will become rich and also fortunate in marriage. A mole on the left thigh denotes that the person suffers much by poverty and want of friends, as also by the enmity and injustice of others. A mole on the right knee signifies that the person will be fortunate in the choice of a partner for life and meet with few disappointments in the world. A mole on the left knee portends that the person will be rash, inconsiderate and hasty, but modest when in cold blood, honest and inclined to good behavior. A mole on either leg shows that the person is indolent, thoughtless and indifferent as to whatever may happen. A mole on either ankle denotes a man to be inclined to effeminacy and elegance of dress, a lady, to be courageous, active and industrious, with some spice of the termagant. A mole on either foot forebodes sudden illness or unexpected misfortune. A mole on the right shoulder signifies prudence, discretion, secrecy and wisdom. A mole on the left shoulder declares a testy, contentious and ungovernable spirit. A mole on the right arm denotes vigor and undaunted courage. On the left arm, resolution and victory in battle. A mole near either elbow declares restlessness, a roving and unsteady temper, also a discontentedness with those whom they are obliged constantly to live with. A mole between the elbow and the wrist promises the person prosperity, but not until he has undergone and suffered many hardships. A mole on the wrist, or between it and the ends of the fingers, denotes industry, parsimony, fidelity and conjugal affection. A mole against the heart denotes wickedness. If a woman have a mole on her right knee, she will be honest and virtuous. If on the left, she will have many children. If a woman have a mole on her lower jaw, it signifies she will pass her life in sorrow and pain of body. A mole in the midst of the forehead, near the hair, denotes a discourteous, cruel mind and of unpleasant discourse. If it is of a honey color, the person will be beloved, if red, sullen and furious, if black, inexpert and wavering. If raised more like a wart, very fortunate. But if a woman, it shows her to be a slut, and if in her forehead black, treacherous, consents to evil and murder. A mole on the left side of the forehead, near the hair, predicts misery and abundance of tribulations to a man, by means of his own misconduct. If honey-colored or red, his sorrows are lessened, but if black, unfortunate in every undertaking. A mole on the left side of the forehead, about the midway, threatens a man with persecutions from his superiors. If of honey color, he prodigally wastes his estate, if red, he will become poor. If black, let him beware of the wrath or malice of great men. If a woman, it threatens sorrow by the perfidy of some men. If black, she will partake of the extremity of misery. A mole on the left side of the forehead, a little above the temple, if it appear red, denotes a man has excellent wit and understanding; if black, he is in danger of being branded for his falsehoods; if he has a wart, his fate is mitigated. To a woman it signifies justification of innocence, though not deserved; if black, malignity, and it represents every evil. A mole appearing on the right temple, above the eye, near the head, denotes a long life and good fortune. If pale, or red, he is studious; to a woman, it signifies good and happy fortune in marriage, as she will be of careful conduct. A mole on the right temple, inclining towards the neck, promiseth ingenuity and riches, as also long life. If honey or red-colored, good fortune; if black, trouble; but if as a wart, he shall obtain all good things. A mole on the left side, towards the upper part of the eye, signifies sickness; if black, a short life. If as a wart, it denotes a good end. To a woman, moderate health, loss of favor of friends, perverse children and enemies; if black, many miseries. A mole on the ear signifies riches and respect. If either in a man or woman's hand a mole appears, it denotes great prosperity and enjoyment of children. A mole on the left side of the stomach shows a luxurious person. A mole on the left side of the belly denotes afflictions. A mole under the hollow of the right eye signifies the party to be furious. Chartology, or divination by cards. Take a pack of cards, shuffle and cut them 3 different times, lay them on a table, 9 in a row; if a man, he may choose one of the kings to represent himself; if a woman, she must select one of the queens. Then the queen of the chosen king or the king of the chosen queen, will stand for a husband or wife, mistress or lover, of the party whose fortune is to be told, and the knave of the suit for the most intimate person of their family. Remember that everything is within your circle as far as you can count 9, any way from the card that represents the person, his wife, or her husband, and their intimate friend; also, that the 9th card, every way, is of the greatest consequence. Clubs. Ace of clubs promises great wealth, much prosperity in life and tranquility of mind. King of clubs announces a man who is humane, upright, affectionate and faithful in all his undertakings. He will be happy himself and make his connections so if he can. Queen of clubs shows a tender, mild and rather amorous disposition, one who will probably yield herself to a kind lover before the matrimonial knot is tied. But they will be happy, love each other and be married. Knave of clubs shows an open, sincere friend, who will exert himself warmly in your interest and welfare. 10 of clubs denotes that riches will come speedily from an unexpected quarter. It also threatens the loss of some dear friend. 9 of clubs shows that you will displease some of your friends by a too steady adherence to your own opinion. 8 of clubs shows the person to be covetous and extremely fond of money. That he will obtain it, but that it will rather prove a torment than a comfort to him, as he will not make a proper use of it. 7 of clubs promises the most brilliant fortune and the most exquisite bliss that this world can afford. But beware of the opposite sex, as from these alone can you experience misfortune. 6 of clubs shows you will enter into a very lucrative partnership and that your children will behave well. 5 of clubs declares that you will be shortly married to a person who will improve your circumstances. 4 of clubs shows inconstancy for the sake of money and change of object. Trey of clubs shows that you will be 3 times married and each time to a wealthy person. Deuce of clubs shows that there will be some unfortunate opposition to your favorite inclination which will disturb you. Diamonds. Ace of diamonds signifies a letter. King of diamonds shows a man of fiery temper, continued anger, seeking revenge and obstinate in his resolutions. Queen of diamonds signifies that the woman will be fond of company, be a coquette and not over-virtuous. Knave of diamonds, however nearly related, will look more after his own interest than yours. He will be tenacious of his own opinion and will fly off if contradicted. 10 of diamonds promises a country husband or wife, with great wealth and many children. The card next to it tells the number of children, it also signifies a purse of gold. 9 of diamonds declares that the person will be of a roving disposition, never contented with his lot, and forever meeting with vexations and disappointments. 8 of diamonds shows that the person, in youth, will be an enemy to marriage and thus run the risk of dying unmarried. But that if he does marry, it will be late in life, and then it will be with a person whose disposition is so ill assorted to his own that it will be the cause of misfortune. 7 of diamonds shows you will be tormented by the infidelity of your conjugal partner and waste of goods. 6 of diamonds shows an early marriage and premature widowhood, but a second marriage will probably be worse. 5 of diamonds shows that you will have good children, who will keep you from grief. 4 of diamonds shows the incontinence of the person you will be married to, and great vexation to yourself through the whole course of your life. Trey of diamonds shows that you will be engaged in quarrels, lawsuits and domestic disagreements. Your partner for life will be a vixen and of abusive temper, fail in the performance of the nuptial duties and make you unhappy. Deuce of diamonds shows that your heart will be engaged in love at an early period, that your parents will not approve of your choice, and that if you marry without their consent they will hardly forgive you. Hearts. Ace of hearts signifies feasting and pleasure. If the ace is attended by spades it foretells quarreling, if by hearts, it shows affection and friendship, if by diamonds, you will hear of some absent friend, if by clubs, merrymaking. King of hearts shows a man of good-natured dissipation, but hot and hasty, rash in his undertakings, and very amorous. Queen of hearts denotes a woman of fair complexion, faithful and affectionate. Knave of hearts is a person of no particular sex, but always the dearest friend or nearest relation of the consulting party. You must pay great attention to the cards that stand next to the knave, as from them alone you can judge whether the person it represents will favor your inclinations or not. 10 of hearts shows good nature and many children. It is a corrective of bad tidings of the cards that stand next to it. Its neighboring cards are of good report and it ascertains and confirms their value. 9 of hearts promises wealth, grandeur and high esteem. If cards that are unfavorable stand near it, you must look for disappointments, and a reverse if favorable cards follow. These last at a small distance, except to retrieve your losses whether of peace or of goods. 8 of hearts is a sign of drinking and feasting. 7 of hearts shows the person to be fickle and of an unfaithful disposition. Addicted to vice, incontinent, and subject to the mean art of recrimination to excuse themselves although without foundation. 6 of hearts shows a generous, open and credulous disposition. Easily imposed upon, ever the dupe of flatterers, but the good-natured friend of the distressed. If this card comes before your king or queen, you will be the dupe, if after, you will have the better. 5 of hearts shows a wavering and unsteady disposition, never true to one object, but free from every violent attachment. 4 of hearts shows the person will not be married until very late in life, which will proceed from too great a delicacy in making a choice. Trey of hearts shows that your own imprudence will greatly contribute to your experiencing much ill will from others. Deuce of hearts shows that extraordinary success and good fortune will attend the person. Though, if unfavorable cards attend, this will be a long time delayed. Spades. Ace of spades totally relates to affairs of love, without specifying whether lawful or unlawful. It also denotes death when the card is upside down. King of spades shows a man ambitious and successful at court, or with some great man, who will have it in his power to advance him, but let him beware of a reverse. Queen of spades shows that a person will be corrupted by the rich of both sexes. And, if she is handsome, great attempts will be made on her virtue. Knave of spades shows a person who, although they have your welfare at heart, will be too indolent to pursue it with zeal, unless you frequently raise their attention. 10 of spades is a card of bad import. It will in a great measure counteract the good effects of the cards near you. 9 of spades is the worst card in the pack. It portends dangerous sickness, a total loss of fortune, cruel calamities and endless dissension in your family. 8 of spades shows you will experience strong opposition from your friends, or those you imagine to be such. If this card comes close to you, leave your plan and adopt another. 7 of spades shows the loss of a most valuable friend, whose death will plunge you in very great distress. 6 of spades announces a mediocrity of fortune. and very great uncertainty in your undertakings. 5 of spades will give very little interpretation of your success. It promises good luck in the choice of your companion for life, that you will meet with one fond of you, and immoderately attached to the joys of hymen. It shows your temper rather sullen. 4 of spades shows much sickness, and that your friends will injure your fortune. Trey of spades shows that you will be fortunate in marriage, but that your partner will be inconstant, and that you will be made very unhappy thereby. Deuce of spades always signifies a coffin, but who it is for must depend entirely on the other cards near it. Prognostications by dice. This is a certain and innocent way of finding out common occurrences about to take place. Take 3 dice, shake them well in the box with your left hand, and then cast them out on a board or table, on which you have previously drawn a circle with chalk. 3. A pleasing surprise. 4. A disagreeable one. 5. A stranger who will prove a friend. 6. Loss of property. 7. Undeserved scandal. 8. Merited reproach. 9. A wedding. 10. A christening. 11. A death that concerns you. 12. A letter speedily. 13. Tears and sighs. 14. Beware that you are not drawn into some trouble or plot by a secret enemy. 15. Immediate prosperity and happiness. 16. A pleasant journey. 17. You will either be on the water or have dealings with those belonging to it, to your advantage. 18. A great profit, rise in life, or some most desirable good will happen almost immediately. For the answers to the dice are always fulfilled within 9 days. To show the same number twice at one trial, portends news from abroad, be the number what it may. If the dice roll over the circle, the number thrown goes for nothing, but the occurrence shows sharp words, and if they fall to the floor, it is blows. In throwing out the dice, if one remains on top of the other, it is a present of which I would have them take care. Auguries by Dominoes. Lay them with their faces on the table and shuffle them, then draw one, and see the number. 6. Receiving a handsome sum of money. 6. Going to a public amusement. 6. Lawsuits. 6. Ride in a coach. 6. Present of clothing. 6. You will perform a friendly action. 6. Guard against scandal, or you will suffer by your inattention. 5. A new abode to your advantage. 5. 4. A fortunate speculation. 5. 3. A visit from a superior. 5. 2. A water party. 5. 1. A love intrigue. 5. A funeral, but not of a relation. 4. Drinking liquor at a distance. 4. 3. A false alarm at your house. 4. 2. Beware of thieves or swindlers. Ladies, take note, this means more than it says. 4. 1. Trouble from creditors. 4. Letter from an angry friend. 3. Sudden wedding, at which you will be vexed, and by which you will lose a friend. 3. 2. Buy no lottery tickets, nor enter into any game of chance, or you will lose. 3. 1. A great discovery at hand. 3. An illegitimate child. 2. Vexations from a jealous partner. 2. 1. You will mortgage or pledge some property soon. 1. You will find something to your advantage. The worst presage in all the set. You will meet trouble from a quarter for which you are quite unprepared. Talisman, charms, spells and incantations. Talisman for war and battle. This talisman, which is to be made of highly tempered steel, bears on it the powerful words, and also the awful sign, which were conveyed to the Emperor Constantine from heaven, in daylight, and in the presence of his whole army. And whereby he was victorious in battle. It is to be tied around the sword arm. An ancient manuscript says of it, he that beareth this sign about him, shall be helpen in every need and necessity. A talisman for destroying insects and reptiles. This talisman is to be made of iron, when the sun and moon enter the sign Scorpio. It has been proved to be powerful in effect. So much so, that no kind of venomous reptile or troublesome insect can come within some yards of the house or place in which it is. The manuscript from which the account of this talisman is taken cost a very large sum, and a medical gentleman, to whom it belonged, affirms that he has himself proved its efficacy. For being at one time much annoyed by beetles, he made a talisman, according to instructions here given, and screwed it to the floor, when these troublesome insects immediately disappeared. But afterwards, when the servant removed it, through ignorance, they returned in great numbers, when he again nailed it to the floor, and they again disappeared. Talisman for love. This talisman is said to be wonderfully efficacious in procuring success in amours and love adventures. It must be made when Venus, the planet of love, is the evening star. It should be made of pure silver and worn directly over the heart, on the left breast. Talisman against enemies. This talisman is to be cast of the purest grain tin, and during the increase of the moon. The characters are to be engraved on it also during the increase of the moon. It may be suspended about the neck, or worn on any part of the body, so that it be kept from the sight of all but the wearer. Its effects are to give victory over enemies, protection against their machinations, and to inspire the wearers thereof with most remarkable confidence. Talisman for healing disease. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. Abracadab. Abracada. Abracad. Abraca. Abrac. Abra. ABR. AB. A. The letters which compose this charm must be inscribed in a pyramidical form, as above. On the purest white beeswax, of the ordinary thickness, and of a size sufficiently large to admit of the letters being distinctly written by the individual who is sick. Or, if he is too sick, by his dearest friend next at hand. Use for writing them a pen made of the quill of a raven, and ink compounded of the smoke of a concentrated taper and rain water. Let the party who is afflicted with the disease wear the charm hung around his neck, enclosed in a bag of virgin parchment, during the time that the moon performs one circuit through the 12 signs of the zodiac. And let it be commenced on the day of the full moon. The wearer must have full faith in divine omnipotence, and repeat the letters of the talisman in some one of the different directions in which they may be read, daily. If it be required to perform a cure upon one at a distance, or without the afflicted party's knowledge thereof, write the talisman as above, and then you may perform the cure by scraping out one line of the talisman every day with a new knife kept for the express purpose. At the scraping out of each line, say, so as I destroy the letters of this talisman, abracadabra, so, by virtue of this sacred name, may all grief and dolor depart from, here mention the name of the sick person. So I destroy this disease. Amen. Many have healed diverse diseases in this way, the disease wearing, little by little, away. Charms to be used on particular eves of feasts and festivals, to procure dreams, tokens, and other insights into futurity. Feast of St. Anne's. This is a hard trial, but what is not possible to any young lady who wishes to know her lot in marriage, that most important change in human life. Prepare yourself 3 days previous to the eve of this female saint, by living on bread and water and sprigs of parsley, and touch no other thing whatever, or your labor will be lost. The eve begins at the 6th hour. Go to bed as soon as convenient, and speak not a word after you once begin to undress. Get into bed, lie on your left side with your head as low as possible, and repeat the following verse 3 times. St. Anne, in silver clouds descend. Prove thyself a female's friend. Be it good or be it harm. Let me have knowledge from the charm. Be it husbands 1, 2, 3. Let me in rotation see. And if fate decrees me 4. No good maid could wish far more. Let me view them in my dream. Fair and clearly to be seen. But if the stars decree perpetual virginity, let me sleep on, and dreaming not, I shall know my single lot. Magic Rose. Gather your rose on the 27th of June, let it be full blown, and as bright a red as you can get, pluck it between the hours of 3 and 4 in the morning, taking care to have no witness of the transaction. Convey it to your chamber, and hold it over a chafing dish or any convenient utensil for the purpose, in which there is charcoal and sulphur of brimstone. Hold your rose over the smoke for about 5 minutes, and you will see it have a wonderful effect on the flower. Before the rose gets the least cool, clap it in a sheet of writing paper, on which is written your own name and that of the man you love best, also the date of the morning star that has the ascendancy at that time. Fold it up and seal it neatly with 3 separate seals, then run and bury the parcel at the foot of the tree from which you gathered the flower. Here let it remain untouched till the 6th of July. Take it up at midnight, go to bed and place it under your pillow, and you will have a singular and eventful dream before morning, or, at least, before your usual time of rising. You may keep the rose under your head 3 nights without spoiling the charm. When you have done with the rose and paper, be sure to burn them. Cupid's Nosegay. On the first night of the new moon in July, take a red rose, a white rose, a yellow flower, a blue one, a sprig of rue and rosemary, and 9 blades of long grass, bind all together with a lock of your own hair. Kill a white pigeon, sprinkle the nosegay with the blood from the heart, and some common salt, wrap the flowers in a white handkerchief, and lay it under your head, on the pillow, when you go to rest. And, before morning, you will see your fate as clear as if you had your nativity cast by the best astrologer in the world, not only in respect to love, lovers, or marriage, but in the other most important affairs of your life. Storms, in this dream, foretell great trouble, and graves or churchyards are fatal tokens, and so is climbing steep and dangerous places. Love's cordial. To be tried the 3rd night of a new moon. Take brandy, rum, gin, wine and the oil of amber, of each a teaspoonful of cream, and 3 of spring water, drink it as you get into bed, repeat. This mixture of love I take for my potion, that I of my destiny may have a notion. Cupid befriend me, new moon be kind, and show unto me the fate that's designed. You will dream of drink, and, according to the quality or manner of it being presented, you may tell the condition to which you will rise or fall by marriage. Water is poverty, and, if you dream of a drunken man, it is ominous that you will have a drunken mate. If you dream of drinking too much, you will fall, at a future period, into that sad error yourself, without great care. And what is a worse sight than an inebriated female? She cannot guard her own honor, ruins her own and family's substance, and often clothes herself with rags. Trouble is often used as an excuse for this vicious habit. But it gives more trouble than it takes away. The 9 keys. Get 9 small keys, they must all be your own by begging or purchase, borrowing will not do, nor must you tell what you want them for. Plait a 3-plaited band of your own hair, and tie them together, fastening the ends with 9 knots, fasten them with one of your garters to your left wrist on going to bed, and bind the other garter around your head, then say, St. Peter, take it not amiss. To try your favor I've done this. You are the ruler of the keys. Favor me, then, if you please. Let me then your influence prove. And see my dear and wedded love. This must be done on the eve of St. Peter's, and is an old charm used by the maidens of Rome in ancient times, who put great faith in it. The witch's chain. Let 3 young women join in making a long chain, about a yard will do, of Christmas juniper, and mistletoe berries. And at the end of every link put an oak acorn. Exactly before midnight let them assemble in a room by themselves, where no one can disturb them, leave a window open, and take the key out of the keyhole and hang it over the chimney-piece. Have a good fire, and place in the midst of it a long thinnish log of wood, well sprinkled with oil, salt and fresh mold, then wrap the chain around it, each maiden having an equal share in the business. Then sit down, and on her left knee let each maiden have a prayer book, opened at the matrimonial service. Just as the last acorn is burned, the future husband will cross the room. Each one will see her own proper spouse, but he will be invisible to the rest of the wakeful virgins. Those that are not to wed will see a coffin, or some misshapen form, cross the room. Go to bed instantly, and you will all have remarkable dreams. This must be done either on a Wednesday or Friday night, but no other. Love letters. On receiving a love letter that has any particular declaration in it, lay it wide open. Then fold it in 9 folds, pin it next to your heart, and thus wear it till bedtime, then place it in your left-hand glove, and lay it under your head. If you dream of gold, diamonds, or any costly gems, your lover is true, and means what he says. If of white linen, you will lose him by death, and if of flowers, he will prove false. If you dream of his saluting you, he is at present false and means not what he professes, but only to draw you into a snare. Strange bed. On going to rest, take a glass of water, half fill it with salt, and drink it off as quick as you can. Do not speak afterwards, but compose yourself to sleep, and thirst will cause you to dream. Which, joined to a strange bed, will have a true effect. The magic ring. Borrow a wedding ring, concealing the purpose for which you borrow it, but no widow's or pretended marriage ring will do, it spoils the charm. Wear it for 3 hours at least before you retire to rest, and then suspend it by a hair off your head, over your pillow. Write within a circle resembling a ring, the sentence from the matrimonial service beginning with this ring I thee wed, and around the circle write your own name at full length, and the figures that stand for your age. Place it under your pillow, and your dream will fully explain whom you are to marry, and what kind of a fate you will have with them. If your dream is too confused to remember it, or you do not dream at all, it is a certain sign you will never be married. Hymeneal charm. The night before your nuptials, write your name on a piece of paper, as small as possible, with the name of your spouse-elect, the date of the wedding day, the month and the year. Enclose all in a circle of blood drawn from one of your fingers, fold the paper into 9 folds, place it in the stocking drawn from your left leg, and place it between your head and the pillow. And by your dreams of that night you may guess what will be the fate attending your nuptial life. For a girl to ascertain if she will soon marry. Find a green pea pod with exactly 9 peas in it, and hang it over the door of a room or entryway, without letting any person know that you have done so. You must then watch the door and see who goes through first. If it is a bachelor, or an unmarried young man, you will positively be married before the current crop of peas is disposed of. If it is a woman, you will have to sigh in single blessedness another year. If a married man, be careful and not allow your lover too much liberty in his attentions. Valentine charm. If you receive one of those love tokens, and cannot guess the party who sent it, or are in any doubt, the following method will explain it to a certainty. Prick the 4th finger of your left hand. And with a crow quill write on the back of the valentine the day and hour in which you were born, and the date of the year. Also of the present one, the moon's age, and the name of the present morning star, all of which you will find in the almanac, and the sign into which the sun has entered. Try this on the first Friday after you receive the valentine, but do not go to bed till midnight. Place the paper in your left shoe, and put it under your pillow, lie on your left side, and repeat 3 times. St. Valentine, pray condescend to be this night a maiden's friend. Let me now my lover see. Be he of high or low degree. By a sign his station show. Be it weal or be it woe. Let him come to my bedside. And my fortune thus decide. The young woman will be sure to dream of the identical person who sent the valentine and be enabled to guess if he is to be her husband. Acorn charm. This is to be tried on the 3rd day of the months between September and March. Let any number of young women, not exceeding 9, and minding that there is an odd one in the company, assemble together, and each string 9 acorns on a separate string, or as many acorns as there are females in company, but not more. Wrap them around a long stick of wood, and place it in the fire just as the clock strikes 12 at night. Say not a word, but sit around the fire till all the acorns are consumed. Then rake out the ashes and retire to bed almost directly, repeating, "May love and marriage be the theme. To visit me in this night's dream. Gentle Venus be my friend. The image of my lover send. Let me see his form and face. And his occupation trace. By a symbol or a sign. Cupid, forward my design. Christmas spell. Steep mistletoe berries, to the number of 9, in a mixture of ale, wine, vinegar and honey. Take them on going to bed, and you will dream of your future lot. A storm in this dream is very bad, it is most likely you will then marry a sailor, who will suffer shipwreck at sea, but to see either sun, moon or stars, is an excellent presage. So are flowers, but a coffin is an index of a disappointment in love. Lent charm. To be tried on any Friday in Lent, Good Friday excepted, when it is improper to try anything of the kind, and the mind ought to be more seriously disposed. Write 12 letters of the common alphabet on separate pieces of card, also 12 figures, and the same number of blank cards, then put them in a bag and shake them well, and let each one present draw one. A blank shows a single life. A figure, intrigue, and a letter, a happy marriage. Charms to know who your husband shall be. On St. Agnes' Day. This falls on the 21st of January. You must prepare yourself by a 24 hours fast, touching nothing but pure spring water, beginning at midnight on the 20th, to the same again on the 21st. Then go to bed, and mind you sleep by yourself, and do not mention what you are trying to anyone, or it will break the spell. Go to rest on your left side, and repeat these lines 3 times. Saint Agnes, be a friend to me. In the gift I ask of thee. Let me this night my husband see. And you will dream of your future spouse. If you see more men than one in your dream, you will wed 2 or 3 times, but if you sleep and dream not, you will never marry. By bride cake. A slice of the bride cake thrice drawn through the wedding ring, and laid under the head of an unmarried woman, will cause her to dream of her future husband. By the garter and stocking. The party inquiring must live in a different county from that in which she commonly resides, and, on going to bed, must knit the left garter about the right-legged stocking, letting the other garter and stocking alone. And as you rehearse the following verse, at every comma knit a knot. This knot I knit, to know the thing I know not yet. That I may see, the man that shall my husband be. How he goes and what he wears. And what he does all days and years. Accordingly, in a dream he will appear, with the insignia of his trade or profession. To know whether a woman shall have the man she wishes. Get 2 lemon peels and wear them all day, 1 in each pocket, and at night rub the 4 posts of the bedstead with them. If she is to succeed, the person will appear in her sleep, and present her with a couple of lemons. If not, there is no hope. To know if a woman with child will have a girl or a boy. Write the proper names of the father and the mother, and the month she conceived with child, add together the letters in these words, and divide the amount by 7. If the remainder be even, it will be a girl, if uneven, it will be a boy. To know if a newborn child shall live or not. Write the proper names of the father and the mother, and of the day the child was born. Count the letters in these words, and to the amount add 25, and then divide the whole by 7. If the remainder be even, the child shall die, but if uneven, the child shall live. To know what fortune your future husband will have. Take a walnut, a hazel nut and a nutmeg. Grate them together, and mix them with butter and sugar, and make them up into small pills, of which exactly 9 must be taken on going to bed, and, according to your dreams, so will be the state of the person you will marry. If a gentleman, your dream will be of riches; if a clergyman, of white linen; if a lawyer, of darkness; if a tradesman, of odd noises and tumults; if a soldier or sailor, of thunder and lightning; if a servant, of rain. Charm to cure the headache. If the pain be on the right side of the head, make a comb out of the right horn of a ram, and if the head be combed with it, it will take away the pain. But if the pain be on the left side of the head, then make a comb out of the left horn of a ram, and if the head be combed therewith, it will stop the pain. Charm to make a tree bear fruit. The seeds of roses, with mustard seed, and the foot of a weasel, tied together in something, and hung among the boughs or branches of a tree which bears but little fruit, will remedy the defect, and render the tree amazingly fruitful. Charm to hinder from the bite of a mad dog. The tooth of a mad dog which has bitten any human being, tied in leather and hung at the shoulder, will preserve and keep the wearer from being bitten by any mad dog so long as he wears it. It may be worn next to the skin, or concealed in the clothing. Charm against peril by fire or water. Repeat reverently and with sincere faith, the following words, and you will be protected in the hour of danger. When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burnt, neither shall the flame kindle upon thee. Charm against furious beasts. Repeat reverently, and with sincere faith, the following words, and you will be protected in the hour of danger. At destruction and famine thou shalt laugh, neither shalt thou be afraid of the beasts of the earth. For thou shalt be in league with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field shall be at peace with thee. Charm against enemies. Repeat reverently, and with sincere faith, the following words, and you will be protected in the hour of danger. Behold, God is my salvation, I will trust and not be afraid, for the Lord Jehovah is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. For the stars of heaven, and the constellations thereof, shall not give their light, the sun shall be darkened in his going forth, and the moon shall not cause her light to shine. And behold, at eventide, trouble. And before the morning he is not, this is the portion of them that spoil us, and the lot of them that rob us. Charm against trouble in general. Repeat reverently, and with sincere faith, the following words, and you shall be protected in the hour of danger. He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, yea, in 7 there shall no evil touch thee. In famine he shall redeem thee from death, and in war from the power of the sword. And thou shalt know that thy tabernacle shall be in peace, and thou shalt visit thy habitation and shall not err. Miscellaneous. Signs and auguries. Should you be the subject of a deep depression of spirits, contrary to your usual constitutional buoyancy and liveliness, it is a sign that you are about to receive some agreeable intelligence. If the crown of your head itches more than ordinary, you may expect to be advanced to a more honorable position in life. Should the hair on your head come off when combing in greater quantities than usual, it is a sign that you will soon be subjected to severe affliction. If your right eyebrow should immoderately itch, be assured that you are going to look on a pleasant sight, a long-absent friend, or a long-estranged but now reconciled lover. Should your left eyebrow be visited with a tantalizing itching, it is a sign that you will soon look upon a painful sight, the corpse of a valued friend, or your lover walking with a favored rival. A ringing in your right ear is an augury that you will shortly hear some pleasant news. A ringing in your left ear is a sign that you will in a short time receive intelligence of a very unpleasant nature. When your left ear tingles, someone is backbiting you. A violent itching of the nose foretells trouble and sorrow to those that experience it. An itching of the lips is a sign that someone is speaking disrespectfully of you. When you are affected by an itching on the back of your neck, be assured that either yourself or someone nearly related to you is about to suffer a violent death. An itching on the right shoulder signifies that you will shortly have a large legacy bequeathed to you. When you feel an itching sensation on your left shoulder, be sure that you are about to bear a heavy burden of sorrow and trouble. If your right elbow joint itches, you may expect shortly to hear some intelligence that will give you extreme pleasure. Should you be annoyed by a violent itching on your left elbow joint, you may be sure that some vexatious disappointment will be experienced by you. If you feel an itching on the palm of your right hand, you may expect soon to receive some money which you have been long expecting. When the palm of your left hand itches, you may expect to be called upon to pay some money for a debt which you have not personally incurred. An itching on the spine of your back is a sign that you will shortly be called upon to bear a heavy burden of sorrow and trouble. An itching on your loins is an indication that you will soon receive an addition to your family, if married. If single, that you are on the eve of marriage. When you are affected with an itching of the belly, expect to be invited to feast upon a choice collection of savory meats. When either or both of your thighs itch, be assured that you are about to change your sleeping apartment. If you have an itching sensation in your right knee, depend upon it that you will shortly undergo a remarkable and beneficial change in your previous course of life, and become religiously inclined. If a similar sensation prevails in your left knee, you may expect to undergo a change in your situation of an unfavorable nature. An itching sensation on the shin foretells that you will be visited by a painful and long-continued affliction. When your ankle joints itch, be sure that you are about to be united to one whom you love. If single, if married, that your domestic comforts will be largely increased. When the sole of your right foot itches, you may feel assured that you are about to undertake a journey from which you will derive much pleasure and enjoyment. Should you experience a similar sensation on the sole of your left foot, you may expect to be called upon to take a journey of an unpleasant and melancholy nature. Signs of speedy marriage, and good success attending it by sundry signs. For a woman to have the first and last letters of her Christian name the same with the man's surname, that makes love to her, denotes a great union and a generous love. For a man to have the first and last letters of his Christian name the same with the woman's surname, denotes the same. To think of a party on a sudden waking, without any meditation, on a Friday morning, that before had a place in the affections of the man or woman, is a demonstration of love or extraordinary friendship. If a ring accidentally falls off a man's finger, that is under no obligation of marriage, and runs directly to the feet of a maid or widow, it denotes not only that he is in love with the party, but that a sudden marriage will ensue. The singing of a robin redbreast at your window, in the time of courtship, on a Wednesday, is a sign you shall have the party desired. If walking abroad with your sweetheart you perceive a pair of pigeons circle around you, it is a sign of marriage and happiness to ensue, with much content. If a hare cross your path on a Saturday morning, it promises happy days, riches and pleasure. The art of telling fortunes by the grounds of a tea or coffee cup. Pour the grounds of coffee or tea into a white cup, shake them well about in it, so that their particles may cover the whole surface of the cup. Then reverse it into the saucer, that all the superfluous parts may be drained off and the figures required for fortune-telling be formed. The person that acts the fortune-teller must always bend his thoughts upon him or her that wishes to have their fortune told, and upon their rank and profession, in order to give plausibility to their predictions. It is not to be expected, upon taking up the cup, that the figures will be accurately represented as they are in cards, but it is quite sufficient if they bear some resemblance to any of the 32 emblems. And the more fertile the fancy shall be of the person that inspects the cup, the more he will discover in it. In other respects, every one who takes pleasure in this amusement must himself be a judge, under what circumstances he is to make changes in point of time, speaking just as it suits, in the present, the past, or the future. In the same manner their ingenuity ought to direct them when to speak more or less pointedly and detrimentally with regard to sex. The roads, or serpentine lines, indicate ways. If they are severed with clouds, and consequently in the thick, they are said to be infallible marks of many past or future reverses. But if they appear in the clear and serene, are the surest token of some fortunate change near at hand. Encompassed with many points or dots, they signify an accidental gain of money, likewise long life. The ring signifies marriage. If a letter is near it, it denotes to the person that has his fortune told the initial of the name of the party to be married. If the ring is in the clear, it portends happy and lucrative friendship. Surrounded with clouds, denotes that the party is to use precaution in the friendship he is about to contract, lest he should be insidiously deceived. But it is most inauspicious if the ring appears at the bottom of the cup, as it forebodes an entire separation from the beloved object. The leaf of clover is a lucky sign. Its different position in the cup alone makes the difference. On the top, it shows that the good fortune is not far distant, but it is subject to delay if it is in the middle or at the bottom. Should clouds surround it, it shows that much disagreeableness will attend the good fortune. In the clear, it prognosticates serene and undisturbed happiness. The anchor, the emblem of hope and commerce, implies successful business carried on by water or land, if on the bottom of the cup. At the top and in the clear part, it shows constant love and unshaken fidelity. In the thick and cloudy parts it also denotes love, but tinctured with inconstancy. The serpent, always the emblem of falsehood and enmity, is likewise the general sign of an enemy. On the top, or in the middle of the cup, it promises to the consulting party the triumph which he desires over his enemy. But he will not obtain it so easily if the serpent be in the thick and cloudy part. By the letter which appears near the emblem, the enemy may be easily guessed, as it makes the initial of his name. The letter. By letters we communicate to our friends either pleasant or unpleasant news, and such is the case here. If this emblem is in the clear part, it denotes the speedy arrival of a considerable remittance of money, but hemmed in by clouds it is quite the contrary, and forebodes some melancholy or bad tidings, a loss or some other sinister accident. If it be in the clear, and accompanied by a heart, lovers may expect a letter, which secures the party the possession of the beloved object, but in the thick, it denotes a refusal. The coffin, the emblem of death, prognosticates the same thing here, or at least a long and tedious illness. If it be in the thick, at the top of the cup, it signifies considerable estate left to the party by some rich relation. In the same manner at the bottom, it shows that the deceased is not so nearly related to the consulting party. The star denotes happiness if in the clear, and at the top of the cup. Clouded, or in the thick, it signifies long life, though exposed to various troubles. If dots are about it, it foretells great fortune, wealth, high respectability, and several stars denote so many good and happy children, but surrounded with dashes shows that the person's children will cause him or her grief and vexation in old age, and should be prevented by giving them a good education in time. The dog, being at all times the emblem of fidelity or envy, has a twofold meaning here. At the top, in the clear, it signifies true and faithful friends, but if his image be surrounded with clouds and dashes, it shows that those whom you take for your friends are not to be depended on. But if the dog be at the bottom of the cup, you have to dread the effects of extreme envy or jealousy. The lily. If this emblem be at the top or in the middle of the cup, it signifies that the consulting party either has or will have a virtuous spouse. If at the bottom, it denotes quite the reverse. In the clear, the lily further betokens a long and happy life. If clouded or in the thick, it portends trouble and vexation, especially on the part of one's relations. The cross, be it one or more, generally predicts adversities. Its position varies, and so do the circumstances. If it be at the top, and in the clear, it shows that the misfortunes of the party will soon be at an end, or that he will easily get over them, but if it appears in the middle, at the bottom, in the thick, the party must expect many severe trials. If it appears with dots, either in the clear or the thick, it promises a speedy change in one's sorrow. The clouds dot, if they be more light than dark, expect good results from wishing, but if black, you must give it up. Surrounded with dots, they imply success in trade and all undertakings, but, the brighter they are, the greater will be the happiness. The sun, an emblem of the greatest luck and happiness if in the clear, but in the thick it bodes much sadness. Surrounded by dots or dashes, denotes that an altercation will speedily take place. The moon, if it appears in the clear, denotes high honors. In the dark or thick part, it implies sadness, which will, however, pass without great prejudice. But if it be at the bottom of the cup, the consulting party will be fortunate, both on land and water. Mountains dot, if it represents only one mountain, it indicates the favor of people of high rank. But several of them, especially in the thick, are signs of powerful enemies. In the clear, they signify the contrary, or friends in high life who are endeavoring to promote the welfare of the consulting party. Trees. One tree only, be it in the clear or thick part, points out lasting good health. Several trees denote that your wish will be accomplished. If they are encompassed with dashes, it is a token that your fortune is in its blossom, and will require some time to bring it to maturity. If accompanied by dots, it is a sign that you will make your fortune in the country where you reside. Child. In the clear part, it bespeaks innocent intercourse between the consulter and another person. In the thick part, excess in love affairs, attended with great expenses. At the bottom of the cup, it denotes the consequences of amorous excesses. The pedestrian denotes, in general, to a merchant, good business, pleasant news, and the recovery of lost things. It also signifies that the consulting party will soon enlist, or get some new engagement. The writer denotes good news from abroad in money matters, a good situation in a foreign country, or good prospects. He that doubts his fortune is promised a lasting one by this emblem. Woman signifies much joy in general. If in the clear, this emblem has a more favorable signification than in the thick, there it shows very great happiness, here, a great deal of jealousy. If dots surround the image, it explains the lady's great wealth. The different positions in the cup show, at the top and in the middle, that you will be in love with a virgin, but at the bottom, it denotes she is a widow. The mouse dot, as this animal lives by stealth, it is also an emblem here of theft and robbery. If it be in the clear, it shows you will get again what you lost, in a wonderful manner, but if it appears in the thick, you may renounce this hope. How to read your fortune by the white of an egg. Break a new-laid egg, and, carefully separating the yolk from the white, drop the latter into a large tumbler half full of water. Place this, uncovered, in some dry place and let it remain untouched for 24 hours, by which time the white of the egg will have formed itself into various figures, rounds, squares, ovals, animals, trees, crosses, and which are to be interpreted in the same manner as those formed by the coffee grounds. Of course, the more whites there are in the glass, the more figures there will be. This is a very pretty experiment, and much practiced by the young Scotch maidens, who, however, believe it to have more efficacy when tried on either Midsummer Eve or Halloween, October 31st. How to write love letters secretly, so that they may not be discovered. Take a sheet of white paper and double it in the middle, and cut holes through both the half sheets. Let the holes be cut like a pane of glass, or other forms that you may fancy, then with a pin prick 2 little holes at each end and cut your paper in 2 halves. Give 1 half to your friend to whom you intend to write, lay your cut paper upon a half sheet of writing paper, and stick 2 pins in these holes so that it cannot stir, then, through these holes that you cut, write your mind to your friend. When you have done, take off your paper holes again, and then write some other idle words, both before and after your lines, but if they were written to make some little sense, it would carry the less suspicion, then seal it up and send it. When your friend has received it, he must lay his paper on the same, putting pins into the pinholes, and then he can read nothing but your mind that you write, for all the rest of the lines are covered. Another. Write what you please of a letter on one side of a sheet of letter paper with common ink, then turn your paper and write on the other side with milk that which you would have secret, and let it dry, but this must be written with a clean pen. Now, when you read it, you must hold that side which is written with ink to the fire, and the milky letters will then show bluish on the other side. The silent language. How to converse with any person without speaking a word. This art is performed on your hands and fingers, by the 24 letters of the alphabet, which, having learned, you must spell the words you intend your friend should know. The letters are very easily learned and as easily remembered. You must understand that most of the letters are upon the left hand and made with the fingers of the right and left hand. The forefinger of your right hand you point to every letter, but sometimes that and the 2 next fingers make several letters. The vowels are very easy to remember, they being the tops or ends of your 5 fingers on your left hand, and Y is formed in the palm of your left hand. Thus, the end of the thumb is A. The end of the forefinger, E. The end of the middle finger, I. The end of the ring finger, O. The end of the little finger, U. The table, or palm of the hand, Y. 1 finger on the left thumb, B. 2 fingers on the left thumb, C. 3 fingers on the left thumb, D. Your 2 fingers laid together, F. Thumb. Your fists together, G. Stroke the palm of both hands together. H. Your forefinger upon the left wrist. K. One finger on the back of the left hand. L. 3 fingers on the same. M. 2 fingers on the same. N. Clench your left hand. Or fist. O. Clench your right hand. P. Link your little fingers together. Q. The backs of your hands together. R. The end of your forefinger to the middle joint of the other forefinger. S. 2 fingers upon the little finger of the left hand. T. 2 fingers across. X. Give 2 snaps with your fingers. Z. Practice a few times and you will soon be perfect. Several motions represent the likeness of the letter, as, 1 finger on the back of the hand is like L, 2 fingers like N, 3 like M. The forefinger to the middle joint of the other forefinger is like T, 2 fingers across is like X. Likewise B, C, D, are easily remembered, 1 finger on the left thumb is B, 2 fingers C, 3 fingers D. But you must always remember to give a snap with the fingers between the words, so that your friend may distinguish one word from another. If you are in company, and think some others understand you, that you would not have, it will be necessary to change the vowels to some other part of the hand, and then none but your friend that knows it can understand you. Suppose you would say to a lady in a large company, Madam, I am your humble servant. It is done thus. Lay 3 fingers on the back of your hand. M. Put your finger to the end of your left thumb. A. 3 fingers upon your left thumb. D. Your finger again to the thumb. A. 3 fingers again to the back of your hand. M. And give a snap with your fingers as a sign the word is spelt. Then point to the end of your middle finger. I. Then snap your fingers. Then point to the end of your thumb. A. 3 fingers on the back of your hand. M. Then snap your fingers. Then point to the palm of your left hand. Y. Then point to the end of your ring finger. O. Then point to the end of your little finger. U. Then link your little fingers together. R. Then snap your fingers. Stroke the palms of your hands together. H. Point to the end of your little finger. U. Put 3 fingers on the back of your hand. M. 1 finger on the thumb. B. 1 finger on the back of your hand. L. Point to the end of your forefinger. E. Then snap your fingers. Put the backs of your hands together. S. Point to the end of your forefinger. E. Link your little fingers together. R. Point to the end of your little finger. V. Point to the end of the thumb. A. Lay 2 fingers on the back of your hand. N. Point the forefinger to the middle joint of the other forefinger. T. Then snap your fingers. And thus you may discourse upon any subject. If you practice it often you will soon learn to do it very quick, even faster than you can write. Predictions of the weather, atmospheric changes, etc. Should the horizon in the north wear a ruddy appearance in the evening, stormy and boisterous weather may be expected. If the clouds in the south are ruddy in the evening, sunshiny and rainy weather will prevail for some time afterward. When the face of the moon is partially obscured by a light, thin vapor, rain will shortly follow. When the rays from the sun at midday are more than ordinarily dazzling, rainy weather will shortly succeed. In summertime, when the swallows fly near to the ground, rainy weather will assuredly soon follow. The shrill crowing of a cock during rainy weather is a sign that drought will speedily prevail. When the smoke from the chimney falls down toward the ground, instead of rising upward, it is a sign that rainy weather will soon follow. If on a foggy morning in summer the fog rises upward, it will be a fine day; if the fog falls to the ground, it will be wet. When, in summertime, you see the cattle grazing in a field gathering together in groups, be assured that a thunderstorm is approaching. When you see the fowls in a farmyard flocking together under some covert, be assured that ungenial weather is about to succeed. When the crows, in flying over your head, make an extraordinary and discordant cawing, rain will come on shortly. When you see your dog or cat more than ordinarily restless, frisking about the house in all directions, be assured that some boisterous weather will shortly follow. In rainy weather, when you hear the chirping of the sparrows on the housetop more shrill than usual, it is a sign that clear and dry weather will quickly succeed. When you see a vapory fluid resting upon a stagnant pool in the forepart of the day, you may conclude that rainy weather will shortly come on. Should the vapor ascend and clear away, a continued drought may be anticipated. In summer, when the atmosphere is dense and heavy, and there is scarcely a breath of air, be assured that a thunderstorm is coming on. When the firmament is lighted up with meteoric phenomena, such as falling stars, globes of fire, and changeable and boisterous weather may be expected to prevail. When the rising sun appears like a solid mass of fervent heated metal, and no rays appear to emanate therefrom, fine and dry weather may be confidently anticipated. When the sun sets in a halo of ruddy brightness, genial and bright weather may be fully relied on for the coming day. When the moon appears of a ruddy hue, stormy and boisterous weather may be expected to follow. When the stars appear of a sparkling brightness, fine and genial weather may be expected to prevail for some time. Should the stars appear obscure and dim, changeable and rainy weather may be anticipated. The luminous appearance of the aurora borealis, or northern lights, in the firmament, foretells the approach of stormy and boisterous weather. When the setting sun, in the autumn or winter seasons, appears ruddy, it is a sign that high and boisterous winds may be expected to blow from the north and northwest. When the sun at its rising, in the autumn or winter seasons, appears ruddy, it foretells that high and boisterous winds may be anticipated to blow from the south and southeast. When seabirds are observed flocking toward the shore, storms and tempests may be confidently expected. When in the early autumn season the migratory birds are seen flocking together and taking their departure, it is a certain sign that rough and boisterous weather is approaching and that a severe winter may be anticipated. When the doves around a dovecot make a more than ordinary cooing, and frequently pass in and out of their cote, it is a sign that a change of weather is near. When the robin approaches your habitation, it is a sign that wintry weather will shortly prevail. When there is a thick vapory mist resting on the tops of high hills in the morning and remains there during the day, it is a sign that wet and ungenial weather may be anticipated. Should the mist eventually rise upward and be evaporated by the sun's rays, a return to fine dry weather may be looked for. If, however, the mist falls down into the valley, a continuation of wet weather will prevail. If, in taking a walk, you should see a single magpie, it is a bad omen, especially if it should fly past you to the left hand, but, if it should pass you to the right hand, the good will counterbalance the bad. Should you see two magpies together, expect to hear of something to your advantage, a proposal of marriage, if single, or a legacy of money bequeathed to you. Should the magpies fly past you together, to your right hand, your own marriage, or the marriage of some one nearly related to you, will occur in a short time. The seeing of several magpies together is considered a very fortunate omen. May is considered an unlucky month to marry in, therefore avoid doing so if possible. If you can catch a snail by the horns on the 1st of May and throw it over your shoulder, you will be lucky throughout the year. If you place one on a slate on that day, it will describe by its turnings the initials of your future partner's name. If a young man or young woman, on going up a flight of stairs, should stumble in the middle of the flight, it is a sign that his or her marriage will take place in a short time. If the stumbling should be near the top of the stairs, then his or her marriage will be immediately consummated. If a marriage procession, on proceeding to church or chapel, should happen to meet a funeral procession, it is considered an unlucky omen to the expectant bride. If, on returning after the solemnization of the rite, a funeral procession should pass the bridal party, it is an unfavorable sign to the bridegroom. If a young person, when seated at the tea table, should observe one or more stalks of the tea plant in the newly poured out cup, and if, on stirring the tea and holding the spoon in the middle of the liquid, the stalk or stalks should come close to the spoon handle, it is a token that he or she will be soon married. When the house dog is unusually restless, and howls dismally in the night time, it is a sign that sickness and death are about to visit the family to whom the dog belongs. When the wick of your candle shows a bright spark in the midst of the flame, it is a sign that a long-absent friend is about to visit you. When the ribs of your fire grate are more than usual covered with flakes of soot, it is a sign that a stranger is about to visit your habitation. Divination. By the birds of the air and the beasts of the field. It hath been duly observed, by the learned in all ages of the world, that our all-wise and beneficent Creator originally implanted in the frame of nature a means whereby mankind may attain to the knowledge of such future contingencies as concern their welfare and happiness. And, more especially, since we observe, even in the brute creation, that even the most inconsiderable creatures upon the earth are more or less endowed with a gift of foreknowledge. Thus the industrious bee, and laborious ant, lay in their summer store, in order to supply the necessary wants of an inclement winter, which they foreknow is yet to come. Yet, even of all the whole race of reptiles, the ant, the spider, and the bee, appear to be endowed with the greatest share of sagacity. The wisdom of the ants is conspicuous in forming themselves into a kind of republic and therein observing, as it were, their own peculiar laws and policies, but the cunning of the spider seems to exceed that of most other insects. Its various artifices to ensnare its prey is no less remarkable than its contrivance of a cell or retreat behind its web, where it feasts upon its game in safety and conceals the fragments of those carcasses it has devoured, without exposing to public view the least remains of its barbarity, which might tend to distinguish its place of abode, or create the least jealousy in any sect, that their enemy was near. Into what history can we look to find people who are governed by laws equal to what we observe in the Republic of Bees? What experience can we desire beyond what we observe in the cunning spider, to teach us to guard against the artifices of those who lay snares to catch the thoughtless and unwary? Or what can exceed the indefatigable ant, in teaching us lessons of frugality and industry? The badger, the hedgehog and the mole also provide themselves a magazine of plants and herbs, which they foreknow will enable them to lie concealed in their holes during the hard frosts of winter, contented with their prison, which affords them safety. Their holes are constructed with amazing art, and generally have two apertures, that in case one should be beset by an enemy, they may escape by the other. The doublings by the hare, the tricks of the fox to escape the hounds, are also astonishing indications of foresight and sagacity. The feathered race are likewise endowed with a similar faculty and often foretell an approaching storm a considerable time before it appears, by retiring in flocks to their holes and hiding places for shelter and protection. The birds of passage seem to inherit this gift in a remarkable degree, for they assemble together in prodigious flocks at an appointed hour, and take their leave before the approach of winter, which they see will destroy the flies and insects, as they feed on nothing else. And it is no less extraordinary than true, that these birds return as early as the sun brings forth this class of insects into new life, and they have also the sagacity to find out and possess their old nests and habitations. The wise, provident forecast for self-preservation and safety is even extended to the innumerable inhabitants of the immense ocean, where we see the fishes, pressed by unceasing hunger, indiscriminately prey upon one another, the large upon the small, even of its own species. Whence the smaller fish in regular gradations, when in danger of being devoured, fly for an asylum to the shallow waters, where they know their enemy either cannot or dare not come to pursue them. And this pursuit of one species of fish after another, is by no means confined to a single region, for we find shoals of them pursuing one another, from the vicinity of the pole even down to the equator. And thus the cod from the banks of the Newfoundland pursues the whiting, which flies before it, even to the southern shores of Spain. It is astonishing also, that herrings, which appear to generate towards the north of Scotland, regularly make their way once a year to the British Channel. Their voyage is conducted with the utmost regularity, and the time of their departure is fixed from the month of June to August. They always assemble together before they set out, and no stragglers are ever found from the general body. It is impossible to assign any cause for this emigration, but it doubtless proceeds from the same instinctive impulse with which all orders of animated nature are more or less imbued. Now observe, that when you go out of your house to do or transact any kind of business, and in the way you do see a man, or a bird going or flying, so that either of them do set themselves before you on your right hand. That is a good signification in reference to your business. But when you shall go out of your house on any business whatsoever, and shall see a bird or a man before you on the left side of you, it is an ill sign in reference to your said business. When either a man or a bird shall thus pass before you, coming from the right side of you and bending towards the left, goeth out of your sight, that is a good sign concerning your business. When you do find a man going, or a bird flying, and then he rests himself before you on your right side, and you seeing it, this is also a good sign of success in your business. But when you see a man or a bird bending from your right side to your left, it is an ill sign concerning your business. When a man or a bird comes behind you, and goes faster than you, but before he cometh at you he rests, or the same before you came at him, he rests, and you seeing him on your right side, it is to you a good sign. But when this happens on the left side, it is an evil sign. When a man or a bird, coming from your left side, and passing to the right, goeth out of your sight without resting, it is a good sign. If a man or bird, coming from your right hand, passing behind your back to the left, and you see him resting anywhere, this is an evil sign. All the auspicia which first happeneth in the beginning of any business, ought not to be taken notice of, as if in the beginning of any work you find that rats have been gnawing your clothes, then insist upon your undertakings. If, on going out of your house, you happen to stumble on the threshold, or if in the way you happen to dash your foot against anything, then forbear your journey. If any ill omen ever happens at the beginning of your business, then put it off for a while, lest you be completely disappointed therein. If a crow, raven or a jackdaw do croak over any person, it doth show much evil of a serious nature. The magpie informs you that you will soon hear news and come into company, but whether such news be good or bad, observe whether it comes from the right hand or the left. The screech owl is always unfortunate, for, about the October 17th, 1807, Grantham Church was a repository for a number of owls every evening, for about 1 month, when it followed that, before that time next year, the same church was actually robbed of all its plate and money, to a large amount. By a gang of villains, in the dead of the night, to the great loss and detriment of the whole parish. If you meet sparrows, it is unfortunate, except for love. Flies indicate importunity and impudent affronts, cocks meeting you, or crowing against your house, inform you of visitors coming and success in your journeys and business. If you meet a hare, a mule, or a hog, it is an ill omen. To meet horses in a carriage is good, but if you meet an ass, expect trouble, while to meet sheep and goats is very good and indicates prosperity in your affairs. If you either meet a dog or oxen, you may expect the same success, for it is good. Mice indicate that you will soon meet with danger. Locusts making a stand in any place, hindereth a person from their wishes and is an ill omen. On the contrary, grasshoppers promote a journey and foretell a good event of things. The spider weaving a line downwards, signifies hope of money to come. As also the ants having a nest near your door is good, because they know how to provide for themselves, and portend security and riches. If you meet with a snake, take care of an ill-tongued enemy. A viper signifies lewd women and wicked children. An eel shows a man that is displeased with everybody. But of all the various auspices and omens, there is none more effectual and potent than man, none that doth signify the truth more clearly. You must, therefore, diligently note and duly observe the condition of that man you meet, or that meeteth you, his age, profession, station, gesture, motion, exercise, complexion, habit, name, words, speech, and. For, seeing there are in all other animals so many discoveries or presages, yet those are all more efficacious and clear which are infused into the soul of man. Physiognomy. Strength of body is shown by stiff hair, large bones, firm and robust limbs, short muscular neck, firm and erect carriage, head broad and high, forehead short and peaked, bristly hair, large feet. Harsh unequal voice and florid complexion. Weakness of body is distinguished by a small, ill-proportioned head, narrow shoulders, soft skin and pale complexion. Long life is indicated by strong teeth, sanguine temperament, middle size, large, deep and ruddy lines in the hand, large muscles, stooping shoulders, full chest, firm flesh, clear complexion, slow growth, wide ears and large eyelids. Short life may be inferred from a thick tongue, the appearance of the molars before the age of puberty, thin uneven teeth, confused lines in the hand, and quick but small growth. Intellect is denoted by thin skin, middle stature, bright eyes, fair complexion, straight and fine hair, eyebrows joined, affable manner, moderation in mirth, and the temples slightly concave. A dunce may be known by a swollen neck, plump arms, sides and loins, a round head, fleshy forehead, pale eyes, dull, heavy look, small joints, snuffling nostrils, proneness to laughter, little hands, ill-proportioned head. Either too large or too small, blubber lips, short fingers and thick legs. Fortitude is promised from a wide mouth, sonorous voice, slow, grave and always equal, upright posture, large, open, steadfast eyes, the hair high above the forehead, the head much compressed or flattened, the forehead square and high. The extremities large and robust, the neck firm though not fleshy, large chest, dark complexion. Intrepidity often resides in a small body, with ruddy countenance, frowning eyebrows, small mouth, prominent nose and large lines in the hand. Boldness is characterized by a prominent mouth, rugged appearance, rough forehead, arched eyebrows, large nostrils and teeth, short neck, strong arms, ample chest, square shoulders and stern countenance. Timidity resides where we find a concave neck, pale color, weak eyes, soft hair, plump breast, shrill voice, small mouth, thin lips, broad, thin hands and small shambling feet. Prudence is generally distinguished by a head which is flat on the sides, broad, square forehead, slightly concave in the middle, soft voice, broad chest, thin hair, bright eyes, large ears, aquiline nose. Irascibility may be seen in an erect carriage, clear skin, solemn voice, open nostrils, moist temples with superficial veins, thick neck, quick pace, bloodshot eyes, large unequal teeth. Melancholy is denoted by a wrinkled face, dejected eyes, slow pace, fixed look and deliberate respiration. Amorousness shows a fair slender face, hair exuberant on head, face and limbs, moist shining eyes, wide nostrils, prominent lips. Gaiety shows a rosy agreeable countenance, a musical voice, an agile body in soft flesh. Envy appears with a wrinkled forehead, frowning, dejected look, pale countenance and dry, rough skin. Gentleness may be distinguished by a soft and moist palm, frequent shutting of the eyes, soft movement, slow speech, fine hair. Bashfulness may be discovered by moist half-closed eyes, moderate pace, slow speech, blushing countenance. Sobriety is accompanied by equal respiration, regular features, easy carriage and sedate manners. Mental strength is signified by straight hair, a small body, shining eyes, grave intense voice, stout muscular body, broad back and shoulders. Good memory is common in those persons who are small, yet better formed in the upper than the lower parts, delicate skin, inclined to baldness, crooked nose, thick teeth, large ears. Bad memory is observable in persons who are larger in their superior than inferior parts, hairy hands and body, coarse skin. Good sight is enjoyed by those persons who have black, thick, straight eyelashes, large bushy eyebrows. Hearing is most acute in those whose ears are well furnished with cartilage, well channeled and hairy. Smelling is most perfect in those who have large noses, descending very near the mouth, neither too moist nor too dry. Tasting is dainty in such as have a spongy, soft tongue, well moistened with saliva. Delicacy of touch is remarked in those who have sensitive nerves, soft skin, moderately warm and dry. The pleasures of dreaming. We always dream, the life of man's a dream, in which fresh tumults agitate his breast. till the kind hand of death unbolts the bars, which clog the noble and aspiring soul. Then we truly wake. Higgins. Shroud thy hated light, thou rising sun, nor summon with such speed the o'erlabored world to toils of a new day. Why, flattered mortals, will you wake to cares, when sleep, in kind delusion, may divert your pensive mind with pleasing images? A dream sets free the captive, can restore lost fields to soldiers, to wrecked merchants' wealth. In dreams the exile visits his sweet home, and o'er the sparkling bowl relates at large his past distresses to his wondering friends. The lover, too, the sad forsaken lover, may dream, and feign the falsest mistress true. Tate. It has been truthfully observed, that half the life of even the most miserable is as unruffled as that of the most happy of men, for that portion is spent in sleep, in the enjoyment of quiet repose, in peace and in security. A quiet reliance upon Providence, a conscience void of offense, temperance and regularity, every person can command, and these are the only requisites to secure sound and pleasant sleep and pleasant dreams. In these every one has happy moments, and in this life we cannot expect more than transient gleams of sunshine, a mixture of sours and sweets, whose agreeable or distasteful flavor depends much more upon ourselves than is commonly imagined. Addison, the virtuous and religious Addison, often dwells in his writings upon dreams, published many of his stories as the result of them, sometimes treated of them seriously and earnestly, and at others brought all his powers of ridicule into play to expose their absurdity. Dreams, he says, are an instance of that agility and perfection which is natural to the faculties of the mind, where they are disengaged from the body. The soul is clogged and retarded in her operations when she acts in conjunction with a companion that is so heavy and unwieldy in her motions. But in dreams it is wonderful to observe with what sprightliness and alacrity she exerts herself. The flow of speech makes unpremeditated harangues, or converses readily in languages that they are but little acquainted with. The grave abound in pleasantries, the dull in repartee and points of wit. There is not a more painful action of the mind than invention, yet in dreams it works with that ease and activity that we are not sensible of when the faculty is employed. For instance, I believe every one, some time or other, dreams that he is reading papers, books, or letters, in which case the invention prompts so readily that the mind is imposed upon, and mistakes its own suggestions for the compositions of another. In another part of the same paper he gives the two following problems: supposing a man, always happy in his dreams and miserable in his waking thoughts, and that his life was equally divided between them, whether he would be more happy or miserable. Were a man a king in his dreams and a beggar awake, and dreamed as consequentially, and in continued unbroken schemes, as he thinks when awake, whether he would be in reality a king or a beggar, or rather, whether he would not be both. Addison was of opinion that some useful instruction might be derived even from a dream, since we have so little time to spare, that none of it may be lost. I see no reason why we should neglect to examine those imaginary scenes we are presented with in sleep, only because they have less reality in them than our waking meditation. A traveler would bring his judgment in question, who should despise the directions of his map for want of real roads in it, because here stands a dot instead of a town, or a cipher instead of a city. And it must be a long day's journey to travel through 2 or 3 inches. Fancy in dreams gives us much such another landscape of life as that does of countries, and though its appearance may seem strangely jumbled together, we may often observe such traces and footsteps of noble thoughts, as, if carefully pursued, might lead us into proper course of action. There is so much rapture and ecstasy in our fancied misery, that though the inactivity of the body has given occasion for calling sleep the image of death, the briskness of the fancy affords us a strong intimation of something within us that can never die. Addison, however, could treat with a happy ridicule all those everyday dreams with which most persons are so familiar, and gives several cases from imaginary correspondence, some dissatisfied with the non-fulfillment of their nocturnal visions, and others annoyed at being disturbed in the midst of their delightful reveries. I have received, says Addison, numerous complaints from several delicious dreamers, desiring me to invent some method of silencing those noisy slaves, whose occupations lead them to take their early rounds about the city in the morning, doing a deal of mischief and working strange confusion in the affairs of its inhabitants. Several monarchs have done me the honor to acquaint me, how often they have been shook from their respective thrones by the rattling of a coach or by the rumbling of a wheelbarrow. And many private gentlemen, I find, have been bawled out of vast estates by fellows not worth threepence. A fair lady was just upon the point of being married to a young, rich, handsome, ingenious nobleman, when an impertinent tinker, passing by, forbade the banns. And a hopeful youth, who had been newly advanced to great honor and preferment, was forced by a neighboring cobbler to resign all for an old song. It has been represented to me that those inconsiderate rascals do nothing but go about dissolving of marriages, and spoiling of fortunes, impoverishing rich, and ruining great people, interrupting beauties in the midst of their conquests and generals in the course of their victories. A boisterous peripatetic hardly goes through a street without waking half a dozen kings and princes to open their shops, or clean shoes, frequently transforming scepters into paring shovels and proclamations into bills. I have by me a letter from a young statesman, who in 5 or 6 hours came to be Emperor of Europe, after which he made war upon the Great Turk, routed him horse and foot, and was crowned Lord of the Universe in Constantinople. The conclusion of all his successes is that, on the 12th instant, about 7 in the morning, His Imperial Majesty was deposed by a chimney sweeper. On the other hand, I have epistolary testimonies of gratitude from many miserable people, who owe to this clamorous tribe frequent deliverance from great misfortunes. A small coalman, by waking one of these distressed gentlemen, saved him from 10 years' imprisonment. An honest watchman, bidding a loud good morrow to another, freed him from the notice of many potent enemies and brought all their designs against him to nothing. A certain valetudinarian confesses he has often been cured of a sore throat by the hoarseness of a carman and relieved from a fit of the gout by the sound of old shoes. A citizen who is waked by one of these criers, may regard him as a kind of remembrancer, come to admonish him that it is time to return to the circumstances he had overlooked all the night time, to leave off fancying what he is not, and prepare to act suitably to the condition he is really placed in. That may be called a dream which proceeds either from the spirit of the fantasy and intellect united together, or by the illustration of the agent intellect above our souls, or by the true revelation of some divine power in a quiet and purified mind. For by this our soul receives true oracles, and abundantly yields prophecies to us, as in dreams we seem both to ask questions and learn to find them out. Also many doubtful things, many policies, many things unknown, unwished for, and never attempted by our minds, are manifested to us in dreams. Also the representation of things unknown and unknown places appear to us, and the images of men, both alive and dead, and things to come are foretold, and also which at any time have happened are revealed, which we know not by any report. And these kind of dreams need not any interpretation, as those which belong to divination, not to foreknowledge, and it comes to pass that they who have dreams for the most part understand them not. For, as to have dreams is from the strength of imagination, so to understand them is from the strength of understanding. He, therefore, whose intellect being overwhelmed by too much commerce of the flesh, is in a deep sleep, or his fantastic power or spirit is too dull and unpolished, so that it cannot receive the species and representation which flow from the superior intellect. This man is altogether unfit for the receiving of dreams and prophesying by them. Therefore it is necessary that he who would receive true dreams, should keep a pure, undisturbed and imaginative spirit, and so compass it that it may be made worthy of the knowledge and government by the mind, for such a spirit is most fit for prophesying and is a most clear glass of all images which flow everywhere from all things. When, therefore, we are sound in body, not disturbed in mind, our intellect not made dull by heavy meats and strong drink, not sad through poverty, nor provoked through lust, nor incited by any vice, nor stirred up by wrath or anger, not being irreligiously and profanely inclined, not given to levity, nor lost in drunkenness, but chastely going to bed, fall asleep, then our pure and divine soul being free from all the evils above recited, and separated from all hurtful thoughts, and now freed, by dreaming, is endowed with this divine spirit as an instrument. And receives those beams and representations which are darted down as it were, and shine forth from the divine mind into itself, in a deifying glass. It does more certainly, more clearly and efficaciously, behold all things, than by the vulgar inquiry of the intellect and by the discourse of reason. The divine person instructing the soul, being invited to their society by the opportunity of the nocturnal solitariness, neither will that spirit of genius be wanting to him when he is awake, which rules all our actions. But there are 4 kinds of true dreams, viz., the first, matutine, i.e. between sleeping and waking; the second, that which one sees concerning another; the third, that whose interpretation is shown to the same dreamer in the nocturnal vision. And, lastly, that which is related to the same dreamer in the nocturnal vision. But natural things and their own commixtures likewise belong unto wise men, and we often use such to receive oracles from a spirit by a dream, which are either by perfumes, unctions, meats, drinks, rings, seals, and Now those who are desirous to receive oracles in or through a dream, let them make themselves a ring of the sun or Saturn for this purpose. There are likewise images of dreams, which being put under the head when one goes to sleep, effectually give true dreams of whatever the mind hath before determined, of which as follows. Thou shalt make an image of the sun. The figure whereof must be a man sleeping upon the bosom of an angel. Which thou shalt make when Leo ascends, the sun being in the 9th house in Aries. Then you must write upon the figure the name of the effect desired, and in the hand of the angel the name and character of the intelligence of the sun, which is Michael. Let the same image be made in Virgo ascending, Mercury being fortunate in Aries in the 9th, or Gemini ascending, Mercury being fortunate in the 9th house in Aquarius. And let him be received by Saturn with a fortunate aspect, and let the name of the spirit, which is Raphael, be written upon it. Let the same likewise be made, Libra ascending, Venus being received from Mercury in Gemini in the 9th house, and write upon it the name of the angel of Venus, which is a nail. Again you make the same image, Aquarius ascending, Saturn fortunately possessing the 9th in his exaltation, which is Libra, and let there be written upon it the name of the angel of Saturn, which is Cassial. The same may be made with Cancer ascending, the moon being received by Jupiter and Venus in Pisces, and being fortunately placed in the 9th house, and write upon it the spirit of the moon, which is Gabriel. There are likewise made rings of dreams of wonderful efficacy, and there are rings of the sun and Saturn, and the constellation of them is when the sun or Saturn ascend in their exaltation in the 9th house of the nativity. And write and engrave upon the rings the name of the sun or Saturn, and by these rules you may know how and by what means to constitute more of yourself. But know this, that such images work nothing, as they are simply images, except they are vivified by a spiritual and celestial virtue and chiefly by the ardent desire and firm intent of the soul of the operator. But who can give a soul to an image, or make a stone, or metal, or clay, or wood, or wax, or paper to live? Certainly no man whatever, for this arcanum doth enter into an artist of a stiff neck. He only hath it who transcends the progress of angels and comes to the very archetype himself. He who is desirous of receiving true oracles by dreams, let him abstain from supper, from drink, and be otherwise well disposed, so his brain will be free from turbulent vapors. Let him also have his bedchamber fair and clean, exorcised and consecrated, then let him perfume the same with some convenient fumigation, and let him anoint his temples with some efficacious unguent and put a ring of dreams upon his finger. Then let him take one of the images we have spoken of and place the same under his head, then let him address himself to sleep, meditating upon that thing which he desires to know. So shall he receive a most certain and undoubted oracle by a dream, when the moon goes through the sign of the 9th revolution of his nativity, and when she is in the 9th sign from the sign of perfection. This is the way whereby we may obtain all sciences and arts whatever, whether astrology, occult philosophy, physic, and or else suddenly and perfectly with a true illumination of our intellect, although all inferior familiar spirits whatsoever conduce to this effect, and sometimes also evil spirits sensibly inform us intrinsically and extrinsically. The way to get rich. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads to fortune. He that by the plough would thrive, himself must either hold or drive. For age and want save while you may. No morning sun lasts a whole day. Get what you can, and what you get, hold. 'Tis a stone that will turn all your lead into gold. Therefore be ruled by me, I pray. Save something for a rainy day. Remember, that time is money, for he that can earn $1 a day at his labor, and goes abroad, or sits at home 1/2 of that day, though he spend but 6 cents during his diversion or idleness, he ought not to reckon that the only expense he has really wasted, or rather thrown away, 50 cents besides. Remember, that credit is money. If a man lets his money lie in my hands after it is due, because he has a good opinion of my credit, he gives me the interest, or so much as I can make of the money during that time. This amounts to a very considerable sum, where a man has large credit and also makes a good use of it. Remember, that money is of a prolific or multiplying nature, money will produce money, and its offspring will produce more. And so 5 shillings turned is 6, being turned again is 7 and 3 pence, and so on, till it becomes £100, and the more there is of it, the more it will produce on every turning, so that the profits rise quicker and quicker. And he who throws away a crown, destroys all that it might have produced, even some scores of pounds. Remember, that 6 pounds a year is a groat a day, for this little sum, which may be daily wasted either in time or expenses unperceived, if a proper use be made of it, he may, on his own security, have the constant possession and use of £120. So much in stock, briskly turned by an industrious man, will always produce the greatest advantage to the tradesman. Remember this proverb, that the good paymaster is lord of another man's purse, for he who is known to pay punctually and exactly at the time he promises, may, at any time, and on any occasion, raise all the money his friend can spare. This is sometimes of great use. Next to industry and frugality nothing can contribute more to the raising of a man in the world than punctuality in all his dealings. Therefore, never keep borrowed money 1 single hour beyond the time promised, lest the disappointment should shut up your friend's purse forever, as the most trifling actions that affect a man's credit ought always to be avoided. The sound of the hammer at 5 in the morning, or at 9 at night, being heard by a creditor, makes him easy 6 months longer. But if he sees you at a gaming table, or hears your voice in a tavern, when you should be at work, he sends for his money the very next day and demands it before it is convenient for you to pay him. Beware of thinking all your own that you possess and of living accordingly. This is a mistake that many people of credit fall into. But in order to prevent this, always keep an exact account both of your expenses and also of your daily income and profits. For if you will only just take the trouble at first to enumerate particulars, it will discover unto you how wonderfully trifling expenses mount up to a large sum. By which you will also discern what might have been, and also what may for the future be saved without causing any great inconvenience. In short, the way to obtain riches, if you desire it, is as plain as the way to the market, which depends chiefly on 2 things, viz., industry and frugality, and take care that you waste neither time nor money, but daily make use of both. If you take care of the hours and days, the weeks, months and years will also take care of themselves. Constant experience proves that any business being first well contrived, is more than half done, for a sleeping fox catches no poultry. There will be sleep enough in the grave, and also, that lost time is seldom found again, for that which we generally call time enough, always proves little enough, for sloth makes things difficult, while industry makes them easy. He that rises late must trot hard all day and shall scarce overtake his business at night, for laziness travels so slow that poverty soon overtakes him. Drive your business, but let not that drive you. For early to bed and early to rise, is the way to become healthy, wealthy and wise. Industry need not wish, while he who lives on a vain hope will die fasting, for we find that there is nothing to be done or accomplished under the sun without labor. He that hath a trade, hath an estate, and he that hath a profession, hath an office and profit with honor, but then the trade must be worked at, and the profession well followed, or they will not enable you to pay rent and taxes. At the working man's house hunger looks in but dares not enter, for industry pays debts, while despair increases them. Diligence is the mother of good luck. As Solomon saith, the diligent hand mocketh rich, while he that dealeth with a slack hand becometh poor, for God gives all things to industry. Then plough deep while the sluggards sleep, and you shall have plenty, while others have reason to complain of hard times. Therefore keep working while it is called today, for you know not how much you may be hindered tomorrow. And never leave that business to be done tomorrow which you can do today, for since you are not sure of a single hour, throw not that away. How many are they who live daily by their wits, and who often break from want of a stock in hand, while industry gives comfort, plenty and respect. Keep your shop well and then your shop will keep you. For it sometimes happens that the eyes of a master will do more work than both his hands, and more especially if his head be any reasonable length, for the want of care doth more damage than the want of knowledge. If you do not overlook your workmen, you may just as well leave them your purse open. The trusting too much to the care of others has completely ruined many a man. If you would be wealthy, think of being careful and saving. 4. Women and wine, game and deceit. Make the wealth small and the wants great. That which maintains one vice, would bring up 2 children. And if you wish to know the value of money, only just go and try to borrow a little. He that goes borrowing, goes sorrowing, and, indeed, so doth he who lends it unto such people, when he goes to try to get it back again. Pride that dines on vanity, sups on content and often breakfasts with plenty, dines with poverty and sups with infamy, creates envy, and hastens misfortunes, for it is hard for an empty bag to stand upright. Creditors have generally much better memories than debtors, who are also a kind of superstitious set, great observers of set or appointed days and times, so that those have but a short Lent who owe money to be paid at Easter. For expenses are always so constant and certain, that it is much easier to build 2 chimneys than to keep one in fuel. Rather go to bed supperless than rise in debt. Always do unto others as you would wish to be done by, is the first fundamental law of natural justice. Leaves of Destiny. Directions for consulting the Sibyl. Draw for a number from slips numbered from 1 to 100, and see corresponding number in Leaves of Destiny, or, simply call out number selected. 1. You'll meet this year on Brighton Strand. One destined for your heart and hand. 2. Choose one, if you are shrewd. No safety lies in multitude. 3. Endless flirtation doth seem your vocation. 4. Bracing air and embracing arms give Coney Island especial charms. 5. Young or old, love or gold, hot or cold, given or sold, toss odd or even, you'll be told. 6. Some natures change on the change of name, but like the rose you'll be the same. 7. For music and balls, you'll have nursery squalls. 8. The right one cometh from New York, with heart and purse as light as cork. 9. Away with pride and cold disdain, or you'll too long a maid remain. 10. Don't have for motto, both best, but, choose one, look at the rest. 11. 'Tis simply true, though, you may laugh, that you will worship a golden calf. 12. This year a lover will with pride watch thee sporting in the tide. 13. At Ocean Grove you'll forsake worldly notions, drink nothing but tea and attend your devotions. 14. A heart and fortune you will gain in this summer's grand campaign. 15. Before you go too far, be sure there's not another side, the brighter side to mar. 16. A life both long and wisely spent, with children to your heart's content. 17. Happy when single, but not content, you'll marry in haste and soon repent. 18. Lovers and books romantic. Music of the grand Atlantic. This year will make you nearly frantic. 19. The mighty dollar cannot buy the love for which in vain you sigh. 20. Look in the glass and you will see your source of power and frailty. 21. A well-known line you may transpose. A thorn is always near a rose. 22. You nobly strive to make it known. 'Tis bad for man to be alone. 23. Before the present year is out, your wedding cards will be about. 24. Drifting away, day by day. No one to say, stay. Oh, stay. 25. A heartless flirt. You'll penance do for all the innocents you slew. 26. To you, I'm afraid, it is useless to preach about the temptations of Rockaway Beach. 27. Merry and free your revelry. Soon tired you'll be of deviltry. 28. You'll give up athletics and take to aesthetics. 29. On some fine day, not very remote, you'll meet your match on a Rockaway boat. 30. Your head is hot, your heart is cold. I pity your lot when you grow old. 31. When you're seized with fits aesthetic, take at once a strong emetic. 32. With throbbing heart and trembling hand, soon at the altar you will stand. 33. You'll count among your future joys 6 little girls, 6 little boys. 34. Before you sip, take firm grip. You'll have no slip, 'tween cup and lip. 35. Your pace, I fear, is rather fast. Your love's by far too hot to last. 36. The greatest blessing you will find, that love should be completely blind. 37. Inconstant as the fickle wind, from day to day you'll change your mind. 38. Newport is the grand resort for those, like you, intent on sport. 39. A blow on the pier, a plunge in the brine, is all that's required to make you divine. 40. Lovers come and quickly go, when they find your heart like dough. 41. The slightest rebuff makes you ready to die, so fatal the kick from a gay butterfly. 42. Like wild and such aesthetic guys, you ape an angel in disguise. 43. When weary of sands and the wild waves play, to the glorious white mountains fly away. 44. So rich, but sad, suppose you try the tonics of adversity. 45. Ever dreaming, never doing, you'll gain not by seaside wooing. 46. Unless you resolve more social to be, you must stop at home like the heathen chinny. 47. You will love and run away, and live to love another day. 48. You'll have good cause to bless the day your eyes beheld the famed Cape May. 49. You shall have a busy summer, flirting hard with each new comer. 50. Be merry now, no more you'll laugh when you have found your bitter half. 51. Your sorrow may endure a night, but joy will come with morning's light. 52. The darling of your heart's devotion is on the broad Atlantic Ocean. 53. Cheer up. Cheer up. I plainly see bright golden days in store for thee. 54. You'll go back when the weather cools to taffy pulling and singing schools. 55. Like the flow and ebb of tide, your spirits rise and soon subside. 56. Bright visions rise as this year falls, of concerts, theaters and balls. 57. at Saratoga's famous springs. An era bright for you begins. 58. Sing when you're sad. And soon you'll feel glad. 59. When summer's heat and sport are o'er. In Florida you'll seek for more. 60. Avoid all that sin and cruel temptation, which assail young folk in the summer vacation. 61. You're building castles in the air, to end in grief and dark despair. 62. On sea-girt beach entranced you'll be, by charms more rare than scenery. 63. Sunflower, lily and daffodil, an empty purse will never fill. 64. Blue and white your sole delight, yellow and black are put to flight. 65. You lack the courage to say no, hence all your troubles here below. 66. Lawn tennis is the pastime sweet, where a life partner you will meet. 67. Enjoy the sunshine while you may, too soon the chance will pass away. 68. Avoid whatever your spirit vexes, despise old women of both sexes. 69. Smiles and tears, hopes and fears, the rainbow hues of early years. 70. Sweet and bright as the month of May, your life shall seem a holiday. 71. You once extolled the age of reason, your mind will change this very season. 72. You prized too much, as you'll confess, a life of single blessedness. 73. You'll break the heartless law of fashion, and own at last the tender passion. 74. Like Oscar and his crew, you are too utterly too. 75. Your sole recreation, to cause a sensation. 76. Your photo book will change this year, and former favorites disappear. 77. To keep single you'll contrive, up to prudent 25. 78. Your destiny is hard to fix, bitter and sweet so freely mix. 79. Love requited, vows well plighted, hearts and hands for aye united. 80. This year a treasure you'll discover, a brownstone house and a brimstone lover. 81. The wedding bells soon merrily shall ring a chime to gladden thee. 82. Sighing and dying, and wretchedly trying to look well pleased when you'd like to be crying. 83. When you go out to sea to fish, you'll catch the very thing you wish. 84. To Asbury Park you will repair, where men may smoke and drink the air. 85. You soon must solve the problem grave, an old man's pet or young one's slave. 86. If they are blessed, whose quiver's full, your lot shall be right joyful. 87. Some dress to live, but you, I guess, like many, only live to dress. 88. A sphere in life you will ensure, where men are true and women pure. 89. Tennis, polo, bathing, boating, picnic, music, flirting, doting, these your pastimes best worth noting. 90. When vanities bring weariness, you'll seek a rural wilderness, meet penance for your wickedness. 91. Unless you're a Mormon or a Turk, contented you'll be with this year's work. 92. Your seaside dreams of love and money will end in country milk and honey. 93. How sweet to thee is love's young dream, when gliding down the placid stream. 94. Dear captive feet are now set free, to skip and dance right merrily, as winter stealeth o'er the sea. 95. You'll meet many cranks at the seaside this year, It must be the comet that made them so queer. 96. You'll have, in place of dance hall skips, holy greetings from brethren's lips. Prayer meetings, good fellowships. 97. The happy day is drawing nigh. To all your pains and cares goodbye. 98. The summer dies and birds of prey to city haunts now fly away. 99. You're leaving now to meet no more the only one you could adore. 100. Last of all, and not too late, fortune comes to those who wait. The end.